Mayhem and Matrimony, K-Pop Mysteries, Book 7. Written by Winnie Reed. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. The thing about being the older sister of our town's resident amateur sleuth was the way people assumed sleuthing ran in the family. They assumed I, Darcy Harmon, was just as willing to put my neck on the line to solve mysteries and help people out of tight spots as my sister Emma. Don't get me wrong, I would have loved to clear the names of the innocent and bring closure to those who were wronged, but I had a bookstore to run. And a mother whose heart could barely handle one risk-taking daughter, let alone two. That was me, the level-headed sister, the sister who could be counted upon to hold down the fort, the one who'd pretty much taken responsibility for Emma as soon as I was old enough to pull a chair over to the kitchen cabinets so I could fix us cereal before school in the morning. It wasn't like Mom neglected us. She did her best, but she also owned a café, which took up most of her time, and she needed all the help she could get. She still did well into our adulthood. But I knew better than to tell her so. On the day of Emma's wedding, Mom was in even more of a tizzy than usual. I guessed she could be forgiven for that on such an important day. Still, anybody who knew my mother understood she'd find a way to work herself into a legendary fit of nerves. "Are you sure we asked for enough hors d'oeuvres? The stuffed mushrooms are going like crazy." She wrung her hands together and chewed her lip, blue eyes so much like mine and Emma's darting back and forth over the reception hall. It had always been Emma's dream to have her reception outdoors, someplace near the beach, where we could dance as the sun set. Joe, her detective fiancé, and ever the voice of reason, had pointed out the risk of holding the entire event outdoors. What if it rained? What if we had a sudden cold snap or a heat wave that would leave everybody melting like ice cream during the ceremony? The compromise? A hall with a large outdoor area where guests could wander back and forth. There was a tent out there strung with white twinkle lights and a dance floor where, thankfully, the weather was comfortable enough for everyone to have a good time. I patted Mom's shoulder, but it was a distracted sort of gesture. As Emma's maid of honor and unofficial planner, there was a never-ending list of questions and concerns running through my head like ticker tape. "We're fine. They'll have at least one more pan in the kitchen, along with 5 other types of hors d'oeuvres I ordered. Not to mention the 2 carving stations, the pasta station, the 4 salads, the meats and cheeses. I wanted to make sure we had enough of everything." Her brows drew together in a single blonde slash. "You think we over-ordered?" "Mom." I took her by the shoulders, careful not to crease her blue taffeta dress. "Knock it off. Everything's great. People are having a blast, and they haven't even started serving dinner yet. By the time the drinks are flowing and the dancing starts, nobody will care how many dishes were served, okay?" She nodded. "I only wish I'd baked the desserts." This again. "You didn't have the time. You had an entire cake to bake and decorate, which, by the way, people have been taking photos of non-stop." I couldn't blame them. While Mom wasn't a cake baker by trade, she'd been baking and decorating goodies for decades. There was nobody Emma would have rather hired for the cake than our mother. It wasn't the first wedding cake she'd baked and decorated either, nor was it the second. At my count, which as far as I could tell was accurate, the cake currently sitting on its own little round table represented the 14th and final attempt baked over several weeks. The result? A 4-tier white sponge masterpiece. 2 tiers had lemon curd filling, 2 were raspberry cream. The white frosting was so smooth and perfect it looked like fondant, and at least 100 fresh flowers cascaded in a colorful river from top to bottom. It was almost too pretty to eat. Still, to think anybody would enjoy his cookies and tarts makes me boil. Her busy, fluttery hands worked a strand of hair behind my ear and straightened the silver locket hanging around my neck. My bridesmaid gift from Emma, which we'd picked out together at an antique shop in Cape Hope. I loved it and vowed to never take it off. I mean, I did when it came time to showering and stuff, but that had pretty much been implied. The mention of the baker who'd provided the desserts beyond the wedding cake had me scanning the room for him. Ethan Crosby, the man whose very name made the 3 Harmon women wrinkle their noses, or worse. Just like the other vendors, he'd arrived early and set up, but wanted to hover in case anything went wrong. He'd rearranged the mini tarts so many times, the banquet manager had to gently remind him it was her job to worry about such things. He was too high-strung to hand over control, too type A. Granted, my opinions of him up to this point were based solely on what I'd seen today and the phone conversation we'd had when I'd ordered the pastries. We had never spoken face-to-face before the wedding, and that hadn't been by accident. He was basically the worst person in the entire world, at least as far as we were concerned. Who in their right mind would open up a cafe almost identical to Mom's, not 4 blocks away? Sweet Nothings had been the town's gathering place since I was a little girl, the heart of the community, even in the off-season, when tourists forgot our shore town existed. Then in came this total stranger, thinking he could score some of Mom's customers for himself. From what I'd seen walking past the store, his place was kitschy, overly cute, very self-aware. In other words, he was pandering to his public. Now that June had rolled around and tourists had started to flock to Cape Hope, he was getting attention, and plenty of it. The jerk. Didn't even have the decency to come by and introduce himself after openly trying to poach customers Mom had spent decades feeding, caffeinating, and getting to know. In conclusion, he was the worst. But he was also the only baker who'd been free to cater the wedding. It was either hire him or work Mom into a nervous breakdown, and she was already close enough to that. There he was, touching up the dessert table yet again and shooting a dirty glare at the back of a little girl's head after she'd snatched a mini brownie while the grown-ups were busy with cocktail hour. Okay, so that was pretty funny. He glanced up, straight at me, and I realized it must have looked like I was smiling at him. The last thing I wanted to do. I scrubbed the smile away while his dark eyes flickered over my face, then narrowed. He probably realized who I was. Well, good for him. Uptight customer poaching so-and-so. I had other things to worry about. Such as my sister. I hadn't seen her since the formal photos had been taken outside, along the beach. While I scanned the area, I snagged a bottle of water in case she needed some, and a small plate of hors d'oeuvres, since I doubted she'd taken the time to eat anything since I'd forced breakfast on her this morning. It was part of my job as maid of honor, making sure the bride didn't collapse at a key moment because she'd forgotten to hydrate. And while I loved my sister dearly, she didn't always make the smartest choices. As it turned out, I had nothing to worry about. She and Joe were chatting with Dad and Holly on the other side of the building, with Joe holding a bottle of water which he occasionally handed to his new wife. She would take a sip and hand it back without hardly breaking stride in whatever conversation she and our father were conducting, while an entire tray of assorted finger foods sat on a table beside them. Somebody had gone above and beyond to provide for the bride. Joe glanced my way, noticing the food and water I carried. A mutual understanding passed between us, and I found myself breathing a soft sigh of relief. Emma had her person now. Joe would be the one to make sure she was hydrated and taking care of herself. Poor guy, like being a detective wasn't work enough. I didn't think it was an accident, Dad standing so far away from Mom. The two parties had made a pact not long after Emma and Joe were engaged. Neither one would ever, for any reason short of death, miss Emma's wedding or reception, so they'd agreed to keep their distance and play nice. Granted, the treaty made it easier for both of them to be civil. Dad was the one who'd found a much younger girlfriend not long after the divorce, and he and I hadn't spoken because of it for a long time. Looking back, I was ashamed of myself for that, but at the time, I'd been hurt beyond anything I'd ever felt before. I mean, Holly was barely 10 years older than me, and pretty much the opposite of Mom. It had come off like an insult. These days, we were friendly, even warm, and with Mom happily involved in a boyfriend of her own, it didn't feel so much like a betrayal to chat and laugh with the other woman. Holly noticed me coming over and pulled me aside when I reached her. "Did you say there's a special room for me to take care of this situation?" She glanced down at what could only be referred to as a heaving bosom. I'd been reading about heaving bosoms for as long as I could remember, but hadn't seen many up close. The reason for the heaving was at home, being watched over by a good friend of Holly's, who we all knew from around town. My baby brother, Georgie, named after Dad. He was 6 months old and obviously still nursing. "Sure, there's a special little nursing room apart from the ladies' room. I can show you where it is. I made certain they had it already." I waved to Dad and the newlyweds before ducking off with Holly. "You did such a fantastic job with everything, Darcy. Seriously, it's the most beautiful wedding I've been to in years." Holly's voice rang with sincerity, She was a nice person, good for Dad, and I was sorry to have ignored and hated her for so long. Georgie had been the final piece in the puzzle, bringing us all together before he was born, which is why I gave her my most sincere smile while miming the act of wiping sweat from my brow. What, juggling a demanding bride, a frantic mother, a dad who asked for weekly expense reports, and a dessert caterer we all hate with a passion? No sweat. Don't forget a town full of people with very strong opinions. She laughed lightly while I groaned in pain. If I had a nickel for every person who ducked into the café or my adjoining bookstore with their thoughts on how the wedding should go, what Emma's dress should look like, the flowers she should carry. Please, I'll open up the store tomorrow to find 36 comment cards slipped under the door. She giggled until we reached the nursing room. You mean you won't even take a day off tomorrow? You'll be exhausted. Yeah, but the tourists don't care that we had a wedding today, do they? I can't afford to keep the store closed. No biggie. I'd get bored at home anyway. You Harmon girls and your work ethic. She shook her head, laughing softly as she escaped into the private room, like she didn't work her fingers to the bone with her interior decorating business. I still held a plate of food and a bottle of water, and my feet hurt. In that order, and I'd been running around like a maniac since before dawn, and dusk was settling in. Maybe it was time to sit down for a minute and regroup, someplace away from as much of the craziness as possible. Which was why I settled on a bench outside, facing the beach. We'd had rain in the morning, so the ground was still wet, a little muddy. I took care not to dig my heels into the muck as I munched sausage rolls that had grown a little cold by then. Inside the venue, everybody enjoyed cocktails and finger foods, out of sight of where I was sitting, or hiding, depending on one's perception. This was the first moment's peace I'd experienced since the split second before opening my eyes this morning. And it was nice, the sound of waves in the near distance, lulling me into breathing slower and deeper. Stars were starting to come out. It would be a beautiful night. Which was the last thing that passed through my mind before someone grabbed me by the neck. Chapter 2. Everything happened so fast. The plate fell from my lap while I first reached for the hand covering my mouth, then the other one closing around my throat. They were behind me, whoever they were, leaning over me, blocking out everything in the world except their hands and my sudden explosive terror. I clawed at the hands while trying to get off the bench and away. My heart was a trip hammer. My thoughts raced. There were so many tips I'd learned over my life, how to defend myself, how to get away from an attacker, the vulnerable points where I could hit them. None of it mattered, because none of it connected in my terror-filled mind. All that mattered was getting away, stopping him, and getting away. Fear stole my breath. Fear and the constant, repeating certainty that this couldn't be real. It just couldn't be. It was a nightmare. Except I was awake, and at my sister's wedding reception, and oh, so many things could go through a person's head in the seconds after being taken completely by surprise. I grabbed the wrist in my mouth and heard something tear, felt something give way, but what mattered more than that was making them stop. A tiny scream tore its way from my lips. However, the music coming from the band swallowed it easily. I was on my own. I was alone, and I couldn't see, and someone was trying to hurt me, and I couldn't even see who it was. Hey, what are you doing? Stop! The hands loosened, then went away, along with the person attached to them. I gulped the air, falling back against the bench, while whoever had interrupted the attack chased the attacker. A grunt came from somewhere in the darkness, but the sound hardly registered in my awareness. I could breathe. I was okay. The assault hadn't taken more than 10 seconds, probably less. To me, it might as well have been an eternity. The sound of approaching footsteps made me stiffen like an animal sensing danger. I was ready to dart inside when a familiar face appeared in the dim light coming from the tent. Well, somewhat familiar. It was Ethan Crosby. Not the first person I wanted to see, not by a long shot, but he'd have to do. Dark eyes narrowed with what I guessed was concern as he leaned over me. What happened out there? Are you okay? Did you get a look at him? Which question to answer first? I picked the one that seemed the most important. I'm okay. Meanwhile, I rubbed my throat, which was now slightly sore. Not terrible, although I had to wonder how much worse it would feel once the adrenaline rush wore off. Like the time I was in a minor car accident and thought I was fine, but oh boy. 2 hours later, it was a different, painful story. Did you see him? I shook my head. You?
No, I'm sorry. I tripped over one of those concrete barriers at the edge of the parking lot.
That explained the grunt.
By the time I got up, I think it was a he, was gone.
Ethan reached for me. My immediate response was to flinch away. When I did, he backed off with a scowl.
I wasn't trying to hurt you.
He ran a hand through his short, dark hair, then winced and examined his palms.
I scraped the hell out of them on the gravel.
Was I supposed to apologize? Ask if he needed bandages? Maybe kiss them so they'd feel all better? Sorry about that. I'd offered to help you, except I'm busy trying not to fall apart over here. I trembled all over. I had to deliberately focus my attention on staying still, on keeping my teeth from chattering. He scowled again. Somewhere in the back of my fear-stricken mind, I wondered if that was his natural expression.
I wasn't, he spluttered. Never mind. You should go in and see if there's somebody who can examine you.
Examine me? Oh, no way. I stood on legs that shook like they belonged to a newborn fawn. No way, and you can't say anything about this to anyone inside. His mouth fell open.
What? You can't.
I can. I will. Listen, I appreciate you coming out here when you did, and for scaring that person off and for chasing after them. I'm sorry you got hurt, but I can't let my sister or anybody else know what just happened out here. Not tonight, anyway. It'll be a complete disaster, and I won't be the reason the wedding is ruined.
You're going to let him get away with this? He was choking you.
He had a point, and it only incensed me because deep down inside I agreed with him. I don't want to let anyone get away with it, obviously. In the dim glow of so many twinkle lights, his eyes narrowed.
You're sure you don't know who it was? Because you don't have to protect anybody who would hurt you.
This only made me angrier that he thought I'd lie. No, I don't know. I didn't see him. This isn't what you think it is. I mean, I'm not even involved with anybody. I probably didn't need to add that part. However, it felt important to convince him.
So you're in the habit of pissing people off so much they walk up behind you during a wedding reception and choke you.
We were getting nowhere good, thanks to that nasty attitude of his. Mom's and my instincts had been right when we assumed he was a jerk. Enough of this. You don't have to believe me. You only have to do me the favor of not mentioning it. My father's a cop, in case you didn't know. Just like the groom and a bunch of his guests. And my sister?
I've heard about your sister.
I shot him a glare I could only hope wasn't concealed by the darkness. Watch it.
I'm only saying I know what she's done. Solving crimes, that's it.
This will ruin her night. She'll want to start checking into it. They all will. And don't get me started on... I bit my tongue, cutting off the rest of my sentence. It didn't feel right talking about Mom with this man. The rest of the family. This is supposed to be a happy night. I've worked too hard on making it a happy night to turn around and ruin it.
Even if it means letting that guy go?
That's my business. I have no idea why he attacked me, but he didn't do any real harm. Except shaking me up and leaving me on the verge of tears. Emotion welled up in my chest and threatened to burst out. I couldn't let that happen. Some people could cry and still look pretty. I was not one of those people. Everybody would know there was a problem.
Fine.
He held up his hands, which I could see now were pretty badly scratched. No wonder he'd winced at using them.
Suit yourself. Sorry for trying to help.
You don't have to... It was too late. He turned and disappeared around the corner of the building. Apologize, I finished in a whisper. Then I followed in his footsteps since I had no desire to be outside alone. Not anymore. I went straight for one of the 2 private ladies' rooms and locked myself in. To think Emma had snickered when I'd showed her a little map of the facilities, telling me I'd overplanned when all I was trying to do was cover all the bases. Who was laughing now? Nobody. Nobody was laughing. At least I could be alone, thanks to my planning, instead of having to deal with the fallout of the attack in a bathroom with 3 other women trying to touch up their makeup. The attack. I had been attacked. It still seemed unreal, like something that happened to somebody else, not to me. There were already marks showing up on my throat. I reached into my purse, still hanging from my shoulder, and paused, meeting my eyes in the mirror. He hadn't even tried to take my purse. What was the reason for attacking? I'd have to think about that later. At the moment, I had to cover up what was popping out on my neck and on my cheek, where his fingers had pressed. So I applied concealer, careful to blend it in even though it hurt a little to touch where the attacker had gripped me.
A layer of powder on top, and I thought I might be able to get away with it. Maybe a touch-up would be in order later on, but this would work for the moment. Good thing the formal wedding party pictures were already taken. Now, the hardest part of all, putting on a happy face and pretending nothing was wrong. Knowing Mom, she'd already been searching the place for me. I needed to come up with a decent excuse for why I had disappeared. Time to pep talk myself. I stared at my reflection, smoothing down stray locks of honey blonde hair while I did it. You can do this. You always find a way. It's just a few hours more. Darcy? Has anyone seen Darcy? The food's out and she hasn't sat down to eat. Terrific. I'd known she'd be worried, but I hadn't imagined Mom would come searching for me. One more deep breath and then I opened the door. Sorry. Guess something I ate earlier today didn't sit well. Oh, sweetheart, there you are. Mom reached me in a cloud of taffeta and anxiety. I was worried. Your sister was, too. Nothing to worry about. Come on, let's get back in there. I linked my arm with hers and planned to lead her to the ballroom, but she planted her feet. She could be a real pain when she felt like it. Are you sure? You're not looking well. Like I said, something didn't sit well, and I'm tired, of course. Aren't you? One more tug and she followed, albeit unwillingly. Honestly, I can't wait for it to be over. You did a beautiful job for your sister. I know she appreciates it. I just want her to be happy. Which was true, probably never truer than in this moment. I would cover up what happened outside, literally using makeup, just so she could have the night she deserved. My aunts, Trixie and Nell, were sitting together at Mom's table, where her boyfriend Bob smiled in obvious relief at our approach. Bob was a nice man who made Mom happy and clearly had the patience of a saint. But it took a lot more than patience to handle my aunts, whom I knew took delight in being pests. Asking uncomfortable questions was Trixie's job as a reporter, after all, while Nell was fiercely protective of Mom after witnessing the heartbreak she'd suffered during the divorce from Dad. Though it had been more than a year since she and Bob had gotten together, I had the feeling he still felt like he was walking on eggshells, trying to earn approval. It hadn't helped that he'd been framed by his ex-wife for murder early on in the relationship, even though that hadn't been his fault, and so much water had passed under the bridge since then. Still, there was the sense of Nell watching, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So, Bob was glad to see us. So was Trixie, evidently. She looked me up and down, pursing her crimson lips. There you are. We were wondering if we'd have to send out a search party. My jaw hurt from smiling so hard. Here I am. I didn't know wanting a little private time was such a big deal. Don't I deserve it after all this? Everyone at the table reacted in silent surprise, and I could understand why. It wasn't like me to be snippy, especially toward my mom's best friend. Mom jumped in to rescue me. Poor thing, you're exhausted, and who could blame you? Plus, she has tummy troubles. She very helpfully added, turning to her friends and boyfriend. Oh, Mom, please. I glanced around to see whether anybody else sitting nearby had heard. I have something for that. Trixie stood, going through her bag. The stuff that stops you up. This was devolving rapidly. Thanks, I appreciate it. When Mom turned her attention to Bob, Trixie winked at me. Don't worry, your secret's safe. Gulp. My secret? She nodded, a gleam in her eye. Trust me, many's the time I've had to apply concealer to my neck after having a little fun. I suppose being a bridesmaid comes with perks, especially when the groom has so many hunky friends. Pro tip, invest in scarves to hide the damage. Good Lord, she thought I had a hickey. She thought I'd been making out with one of Joe's friends, and he gave me a hickey. I was so flabbergasted I couldn't speak. Lucky for me, it was time for Joe and Emma to have their first dance. I took a seat to watch them, pulling out my phone to record the special moment, even while my throat throbbed, and my aunt thought I was fresh from a groping session out back. At least Emma looked happy, radiant even, wearing a dress made of gauzy chiffon, which her best friend Raina had pulled a few strings to get custom made for her. Raina was good for fun, girly things like that, while I was the planner. As they swayed gently to the music, Emma searched the room until she found me. There were tears in her eyes, and the most beautiful smile I'd ever seen her wear. She mouthed the words "thank you" before her dashing husband pulled her close for a kiss, which left the guests swooning and applauding. Yes, it was worth keeping quiet about what happened out there. even though a certain tall, dark-eyed baker standing in the far corner, glaring my way, told me I was alone in that assessment. Chapter 3. Whose idea was it to open today? I offered Mom a weak smile while frosting mini lemon loaves. I was wondering the same thing, and it seemed like a good idea at the time, didn't it? At least you and I were smart enough not to have too much to drink. Mom shook her head. Imagine how Nell must be feeling this morning, over at the library. Didn't she say she was taking today off? I figured that was why she kept pounding the margaritas. Nell was in so many ways the quiet librarian, but the lady knew how to let loose when the occasion called for it. Anybody fooled by her sweet, fluffy pink ensembles would be shocked to know the lady underneath the clothes. Mom winced. Right, lucky. You could have taken the day off, too. It was pointless reminding her of that, but I figured every opportunity to bring up the pair of assistants working at the café had to be taken. Eventually, it would sink into the woman's head that she didn't have to be there every day, all day. She'd worked hard enough. She scoffed the way I knew she would. You think I'd waste a day when that man is over there at his so-called business? I can't afford to lose ground to him. I slowed in my frosting, staring at the loaf in front of me. I don't think you have anything to worry about. My voice was softer, lower. She snickered. Right. What happened to the real Darcy, and who are you, her alien doppelganger? You suggested we release rats in his kitchen, remember? I was joking. It's not my fault Emma took me seriously. Can you believe she was halfway to the pet store to buy rats before Joe stopped her? That made me laugh, and Mom joined me. He's got his work cut out for him, but so does she. I wiped a tear from my eye once the laughter died down. Why is he suddenly nothing to worry about? Joe? I glanced up in time to see her sour expression. You know who I'm talking about. Ethan. Her nose wrinkled. I don't know. I didn't think his desserts were all that great. The brownie I ate was dry, and I heard the lemon tart was only passable. Was this true? Not necessarily. All right, it was a flat-out lie, but it was better than the truth that Ethan had chased an attacker in the dark after saving me from him. How was I supposed to tell her? How did a person lead into something like that? By the way, this completely slipped my mind, but somebody grabbed me and clamped a hand over my mouth when I was alone last night, and I thought for a second there I wouldn't be able to get away. A well-intended lie about the quality of Ethan's brownies would have to do it. It did the trick, too. My mother's expression lightened. I thought so, too. I told myself going into the reception that I wouldn't dare touch any of his goodies, but curiosity got the better of me. Besides, if I'm going to resent the man, I want to know the quality of the work he's putting out. Now I know for certain I have the superior product. Was there ever any doubt? We had to stop talking about him. I didn't want to think about the man. I didn't want to remember. I touched a hand to the scarf around my throat. Props to Aunt Trixie for the tip, misguided though it was. Are you okay? Is your tummy still upset? I chuckled, rueful, of all the excuses for me to come up with. It's okay. I'm wiped is all. Totally drained. And now I have that weird, empty feeling, you know? Mom blinked. In your tummy? No. Geez, I meant now that the wedding is over and there's nothing left to do. She slid a pan of blueberry muffins into the huge oven and closed the doors. Sure, I feel the same way. We have to think of something to do to make up for the lack of anything exciting happening. Hang on, I'm not sure that's exactly what I said. It was too late. She sailed around the kitchen talking about a town-wide restaurant week, how she would take the idea to the Small Business Association at their meeting later in the week. So long as it meant she was talking about someone besides Ethan, that was fine with me. The dull ache in my throat was an ever-present reminder of the attack. I touched my scarf, self-conscious, and when Mom glanced my way, I pretended to be adjusting my locket. She kept going on about the upcoming meeting and whether she could put together a short presentation. Something told me I'd end up typing it for her. She was good at many things, but computers? Not so much. By the time we finished setting up the cafe for the morning, it was nearly time to open the bookstore. My assistant, Becca, waved to me through the front windows to let me know she was on her way in to turn on the lights and make sure everything was in order. There wasn't nearly as much to be done next door as here in the cafe. Besides, I trusted Becca. Maybe it was growing up, seeing Mom work twice as hard as she needed to because she didn't trust anyone to do half as good a job as she did, that made me more inclined to step back and let others help carry the load. Even when I didn't want to, it seemed workaholic tendencies ran in the family. When Frankie arrived, I untied my apron. Looks like it's time for me to tap out and head over to the store. Mom's assistant groaned softly while she tied her own apron. Wow, last night was fun, but I'm feeling it today. Is this what getting older is like? Not being able to recover as quickly after a party? I had to bite my tongue. The girl was roughly 5 years younger than me. If she was old, I was a crone. Yeah, something like that. They say when the thought of tomorrow is enough to keep you from letting loose tonight, your partying days are over. I'm not quite there yet, though I'm closer to it today. When she stopped talking so abruptly, I glanced up and found her staring open-mouthed at the front of the store, toward the windows and door. Following her gaze, I found what had suddenly silenced her, or rather, who had. Excuse me. My mom finished placing the last chair on the floor after taking it down from a table. What brings you here, Ethan? Her voice was brittle. She didn't even bother trying to sound friendly. I stared at him, eyes wide. There was only one reason for him to show up, and it wasn't to complain about an unpaid invoice because I'd made sure to take care of that. Which meant... He stared at Mom for a beat before turning to me. I looked for you next door, but the girl said you were over here. I wanted to make sure you were okay today. Damn. So he wasn't psychic, or even very good at reading body language, since anybody with half a grain of sense would have seen my obvious wide-eyed glaring as a sign to stay quiet. Mom turned toward me, brows raised. Why would you not be okay today? I don't know. That was lame. I had to do better. He knew I wasn't feeling well last night. The bell clanging over the door announced the arrival of another visitor, this one wearing a leopard print tunic over black leggings and a pair of wildly rhinestoned sunglasses. Trixie stopped short, glancing back and forth. Oh, what did I just walk into? Nothing. I forced a smile, which I was sure appeared more like a pained grimace. Everything's fine. Ethan's head snapped back, eyes going wide, but at least he stayed quiet. Mom, on the other hand, did not. Why are you here, then? She folded her arms, staring at Ethan. Was there a problem last night? Why did you have to come check on my daughter? I opened my mouth, prepared to spin a complete bald-faced lie for the sake of having something to say, but Trixie was too fast for me. Oh? Only she could make the same sound carry a different meaning 3 times in a row. That last "oh" made me go cold all over. No, Trixie. I shook my head hard enough to rattle my brain around. No, that's not it. What's not it? Mom threw her hands into the air. Why do I feel like everybody knows something I don't? Trixie glanced at Ethan, raising her sunglasses like she wanted to get a clearer picture, and nodded slowly while taking in his physique. Okay, I can see it. You see nothing. I winced at how that came out. I was going for determined and strident, except it might have been interpreted as a scream, depending on the person who heard it. Based on the wide-eyed looks of shock coming from the people around me, I guess they heard a scream. Sorry, I glanced around. Didn't mean to yell, but this is getting out of hand. Let's all take a step back and stop assuming things. You're telling me he's not the one who marked up your neck? Trixie shook her head, clicking her tongue. What a shame. Marked up your neck? Mom gasped and literally clutched her pearls. Meanwhile, Ethan turned beet red. I wasn't the one who attacked her. You told them I attacked you? Trixie gasped this time. Attacked? You were attacked? At the wedding? Mom went pale. Frankie rushed to her, although it was too late to catch my mother before she sank to the floor in a faint. The bell above the door chimed. Customers were starting to come in the way they always did the moment the clock struck 8, and this was a real problem, considering the cafe's beloved owner lay unconscious on the floor. Trixie was helpful for the first time since her arrival. Just a little too much excitement yesterday. She turned toward the door, extending her arms out to hold back the townspeople craving their caffeine fix. Sylvia should have taken the day off, but you know there's no stopping her. Meanwhile, Ethan picked Mom up off the floor like she didn't weigh anything and carried her into the kitchen. Mom would have fainted from shock if she hadn't already been unconscious. I followed him while Frankie took her place behind the counter, ready to serve the whispering, concerned customers. "I can't believe you blurted it out like that." I wanted to smack Ethan until he cried. "What is wrong with you?" "What's wrong with me?" He settled Mom into a chair while I wet a hand towel to place over her forehead, hoping to revive her. "Stupid me, thinking you would have told your mother about somebody strangling you last night." "I told you I didn't want anyone to know." "Ever? You don't want them to ever know." I turned away from the sink to find him gaping at me in disbelief. "Well, you saw her reaction. I wanted to spare her this." I went to Mom and placed the cloth against her forehead. She stirred at the touch of the icy cold water, but didn't open her eyes. Tapping my fingers against her cheeks didn't help. "You would hide what happened indefinitely to make sure your mother doesn't faint?" "Yes, obviously. Except you ruined that by blurting out I was attacked. I mean, you even used the word, attacked. Sheesh." "You were." "And I'm fine now. But I have to explain myself to Mom and Trixie and everybody else. And I know you're new in town, so I'll tell you flat out. It's gonna be a nightmare." "Thanks to you." He pointed to himself. "The person who stopped things before they got any worse. I'm the one you're blaming." When he put it that way, I felt downright childish. Needless to say, I didn't like the feeling. Then there was the fact that he was in my mom's kitchen, and she would have fainted all over again if she were conscious and aware of the enemy having worked his way into her inner sanctum. There weren't any recipes lying around, since she knew them by heart, thank goodness. Was I honestly suspecting him of wanting to steal from Mom? It didn't matter. She would die if she knew he was here in her kitchen. "You should go. It would be for the best." He snorted, hands on his hips. "Sorry. I didn't know trying to be nice was such a bad thing." I rolled my eyes because honestly, what a babyish thing to say. "Are you going to take your ball and go home? I wish you would before she comes to and freaks out again." Too late. Mom sat up straighter, peeling the wet cloth from her head and touching it to her cheeks. "Start talking, both of you. Now." Chapter 4. Ethan and I exchanged a glance. "Mrs. Harmon, I've overstayed my welcome, and I need to get back to—" She shut him down with a single look. I'd seen that look far too many times in my years to take it for anything other than the danger sign it was. "You can take another minute to tell me what happened last night." I sank onto a stool at the prep table, shrugging when Ethan turned to me for guidance. "Might as well. She won't let it go now." "You should start." Either he really thought I should, or he wanted me to lead off because Mom intimidated him. It made sense either way. I went outside to sit and take a breather. It was getting dark. I was alone. Out of nowhere, somebody grabbed me around the neck from behind and put their other hand over my mouth so I couldn't scream. "What? Oh my goodness." Mom reached for me. I went to her, crouching next to her chair, and took her hands. "I'm fine. See? I'm okay." "What happened next?" She looked to Ethan. "What do you have to do with it?" "He came outside before things got any worse and scared the person off." I figured I should speak up since he still appeared somewhat tongue-tied. Mom was a lot to deal with all at once, and he wasn't used to it. He even chased them, but it was dark and he tripped. Ethan groaned. "Thanks." "So they got away? The person who tried to hurt you?" I nodded. "Yeah, he did." She frowned. "And you weren't going to tell me, or anyone?" To my surprise, she dropped my hands. "And you told me you had diarrhea." "Mom, please." I couldn't bring myself to look at Ethan. I didn't want to ruin anything, and I never used the D word either. You assumed that. "Oh, sweetheart." Tears filled her eyes. "You lied to make sure the reception went smoothly? You did that for your sister?" "Yes, of course." Her face went red. "How could you do that?" I held a finger to my lips. "Shh." I waved my other hand toward the swinging door between the kitchen and the store. "Mom, please." "You let that monster go because you didn't want to upset us? So he doesn't have to face the consequences of his actions?" Ethan threw his hands into the air. "That's exactly what I thought." Mom's head snapped around, and I could have sworn flames shot from her eyes. "I don't remember asking you. You let him go." "No, Mom, it's not his fault."
I stood between them with my back to Ethan. Seriously, if it hadn't been for him scaring the man off, honestly, I don't want to think about it because it makes me feel sort of like I'm the one who needs a cold rag on my head, you know? She got up and pulled me to the chair. Sit. Now I know why you decided to wear a scarf today. I didn't think you'd suddenly become more fashion-forward. This from a woman who'd worn twin sets and pearls nearly every day of her life. I'm fine, honestly. I would rather not think about what might have happened is all. It isn't pleasant. She wrung her hands. To think all I cared about was making sure things went well last night, and you were carrying this in you, my poor girl. Her chin quivered dangerously. The woman was about to let loose with a tsunami of emotion. But all's well that ends well, right? I wore my biggest smile while glancing at Ethan from the corner of my eye. His broad shoulders slumped a little, and his hands found his hips again, so he, obviously, did not agree. It doesn't end well, Darcy, because whoever hurt you shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. Don't you want him to get what he deserves? I tipped my head to the side, arching an eyebrow at Mom. Are you kidding? Of course I do. But in the end, he didn't do that much to me, so what could be done to punish him? Ethan cleared his throat. If I may, I'd like to tell you what it looked like from my perspective when I first walked around the corner and found you. What did it look like? Like whoever was choking you meant business. When Mom whimpered, he lifted his shoulders. Sorry, but that's the truth, which is why I stepped in. She gave him the slightest of nods. Thank you for that. I wondered how much difficulty Mom was having with speaking kindly and gently to him after spending months doing everything short of casting hexes on him. Really, thank you for saving my daughter. You're welcome. It was nothing, honestly. But now I think you should go. Ethan's eyes widened. Excuse me? It would be for the best. You have a business to run, so do I, so does Darcy, and you should leave through the back door to avoid being seen by the customers out there. He blew out a sigh through pursed lips, holding his hands up in front of him. I couldn't help noticing the scratches on them, and remembered how his trying to catch my attacker had caused them. Now Mom was throwing him out of the café and telling him to use the back door so nobody would see. To say I was conflicted would have been a grave understatement. His eyes met mine, and I wanted to shrink under the disappointment in them. If you come to your senses and want to go to the police, let me know. He was out of the kitchen, closing the door louder than he needed to, for sure. Mom sighed as she went to the door to make sure it was locked after him, like he would sneak back in to steal something. Of all the people to find you out there. Hey, he helped me. Let's be civil. She tapped her finger to her chin, gazing at me from across the room. He did make a strong point. You have no idea how it pains me to admit that, but it's true. What point? You should go to the police. Oh, Mom. Your father, I mean. You should tell your father about this. Then my eyes fell away from my head and rolled across the floor because what she said made no sense whatsoever and was the last thing I'd ever expect to hear. You're recommending I go to Dad? I know you two are trying to be slightly less frigid toward each other, but this seems extreme. Darcy Harmon, if this isn't an extreme situation, I would like to know what is. You might have been killed last night, and this is a matter for the police. What if it isn't, though? I'd feel so stupid, like I was wasting everyone's time. I don't know where you get the idea anything having to do with you would be a waste of time, young lady. She came to me, pulled me to my feet. You are anything but a waste of time. But why did I know there would be a but involved? But if your father believes there's nothing to be done, he would be the first to tell you so. I doubt he would ever say any such thing, though. She tucked a strand behind my ear and gave me a soft smile. He might have stopped loving me, but he's never stopped loving you girls. He loves all of his children. That last part caught in her throat a little. Georgie's existence left her conflicted, to put it mildly. The idea of Dad having a brand new son, living a brand new life, living with a woman young enough to give him children. It wasn't easy. Still, she was willing to talk about what pained her for my sake, and that meant everything. Okay, I'll see Dad later. Right now I have to get to the store. Becca's probably wondering what's keeping me. Mom snorted. Are you kidding? I'm sure word's already gotten over to the store by now. I fainted and you had to help me. This led to a sniffle in the cupping of my cheek. It isn't every day a mother finds out she might have lost her little girl. I covered her hand with mine. I'm okay, you didn't lose me. I'm right here. Right here, thinking she has to spare all of us, as always. You were born wise, you know that? Sometimes I think you're smarter and wiser than me. I grinned. Oh, I know I am, no doubt about it. She was chuckling as she hugged me, so I knew she'd be okay. Mom generally needed a minute to adjust to major news, but once she did, she bounced back quicker than most people. It must have had something to do with her ever-optimistic attitude and boundless energy. Then her arms tightened until she was squeezing, hard. And if I ever get my hands on whoever dared put a finger on you, they're going to wish they were never born. So, that happened. I could breathe once I ducked next door. The bookstore was my baby, my heaven. I could relax there, could be myself. Books were the one thing in life I had never questioned. They were always there for me, always giving me insight into new worlds, new ways of living. Just the scent of them made me smile. What would one of the characters in my favorite novels do if they were in my situation? It was a question I'd asked myself more than once throughout the day, as I went through the motions of ringing up sales and making recommendations. Ever since I was probably too young to read them, I'd been in love with mysteries. When I grew older and discovered Agatha Christie, Arthur Conan Doyle, and Dashiell Hammett, they became my old friends, my comfort during those awkward teen years. I displayed my favorites proudly in that section of the store, at the far end opposite the counter. I gazed back there, wondering what Miss Marple or Nick and Nora Charles would do. How would they manage an attack, which may or may not have turned into something more if it hadn't been for a sudden interruption? How would they move on? Would they search for the attacker, or shrug it off because they didn't want to upset their families? I knew the answer to the last one. Still, that was fiction. Not the same as reality. And if I'd learned anything from witnessing my sister's brushes with death, and that wasn't an exaggeration, since she could have been killed more than once while solving mysteries and clearing the names of the wrongly accused, it was that reading about danger and living through it were very different things. What would Emma do in this situation? Sashay straight toward danger and insist she was being careful, of course. There had to be a middle ground, and I would have to find it somehow if I wanted to learn who tried to strangle me, and why. Chapter 5. Where's my best pal? The second I was through the doorway at Dad and Holly's, I went straight for the swing set where my brother sat. What a difference from this time 18 months ago, when I hadn't yet stepped foot inside the house my father shared with his girlfriend. It made me a little sad, honestly, when I considered the time I'd lost with Dad. All that mattered now was that I was making up for it. And if there was ever a reason to spend time with him, the baby was it. A very adorable, very squishy little reason. Georgie smiled when I lifted him from the swing. Hey, buddy, you look bigger than you were the last time I saw you. Dad chuckled on his way in from the kitchen. You saw him 3 days ago. Then he grows fast. I patted his bottom to make sure he wasn't wet before sitting and propping him up on my lap. Don't you, big guy? Yes, you do. You'll be as big as Daddy someday soon. Georgie clapped his pudgy hands, grinning the way he pretty much always did. I'd never seen such a happy baby. You're looking fresh and energetic today yourself. Dad sounded like he approved as he handed me a glass of iced tea. I didn't expect that. What, after last night, you mean? After the last few months. You should take a few days off to rest and recuperate. You worry too much. I tried to laugh it off. But considering I had a rather unpleasant reason for this visit, it rang hollow. It's not worrying to say you deserve a break. Time to take care of yourself. When did you last take a vacation? I rolled my eyes at the baby. Would you listen to him? Now that he's semi-retired, he thinks that gives him the right to tell everybody else to take it easy. Forget the fact that he used to work 70-hour weeks, even 80-hour. That's right, George. And your big sister was one of the first people to always tell me to take it easy and live my life. She's got a short memory, too. Oh no, my memory is long. I looked over at Dad. Planning a wedding is a lot of work, I'll grant you, but it's not like I did everything on my own. Emma did a lot of it, too.
And now Emma is on a 10-day honeymoon with Joe where she can rest and unplug.
Knowing Emma, she won't be doing much of that. She'll probably stumble across a human trafficking ring and decide to disband it all by herself, while Joe only wants to keep their parasailing appointment. Dad laughed, which made Georgie laugh with him. That got me started, and pretty soon the three of us were feeding off each other's laughter, and I could almost forget what brought me here in the first place. Listen to this! Holly entered the living room, carrying a bottle of milk. What's so funny? I hardly remember anymore. I reached for the bottle. May I? Sure, I was going to give it to your dad, but you're more than welcome. She sat next to Dad on the sofa while I set about feeding Georgie. He was already holding the bottle on his own, or trying to, so all I had to do was keep it steady while he tried to get the hang of using his hands. Darcy, Holly said, I heard something earlier today while I was taking him on a walk. I glanced up in time to see her shooting Dad a worried look. She returned her focus to me. About your mother. She feeling okay? Naturally. News spread fast in Cape Hope. Dad's bushy eyebrows shot up.
What happened?
She's fine. A little faint this morning, just before opening. She overdid it at the wedding. I think we all did. He scowled.
She needs to take better care of herself, too. What is it with you ladies, thinking you're invincible?
He wasn't only talking about the harm in women either. I'd noticed the way he caught Holly's eye. He was referring to her working throughout her pregnancy and returning almost immediately after giving birth. There'd been a pretty big fight between them, actually, when she had announced she had no intention of taking more time off than was absolutely necessary. Granted, she could and did work from home, doing research and putting plans together in the office across from Georgie's bedroom. Yet even that was too much as far as Dad was concerned. I wondered if some of his attitude was a holdover from when he and Mom were together. Not that he was ever one of those women should be barefoot and pregnant cavemen. He wasn't a chauvinist, but her constant work had been a sore spot, just the way his had been, in her opinion. I had the feeling he took her concerns as an insult, at least this time around, like he wasn't enough of a provider or something. The truth was, Holly had worked hard and was proud of her business. Besides, she loved the work. It wasn't something she had to do, it was something she wanted to do. Nobody said they thought they were invincible. Holly's voice was heavy with patience and tinged with fatigue over an argument they'd had many times. And rarely do people have the luxury of taking time off after a wedding. Anyway, she's fine. I tried to stay upbeat, positive. And darned if that wasn't exactly what I used to do back in the day when Mom and Dad were on the verge of a fight. Some things never changed, no matter how many years passed. I'm sure everybody blew it up into something much bigger than it was. Of course they did. Holly chuckled. I'm surprised there aren't groups of people standing in front of the hospital with flowers and candles, praying for her. I laughed since I could easily imagine it happening. Singing her favorite songs, too. Don't forget about that part. Georgie finished the bottle, and I sat him up to be burped. Holly tossed a receiving blanket my way, one printed with turtles and little yellow flowers. It was sweet, cute, and would soon be covered in spit up. I had learned quickly to keep myself as free of it as I could. The smell never seemed to wash out of my clothes afterward. The perils of being a big sister. As usual, I wondered what it would be like to have a baby of my own. Georgie's birth had opened up an entire world of feelings I hadn't examined before, or had completely ignored. Either way, the result was the same. I heard my biological clock ticking, a little louder every day. Considering there wasn't so much as an interesting and attractive man anywhere in my periphery, it seemed like my clock was ticking to no purpose. There were moments when Georgie smiled at me, and I thought my heart would burst with happiness and longing for my own little one. Then there were moments when he'd spit up on me, or when the poo would spread out of his diaper and up his back, and during those moments, I'd be glad to hand him off to his mommy. We talked about the reception, about Nell's margaritas, and Emma's starting a conga line that had eventually snaked its way throughout the entire room and the tent outside. It was nice to talk about these things, the pleasant and happy things, if a very drunken head librarian can be considered pleasant. And I could almost forget about what happened to me. Almost. Georgie, don't do that. Holly was already on her feet and reaching for the baby who, when I wasn't paying attention, had reached for my scarf and pulled. Dad gasped.
Your neck. What happened to your neck?
Darcy! Holly bent down for a closer look, one hand over her mouth. It's okay. I'm okay. Flustered, put on the spot, but okay.
That doesn't look okay. It looks like someone had their hands around your neck.
Dad was on his feet, his face red.
Who did this?
Georgie started fussing, probably because of all the raised voices. Holly took him, bouncing him gently, while still keeping an eye on Dad. Sweetheart! He held up a hand.
I know. Sorry, little man.
But his attention remained on me. Was this how interrogation subjects felt? I squirmed a little under the scrutiny. I was going to mention it. That's why I came. Only I didn't know how to bring it up. I didn't want to tell you at all, honestly, but Mom insisted I come over and tell you. I played with the scarf for lack of anything better to do.
Who did it?
Dad folded his arms, towering over me the way he did when I was little. I don't know.
Were they invisible? Is that the problem?
They may as well have been. It was dark. They were behind me. Oh, Darcy! Holly's voice cracked. I really am okay. I peered up at my father, who didn't seem convinced. It was last night, during the reception, outside. I was alone. Somebody came up behind me and grabbed me by the throat. I never saw him. Ethan Crosby came out and scared him away.
Did he see him? Could he identify him?
I don't think so. Dad crouched in front of me, and I wished he wouldn't. He turned my head to the side so he could examine the marks.
Did you scratch him?
Maybe?
Darcy, I am so disappointed in you.
In me? I swatted his hand away and turned my face to him. What did I do?
It's what you didn't do. You didn't tell anybody about this when we could have done something about it. If you managed to scratch him, we could have scraped under your nails to pick up skin cells. We could have swabbed those thin little scratches on your neck, too, in case he left anything behind.
I think the scratches are from my necklace anyway.
That doesn't change anything. Damn it, Darcy.
He covered his face with his hands and my heart sank. Dad, don't be mad at me. I didn't want to ruin their reception. I wanted Emma to be happy, and Joe. It was a room full of cops, for heaven's sake. Like any of you would have been able to enjoy the night. Holly spoke up first, standing behind him, with Georgie in one arm and the other hand on Dad's shoulder. I don't think he's mad at you. Dad spoke from behind his hands.
Think again.
She scowled at the back of his head. My point stands. It's concern. I'm concerned too. The chances of finding the person who attacked you are pretty much non-existent now. And it hurts me to think of you keeping this to yourself when it must have been terrible. You don't have to handle everything on your own all the time.
That's just it.
Dad dropped his hands, and the tears in his eyes made my heart ache.
For your entire life, you've had this idea you have to handle everything on your own. Like you're an inconvenience. Like what happened to you was worth looking into. We could have kept it quiet so Emma and Joe didn't know.
I guess it just seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I don't want to sit around and pretend nothing happened, to be honest, but I didn't want to be the person who brought the party down. I can't imagine anyone who would want to hurt you. Maybe it was a mistake, Holly suggested. He thought you were somebody else. When Dad gave Holly a wry look, she shrugged. Well, what other explanation could there be?
I intend to find out. There could be similar cases to this in the surrounding area. I'll put a call in right now.
Dad marched from the room, muttering to himself. Holly watched him go, still bouncing the baby. Worry lines etched themselves between her brows. He has to be careful with his blood pressure. The doctor warned him. His heart, too. Not that he's in terrible shape, but it's good that he's stepping back from the bulk of his work. That was how the cardiologist put it after his checkup. That's another reason I didn't want to say anything. I'm sorry to be putting him through this. Don't be. None of this is your fault. But you know how easily he becomes obsessed with a case, and this one concerns you. He'll be even more determined than ever, even though I doubt he could find out who did it nearly a full day later. The worry lines only deepened, and Georgie fussed. I didn't want Dad to work himself into a state because of this. At the same time, I knew he wouldn't let it go until there were no more avenues to explore, which meant I would have to explore some of those avenues myself. No biggie. Emma's dog was staying with me during the honeymoon, so at least I had an excuse for cutting out of there before things became any more tense. Dad made me promise to come to the station the next day while he was on duty and deliver a statement. In the meantime, I was tasked with writing down everything I could remember from the attack, though by the time I reached my apartment, I was no closer to remembering anything new than I had been all day. I walked up the stairs slowly, amazed at how exhausting something like this could be. I felt like I'd aged a few decades by the time I reached the door, where a note sat on the floor, tucked halfway under the welcome mat. Meet me on the boardwalk at 8. E.C. Wonderful. It was 10 to 8, and Ethan Crosby was waiting for me. How much more exciting could my day possibly get? Chapter 6. The boardwalk was busy as usual on a Sunday night in June, though I noticed more than a few families talking about doing one last thing before heading home. One last slice of pizza, one last ice cream cone, one last ride on the merry-go-round. For the tourists, a night in Cape Hope was vacation. For the rest of us, it was life. Though the activity on the boardwalk never ceased to make me smile. Kids ran back and forth with more excitement than I'd been able to muster for just about anything in years. Where did they get all that energy? And where could I buy some for myself? The blinking lights, the aroma of funnel cake and pizza and crispy French fries still worked its magic on me, even after spending my entire life right down the street from the action. Lola loved it, then she would. There were endless opportunities to pick up bits of dropped food, which naturally I tried to steer her away from. Something told me my sister wouldn't appreciate coming home to a butterball instead of a Maltese, not to mention wanting to avoid spending the night managing a sick dog. Why did Ethan want to meet me here? And why had I bothered showing up? I knew the answer to the second question. I owed it to him after his helping me, and he had seemed genuinely concerned afterward, even if he'd rubbed me the wrong way. Why did it have to be him, though, the man who'd set up a business directly opposed to my mother's? Hadn't he done any research on the town before renting his space? Didn't it matter there was already a café just like his, well-established and beloved? He hadn't even had the decency to come by and introduce himself. That might have at least softened the blow. I found him at the funnel cake stand, where they fried more than just plain batter. Deep-fried candy bar? I eyed the treat on a stick Ethan was about to stick in his mouth. Have you ever tried it? I like my teeth where they are, thanks. Besides, Yikes, I cut myself off before completing my thought. He saw through me. You already ate enough sweets at your mom's place. I get it. As if countering this, he took a big bite of his candy bar and promptly regretted it.
Hot. So hot.
He then did one of those stupid exhale things with his mouth wide open like he was trying to cool off the molten chocolate and caramel. I had to grind my teeth together and turn my attention to Lola to keep from laughing at him. Once it seemed like he was able to speak again, I decided to ask what this was all about. Why did you want to see me? Right to the point, huh? He scowled as we started walking with Lola prancing a few feet ahead of us at the end of her leash. I could have asked first how you know where I live. Still a good question, come to think of it. I've seen you sitting out there before, on the porch, when I was passing by. And your last name's on the mailbox for your apartment. It doesn't take a genius. It didn't thrill me, him knowing more about me than I did about him, which is why I might have been a little snippy when I repeated my first question. And why did you go to the trouble? I wondered how you were doing, is all. I didn't know that was a crime. Again with this. If you're going to get offended by a simple question, I don't know what to tell you. You didn't say anything on your note about why you wanted to see me. What's wrong with me asking, okay, I surrender, he grumbled to himself before taking another bite of his treat because the man obviously had a problem with not getting in the last word. Always my favorite type of person. Emma was one of those people, and she set my teeth on edge sometimes. And she was my sister, whom I loved. Ethan Crosby existed on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm doing fine, thanks. I spoke to my father about what happened, and he wants me to go to the station tomorrow to file a report. I'm supposed to write down anything I remember before then. That's a good idea. Yeah, well, he's a detective. He would know. I felt him staring at me and pretended not to notice. It was enough to make my skin crawl. Was he okay with you not saying anything immediately after it happened? That's none of your business, I sniffed. It's a family matter. I take it the answer is no, then. I was already regretting showing up for this little meeting. It doesn't matter either way. I made my decision and I stand by it.
Fair enough. Do you want me to come to the station with you?
Why does this matter so much? I stopped and faced him. Why are you on my back?
On your back? Since when is caring about a person standing up for herself the same as getting on their back?
You're being pushy.
Oh, now I'm pushy. Okay.
He waved his fried candy bar at me.
Any more abuse you feel like heaping on me? Bring it on. I'm used to it from your family.
Since when does my family abuse you?
Aside from the stink eye your sister gives me every time she walks past the cafe, which is every day, I might add.
That brought me up short. Every day?
Every single day since I opened. I'm glad she's on her honeymoon, so I can avoid seeing her walk past glaring at me for a little while.
He then did a startlingly accurate imitation of my sister's death stare, narrowing his eyes and jutting out his chin the way she did. I couldn't help it. A giggle burst free before I covered my mouth. He scowled.
Glad you think it's funny.
It's just, I've seen it directed at me so many times. You managed to capture her essence so well.
Yeah, well, I've seen it enough times.
A tiny smile played over his mouth, and we started walking again. For what it's worth, I'm sorry if she made you feel awkward. Was I truly saying this? The rat infestation had been my idea after all. I hated this guy for taking business away from Mom. And he was grumpy to boot, impossible to get along with.
She wasn't the only one. Far from it.
He jerked his chin in the dog's direction.
Yours?
Emma's. I'm dog-sitting.
Are you sure you want her out here with the devil himself?
Oh, stop it.
No, I won't stop it. I've been vilified in this town when all I wanted was to open a coffee shop that sold baked goods. Where's the crime in that?
Nobody said it was a crime. He answered by repeating the Emma imitation, which still left me wanting to laugh. I knew better. All right, so my sister is zealous. But I have to ask, and don't bite my head off for this, but did you do any research on the town before deciding to open a cafe?
Of course. I even visited your mother's place a few times.
To steal ideas?
No!
My eyes went wide at the sudden outburst, and his brow furrowed.
No, I didn't steal anything. Though, let's be honest, blueberry muffins are hardly a revolutionary idea, and I've had better lemon cakes in my life. No offense.
None taken. We continued in silence for a minute or two, maybe the only pair on the boardwalk behaving this way. Everybody else was smiling, laughing, carrying stuffed animals from the Midway games. What must we have looked like? A bickering couple?
You know what I saw when I visited, though? Honestly? Because I would have told your mom about this if she'd ever tried to speak to me instead of giving me death glares after I moved into town.
I tried not to wince too hard. She did?
Yes. Do you find this unbelievable? Have you met your family?
Okay, let's please take the sarcasm from a 10 to a 4. What would you have told her?
For one thing, she needs more help in the cafe.
Couldn't disagree with him. Even with Frankie and Liz, the extra assistant Mom had brought on for help during the summer season, there were always times of day when there just weren't enough people to serve everybody coming through the front door. He kept going without waiting for my response.
So, what happens? There's a bottleneck. Twice when I visited, I found people walking away after waiting in a line that wasn't moving. The way she does business is inefficient and not customer-friendly at all.
Wow, tell me how you really feel.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I wanted to. I really did, but I couldn't.
The fact is, your mother runs a sweet, family-friendly gathering place for the town's residents. I completely understand it's Cape Hope institution, but it's too small and too slow to serve everyone, especially during tourist season. There's more than enough room for both of us. I mean, I opened back in January and have done brisk business from the beginning.
Yeah, I know.
Have I dug into her revenues at all? Do you even know?
I threw up my hands, jerking Lola's leash a little in the process. Fine, Mr. Know-It-All, I get it.
A very mature, professional sort of reaction.
I guess I'm an immature person, I snapped. And unprofessional. I mean, I run a business of my own, but what do I know?
All I'm trying to say is there's room in this town for more than one cafe. Sweet Nothings doesn't have to be the only option. I'm blocks away. It's not as if I opened across the street.
I stopped again, bringing Lola up short on the leash. Is this why you're being nice and caring and interested in what I do after last night? So you could speak your piece and defend yourself? He gaped at me, eyes going round. A little kid bumped into him and he hardly seemed to notice.
You think that about me? Honestly. Because that is incredibly insulting and ridiculous.
Now that he put it that way, I was slightly ashamed of myself.
Here I was thinking I'd found the one member of your family who had a little common sense. Stupid me.
He turned on his heel, calling out over his shoulder as he strode away.
I won't make the mistake of caring after this. Good luck next time somebody tries to strangle you. I can't imagine why anybody would.
Wait, Ethan, I'm sorry. Lola and I jogged after him. I mean it, I really am sorry. It's just that I don't understand why you'd be so nice after everybody in my family has treated you the way they have. He stopped so suddenly, rounding toward me, that I wasn't able to stop myself in time. I crashed into him and then bounced off, arms pinwheeling as I tried to keep from falling flat on my butt. Ethan reached for me. 1 second, he looked concerned. The next, horrified. I realized as I went down that Lola had kept running, then doubled back and around. Her leash had wrapped around his ankles, and he was coming down with me. We landed in a tangle of arms and legs and muttered curses, while Lola barked happily and my butt throbbed. I tried to roll away from Ethan, but he was sort of on top of me and too heavy to push aside. A few people laughed in passing, though at least they sounded sympathetic.
I've hurt myself more in the past 24 hours than I have in a year.
Ethan shook his head as he stood, untangling the leash, then extending his hands to help me up. I brushed myself off, my face burning with embarrassment. I'm sorry about that. Here I was trying to apologize, and I ended up making everything worse. Not too much worse. He brushed off his jeans, staring down at Lola with a wry smirk.
Let me guess, your mom's been training you to do that to me.
I shouldn't have laughed, yet couldn't help it. Honestly, I could see Emma doing that.
Me too, and I don't know her.
He sighed, arms stretched out to the sides.
I was only concerned about you, that's all. I guess I felt sorry for you too.
Sorry for me?
Because you felt like you would ruin the reception. Because you couldn't even go to your mom and tell her what happened and let her give you a hug. I have 3 sisters, and I guess it sort of hit me funny. That's the truth.
What little of me was left to soften just about melted into a puddle of guilt and shame when I saw the sincerity in his face, heard it in his voice. He was only trying to be decent. He rubbed the back of his neck.
And maybe if somebody in your family could convince the others to stop treating me like I'm the Antichrist, that would be good too.
I stopped melting, though I could still understand where he was coming from. We hadn't exactly been welcoming. In fact, we'd been downright cold. Maybe I can spread the word that you're not quite as bad as we thought. Granted, Mom has already started coming around after today. Not exactly true, but she would come around as long as she kept his rescue in mind.
That's good to hear. I guess I'll head home. Morning arrives early.
Tell me about it. I was raised on early mornings.
I bet.
Another neck rub. Either he was nervous or he'd hurt himself when we fell.
So feel free to reach out. I mean, if you need anything. Or if the police want to speak to me as a witness, I'd be glad to.
Thanks. I'll be sure to do that. I gave him a little wave as he went one way, and I headed in the other direction. Lola hopped up, her front paws on my leg. Way to go. I didn't mean it as praise, but the wagging of her short little tail told me she'd take it however she chose. Something Ethan said came back to me during my walk to my apartment. He'd been sarcastic at the time, accusing Emma of having trained Lola to hurt him. His comment made me think of my sister. What would she have done in this situation? Easy. She'd return to the scene of the crime to see whether there was any evidence left to find. Granted, 24 hours had passed, but there might be something. Even if being there only helped stir my memories, it would be worth a visit. Instead of heading up to the apartment then, I led Lola to my car. Come on, girl. We're going hunting. Chapter 7. Bringing Lola had been a good move. Sure, she was only a tiny dog I could lift with one hand, but having her with me was better than being alone. It was downright creepy returning to the now dark, empty venue. Of course, this was like a field day to her. So many things to sniff, so much to explore. I used my phone's flashlight to guide our way around the outside of the building. It had turned unseasonably chilly and rather damp. and I shivered when a blast of sea air hit me in the face as we turned the corner to find the bench I'd been sitting on. I blamed my goosebumps on the sea air, but, in the back of my mind, I knew better. "Come on, girl." Talking to the dog made me feel better. At least there wasn't so much silence. There was a good 6 feet between the brick wall and the bench I'd been sitting on. Plenty of room for someone to creep along behind me and reach out to, strangle me? It didn't make any sense. Who would want to do that to me? I was shaking. "Calm down. You're okay. You're okay." I repeated this countless times, breathing deep until the shaking stopped. It seemed like Lola sensed my anxiety since she lingered close to me. I peered down at her and smiled at the trusting little face staring up at me. "I'm okay. We're okay." Her tail wagged, and my smile widened. I've got to approach this critically. Talking out what was going through my head helped ease the pounding of my heart. The beach was in front of me, on the other side of a line of low dunes and swaying grass. No way I could have missed someone coming from that direction, even with the lessening light at the time. That was out. They might have come straight from the parking lot to my right, but what were the chances of that? Someone randomly pulled into the lot during an event they hadn't been invited to and spotted a girl who looked like she was breathing too well and needed her throat closed off. Granted, and I hated this idea, it could have been a predator who did exactly that sort of thing, some monster who roamed around, hunting for women sitting or walking alone, planning to overpower them. The thought was enough to make my blood run cold, and I shivered again. That doesn't ring true, though, Lola, and I'm not just trying to make myself feel better. I glanced around, remembering the tent that had been up for the reception. It was gone now, but anybody who might have been under it during my attack would have easily seen what was happening. Dinner was being served at the time, or just about, so everybody had been inside when I was being choked. There'd been too many people around for anybody to run the risk of trying to attack me further. A predator would have known better than to take the chance. So why did he do it in the first place? What had he been hoping for? There's something I haven't wanted to think about. Not that I particularly want to think about it now either, but still. Lola stared up at me, ready for more. Sometimes I would have bet money she understood every word. What if it was somebody at the wedding? Even though it doesn't make sense, it's the only thing that comes anywhere close. I turned the flashlight toward the bench and noticed the plate sitting under it. Son of a gun! Nobody's even been out here since last night. I have to wonder about the staff around here. Note to self, check into the staff. Who was to say? I had to keep my eyes open and not dismiss anything out of hand. The biggest mistake a detective could make would be to turn away from a possibility without examining it. Not that I was a detective. I had only read a lot about them, and I'd been raised by one, though that was a very different matter. How had the plate ended up under the bench? Had I kicked it there? Probably. I hadn't exactly been paying attention at the time. Lola sniffed around the area like crazy while I crouched to move the plate aside. "Sorry, girl, I think other animals got to the hors d'oeuvres before you." Though something remained under the overturned plate after all. My eyes went wide when I saw the scrap of white cloth, since it brought back the memory of a tearing sound when I was trying to fight off the attacker. Something had ripped, all right. I had torn his sleeve. I picked up the small strip, no longer or wider than my pinky finger, and examined it in the light from the phone. There wasn't anything on it to set it apart from any other scrap of fabric. No hair that I could see, no blood. I wished I'd brought a baggie with me, but then again, who knew what I would end up finding? I settled for fishing a tissue from my purse and wrapped the fabric in it. It probably won't amount to anything, but it's worth keeping. Lola didn't care. She nudged the plate around with her nose, wanting to know why she smelled sausage rolls but didn't see any. Sorry, sweetie. They were really good, too. I kept the flashlight trained on the ground, looking for anything else. Would it have been too much to ask for a cufflink or something similarly helpful? No such luck. There wouldn't be a smoking gun lying around. There were a lot of footprints, though, and I recognized one set as mine thanks to the heels I was wearing for the wedding. I could make out another 2 sets clearly, and before I knew it, I was taking a dollar bill from my wallet and placing it next to one print to provide a sense of scale before taking a flash photo. I was finishing up with the other distinctive print when Lola growled. The sound was such a strange occurrence. that the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. "What's up, girl?" I trained the flashlight ahead of me, peering into the darkness between us and the parking lot. "An animal?" I backed away, still bent at the waist, my hands sweating so bad I almost lost my grip on the phone. "Who's there?" The fear in my voice was fairly obvious, but who was I trying to impress? "Who's out there?" Lola wanted me to let her go after whoever or whatever it was, but I didn't dare, wrapping the leash around my hand a few times to make sure she couldn't get away. I backed up until I was against the wall and wished with all my might I'd never come out on my own. What had I been thinking? And how many times had I gotten on Emma's case for doing things just like this? I was about to ask again who was there when a stray cat leapt out of the darkness, landing on the bench and hissing at the dog. I leaned against the wall, weak with relief, then bent to scoop up the dog before she could get into a fight. I'd never be able to explain that one to my sister. Pulling up in front of the rambling old Victorian, which I called home, was the sweetest thing imaginable after the night I'd had. I'd grown up not 5 blocks from it and had walked past thousands of times over the years, always admiring the rose garden which had existed since the home's original owner had planted the bushes more than a century earlier. Now I could look down on those beautiful flowers from my bedroom window on the 2nd floor. My apartment took up 1/2 of that floor and was one of 5 in total, 2 on the 1st floor, 1 across from mine, and a spacious apartment taking up what used to be the attic. The neighbors were quiet, all of them familiar to me, and we generally kept an eye out for each other. Just then, I was glad the rocking chairs on the porch were empty. In the year since I'd moved in, there'd been plenty of nights when I'd come home and ended up chatting with my neighbors. Penny, the girl who lived across the hall, was always fun to talk to. She was an artist who leased a space on Main Street where she sold her paintings and held art classes. I liked Josh, too, who lived below me. He was a writer and had grown up in that house. His parents still owned the place, but had retired to Arizona for the warm, dry weather. Normally, I would have sat on the steps or perched on the porch railing and hung out with them, except tonight wasn't a normal sort of night. I didn't have it in me to be light and cheerful, which honestly was only something I'd started cultivating in myself over the time since I'd moved in. I had lived in my books and then my store for too long. Maybe it was Emma's relationship with Joe that had woken me up and convinced me to start living my life. Granted, things were moving slowly, but at least I was making forward progress. Still, being able to pick up the dog and dash up the stairs along the side of the house and duck in through my private entrance was nice. Sometimes a girl didn't feel like smiling and being polite, and she didn't want to let the rest of the world in on what was troubling her. And there was a lot troubling me. A whole lot. Lola immediately jumped onto the sofa and made herself comfortable. So much for the doggy bed. Not that I could hold it against her. She was too stinking cute. Meanwhile, I considered running a hot bath and pouring a glass of wine. Before doing either of those things, I turned on the TV for background noise. Funny how I normally loved the peace and quiet of an evening at home. Now I wanted to feel less alone, less spooked. I was in the middle of popping open a bottle of Chardonnay when there was a light knock at the door. I closed my eyes for a second and wondered if I could get away with pretending I hadn't heard it, but when Lola launched herself off the sofa and barked like mad, she sort of limited my options. We'd need to have a talk about discretion, especially when I wasn't in the mood to entertain company. As it turned out, Penny wasn't in the mood for a long visit. "Sorry to bug you." She gave Lola plenty of scratches behind the ears once I stepped aside to let her in. "No problem. You want some wine?" "No, thanks. I'm actually in the middle of a new piece and I want to sketch it out before I lose it." She tapped the side of her head, where there was a little bit of blue paint stuck in her red hair. We were roughly the same age, though she had the petite build and fresh face of a tween. "Gotcha." I went about pouring a glass for myself. "What's up?" "I wanted to tell you about something weird that happened earlier. A guy kept driving by the house." I barely managed to stop pouring before the glass overflowed. "Really? When was this?" "A couple of hours ago, just after dinner. I was sitting on the porch with my sketch pad and only noticed him because his car has some sort of issue. It was making a rattling noise. When I heard it maybe the 3rd time, I glanced up and watched to see if it would come by again." "Did it?" Her head bobbed up and down, twice more,
I think he got the idea I was watching him. Did you get a good look at him? Only enough to see that he was a man, older than us, but not old. I would have been able to see him better if I'd been down by the front gate, but he never came back after I walked down there. I was hoping to sketch him if I got a clear view. That's creepy. I took a gulp of wine and then another. I wonder what his issue was. No idea, but I thought you should know. We girls need to keep an eye out for each other when there's a creeper prowling the neighborhood. Something about the way she said it stirred a sense of responsibility in my gut. I had to say something about the attack in case it was only a random attack and could have happened to anybody. Speaking of creepers, I pulled the scarf away from my neck. Let's talk about what happened to me last night. She ended up sharing the bottle with me after all. Chapter 8. I woke up before dawn with a headache and a list of potential suspects. As it turned out, I wasn't the only person living in the house who had a history with mystery novels. Granted, Penny's tastes ran more along the lines of Nancy Drew and contemporary thrillers, but still, her mind worked the way mine did. And immediately she'd started making a list of people to check into. First, the staff at the reception. It could have been any of them wearing white shirts. I assume they were wearing white. They were. I'd written it down right away. Next, check out the pictures from the reception. Who wore white shirts? Did anybody have their sleeves rolled up? It could have been a way of hiding damage to his sleeve. You're a genius. Under staff, I'd written, guests, look at pics. You said your sister married that detective Joe what's-his-name? I'd nodded. Maybe see if you can talk to any of his coworkers who were there. Did they see anybody acting strangely? I swear I wouldn't have thought of that. And here I was, a bookstore owner who'd read the entire back list of the most beloved and legendary mystery writers who'd ever lived, and the quirky little paint-covered artist who lived across the hall was running circles around me. I could maybe hunt down a couple of them when I go to give a statement. You could flirt a little, too. I'd rolled my eyes. Please, these men work with my father. There's probably a hands-off policy in place. There wasn't with your sister and her husband. That's different. He was already half in love with her by the time he transferred to Cape Hope. Anyway, flirting isn't really my thing. She gave me a once-over while filling our glasses. Given the headache I nursed this morning, it was clear I should have stopped her, but it had seemed like a good idea at the time. It always did. Look at you. You're beautiful. I'd kill for your hair and eyes. The all-American girl. I swear the genes in your family are ridiculous. True, my parents were both very attractive people, even at their current ages, and my sister and I weren't hard on the eyes. No, I come off awkward and dorky when I try to flirt. The last guy I thought there was a chance with ended up having no time for me. The chef, right? Yes, I must have mentioned him before. Luke White, another of my sister's cases had brought us together when his former business partner died of an allergic reaction during a food festival in Cape Hope. Luke had been the prime suspect since the dead man had basically ripped him off and wasn't a very nice person on the whole. I didn't hold it against Luke not having time for a relationship. Sure, there'd been an instant spark when we'd met at my bookstore, but a spark wasn't enough, not when both parties were business owners with busy schedules. I could get the information I needed without having to flirt. Talk to police. No flirting. Now, the morning after, at least it would be morning before long, the sun still below the horizon, I reread the last note and wondered exactly how tipsy I'd been by then, like I needed to remind myself not to flirt. Sheesh! Waking up this early was a habit I'd picked up a long time ago. So many mornings spent helping Mom at the cafe, mixing batter and setting timers on the ovens, putting the chairs in place and making sure the tables were clean and tidy. Ethan was right. She needed help and had for a long time. Even Frankie wasn't enough, and she was awesome, trustworthy, a hard worker. If Mom so much as suspected I had discussed her business with Ethan, she'd lose her mind and probably threaten to disown me. As silly as a thought as that was, I couldn't escape a very real twinge of guilt that came with it, like I had betrayed her somehow, when honestly, I hadn't revealed anything Ethan couldn't already figure out for himself. Lola didn't care about any of my problems. She needed to be walked. I clipped on her leash and took her outside in the thin, gray, early morning light.
listening to the world wake up at this time of morning was always a special, secret sort of joy for me. No, I didn't love dragging myself outside before most of the town had even opened their eyes, but I never regretted it once I was outside and breathing the sea air, listening to the sound of gulls carried on the breeze. It didn't take long before my happy little reverie broke up, thanks to a loud car rolling past at the end of the block. I remembered what Penny had told me about the creeper, or potential creeper, who'd driven by the house so many times the last night. Maybe he'd seen her and wanted to take another look. She was pretty and young, which, let's face it, was as much as it took to pique the interest of certain men. Not that a creeper driving by to ogle a girl wasn't weird and sketchy, but it wasn't necessarily threatening. It was more the fact that I didn't believe in coincidence. Too many books, too many of my dad's work stories, which, in better times, had been shared around the dinner table. Emma and I had soaked it up like little blonde sponges, wanting to hear every last detail. And it was always one of his mantras, like a slogan, "There's no such thing as a coincidence." If there wasn't in this case, what did it mean? Was the man who'd driven past the same one who'd attacked me? What were the odds? Lola stopped to do her business in front of a gnarled old tree, though I hardly noticed. I was too busy wondering what it all meant. Something inside me wouldn't let me dismiss the possible connection. What would I say to Emma in a situation like this? Oh, easy. I'd tell her she needed to find another way to indulge her imagination, maybe a hobby or something. I was almost glad she was out of town, no matter how much I wanted her on my side just then. I might have had to admit I finally understood how easy it was to get sucked into this sort of drama, especially when the drama arrived without my having looked for it. To what do I owe this surprise? Mom lowered herself to one knee, all smiles, while Lola greeted her with a million kisses. I thought we could both use a little cheering up today, and it's been a while since Miss Lola visited us at work. I reached out and gave my mother a quick hug. After all the worry I caused yesterday, it was the least I could do. You didn't cause me any worry, and I'm sorry I was so hard on you. She set up Lola's bed in its customary corner, and the dog curled up on it, tail wagging. There was something so cute about that tiny little stub of a tail. She's only doing that because she knows she'll get a little piece of muffin if she's a good girl. Sure enough, when Mom broke off a small piece of blueberry muffin and dropped it in front of Lola, the tail sped up to the point of nearly blurring in front of my eyes. Stinker! At least laughing at her antics was better than wondering about everything else going on. Mom, naturally, could be counted on to pick out a half-healed scab. You talked to your father yesterday, I hope? Yes, I did, and he wants me to go over there later today to give a statement. I've already written down every single thing I can remember about what happened. She nodded, measuring flour for a batch of carrot muffins. And what did he think about you keeping it to yourself? What do you think he thought? At least I'm not the bad guy for once. I let her know what I thought about this by rolling my eyes. Nobody said you're the bad guy, for heaven's sake. You're both my parents. And I would expect both of you to be equally annoyed with me. He's annoyed both as my father and as a detective. It was a lot of fun, believe me. I'm sure it was. The ghost of a smile wafted over her lips. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Anyway, I found something interesting last night. A scrap of fabric. I think I tore it from the guy's sleeve, assuming it was a man, but judging from the bruising on my neck, those hands were pretty big. She set down the measuring cup and pinned me in place with a cold, hard stare. Only then did I realize the mistake I'd made. Sometimes it was better to quit when I was ahead. You found a scrap of fabric, and just where did you find it? Her short, even nails clicked on the metal table in a slow, deliberate rhythm, like the ticking of a clock counting down the seconds until I met my doom. I did my best not to cringe, though I wasn't entirely successful. In the dirt? Her nostrils flared. And just where was that dirt? On the ground. Darcy! All right. I went to the venue to take a look around. At night? In the dark? Alone? I had Lola with me. Oh, that makes me feel so much better. You had a 12-pound dog with you. What a relief. All's well that ends well, right? Nothing happened. There was nobody there. The place was dark, empty. You shouldn't be prowling around alone at night. Don't you know better than that?" She threw her hands into the air, sending clouds of flour billowing around her. "If you could be attacked at a wedding with 150 people wandering around, what's to stop some psycho from hurting you when you're all alone?" Yes, I realize that. It was a calculated risk. An unnecessary one. That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. Myself, I know the man who attacked me wore a white shirt and dress shoes with flat soles. I showed her the pictures I took of the footprints. I remember Ethan's shoes that night, and they were the kind with heavy bottoms, deep treads. There were plenty of prints with that tread, and others with no tread. Judging by their size, we're talking about a man of probably average height. "Who are you?" She studied me, head tipping to the side. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think I was listening to your sister." "We do look alike." When she didn't smile, I offered a shrug. "Emma's not the only one interested in catching bad guys, I guess. Especially bad guys who get handsy." "That's a cute way of putting it." "I do what I can." "I'm glad you think this is funny." She shook her head and returned to mixing batter. "I could have lost my daughter, and she's making jokes about it." Like you said, there were more than 100 people at the reception. I doubt anything too serious could have happened without somebody eventually taking notice. And somebody did, right? Ethan came to the rescue. She flinched at the sound of his name. "I wish it had been anybody but him." It would have been a waste of time to explain he wasn't such a bad person. Hadn't I already tried? Clearly I'd gotten nowhere. It doesn't matter who it was, so long as somebody was in the right place at the right time. You're right, naturally. But to think of owing him anything. Good news, you don't owe him a thing, since it wasn't you he inadvertently saved. She pointed to her face while rolling her eyes the way I had. "See, how do you like it when I do it to you?" "I love it." On my way to the back door, I leaned in to kiss her flour-dusted cheek. "And I love you. I'm going to see Dad later this morning, once I know everything's settled at the shop." Monday mornings weren't exactly our busiest of the week, hence my being able to take the time to visit the police station. Weekend visitors were already home or on their way there, thinking they could avoid Sunday evening traffic by leaving before dawn on Monday. Those coming in for the week were hardly interested in going straight to the bookstore. "I guess I have Lola for the day then?" Like that's ever been a problem. She's practically the cafe mascot. I blew the dog a kiss and promised to be back to take her home later on, then made my escape before Mom could heap any more guilt on my shoulders. Chapter 9. Luck was on my side when I arrived at the police station. Not 5 seconds after I stepped through the double doors did my phone buzz with a text from Dad.
"Holly's work call ran long. Be there as soon as I can."
I told him to take his time, then looked around the station. Cape Hope wasn't exactly a hotbed of criminal activity. The most we normally saw around town was rowdy teenagers, tourists who thought being on vacation meant leaving morals and decency at home, that sort of thing. Weekends were naturally busier, as I guessed they were for most police departments. In other words, the place was Dullsville when I arrived. I normally would have taken a seat at Dad's desk and opened a book, but not today. Not when there were at least 2 cops I'd most recently spoken to as members of Joe's wedding party. One of them recognized me right away. Pete Frazier seemed like a nice enough guy, friendly and helpful with groomsman duties, like picking up the tuxedos and making sure Joe had everything he needed. It was another stroke of luck he happened to be on duty this morning. He was also sort of cute, with an easy smile and a light-hearted attitude that probably interested me because it was so unlike mine. I was too serious. Even I knew it. Pete met me at Dad's office, which I noticed needed a little dusting. Dad only popped in once or twice a week now, so that apparently meant the cleaning crew paid less attention to his area. Pete smiled.
"What brings you in?"
"Oh, you mean my father hasn't already put out an all-points bulletin?" I was kidding when I asked, but Pete clearly didn't see the humor.
"What happened? I haven't heard anything. Is he okay? Holly?"
"They're fine." I begrudgingly loosened my scarf to show him the bruises. His deep-set baby blue eyes bulged.
"Who did that to you? Where are they?"
I patted his arm. "It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay. If that makes any sense." He ran a hand over his short auburn hair, looking dismayed.
But who was it?
I don't know. I explained what happened, and by the time I'd finished, his jaw was set in a firm line, while his otherwise kind eyes were anything but.
You mean you had a venue full of cops at your back, and you never thought to tell any of us? We might have caught the guy.
I didn't want to be the one to ruin the day. I know it wasn't the best choice, but it was all I could think to do. I was getting better at handling everybody's irritation, even if it made me feel like a little girl being scolded by the grown-ups. He blew out a long sigh.
I guess your dad wasn't happy when you told him. Not even a little bit.
Dad strode down the hall in our direction.
No, I was not even slightly happy.
Before Pete could excuse himself, something told me he didn't want to witness a family dust-up. I asked what I'd been intending to since arriving at the station. Did you see anybody at the reception who acted strangely? Did anybody stand out to you?
You think it was somebody at the wedding?
Not necessarily, but isn't it important to look at everybody just in case?
Enough of this.
Dad took me by the shoulders and steered me into his office.
Leave the police work to the pros, young lady.
You know it thrills me when you talk to me like I'm a little girl. I only let him get away with it because we were in public and around his coworkers on top of that. Once I'd finished making my statement, I handed over the scrap of fabric. Don't get mad at me, but I found this under the bench where I was attacked. Last night. In the dark. I know it wasn't a great idea. I did, however, find this, so I guess it couldn't have been that bad. His nostrils flared as he arched an eyebrow.
For the sake of my blood pressure, I'll accept this piece of evidence and not tear you a new one. Yet.
Great, so I had something to look forward to. I'm sorry, but I thought it might help jog my memory. I then showed him the photos of the footprints and cringed with my shoulders around my ears while he grumbled and muttered and generally disapproved. Remember, you said you weren't going to tear me a new one.
Yet. I said I wouldn't do it yet. I wouldn't forget that part if I were you.
Exasperation rang out heavy in his voice.
I'd ground you for a week if you were still a kid.
If I were still a kid, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Don't bother me with the facts.
He then glanced over to what he'd typed up.
What about this Ethan Crosby? I want to talk to him, too.
He did offer. I'm sure he would be glad to help. His eyes moved from the paper to me.
I didn't know the two of you were friends. What does your mother think about that?
For one thing, we aren't friends. Far from it. For another thing, I think he wants to prove he isn't such a bad guy, so he's beyond eager to be of help.
Fair enough. I don't envy the man for accidentally stirring your mother's wrath.
I wanted to get back to the bookstore, so I stood and offered my goodbyes after Dad made me promise to let cops handle things from here on out. While I doubted it would be that simple, I told him what he wanted to hear. I would be a good girl. I would let him take care of things. To be honest, I meant it. I truly did. Detective work wasn't my thing. I had to manage the bookstore, where business would pick up steadily now that summer was here, and Mom sometimes asked me to fill in on especially busy mornings at the café. I didn't have time to search for a phantom strangler. My feelings changed somewhat as I walked down the hall, which opened onto the bullpen, where the regular run-of-the-mill cops sat in their cubicles. There were 10 cubicles in all, and 3 of them were currently occupied by the current shift's officers, while the others were out on patrol.
I guess when it's a detective's daughter, we all have to put our time and energy behind it.
The officer in question laughed, and his laughter held a bitter edge. He caught me watching, and his laughter died as suddenly as light dying at the flip of a switch. So he knew who I was, even if I had never met him before and now had no desire to.
Don't listen to him.
I jumped when Pete spoke just behind me, over my shoulder.
He's a new transfer out of Paradise City. I guess life here is a little slow compared to what he's used to.
That didn't quite work for me. Sure, I could imagine being transferred to a quieter town would be annoying, even boring, but he didn't have to be a jerk. A glance over my shoulder showed Dad bent over his desk, scribbling something while holding the phone between his ear and shoulder. He hadn't heard the new guy's little remark. I was glad for that, though the remark still sat funny with me. I made a point of glaring at the cop as I walked past. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the pair of desk cops he'd been talking to, looking embarrassed, exchanging nervous glances.
The walk to the shop didn't do much to clear my head. If anything, I was fuming by the time I stepped inside the cool, pleasant space. My space. Even then, feeling the way I did, there was no ignoring the little thrill I felt every time I stepped into my bookstore. Something I had built for myself. Something I was proud of. Where I belonged. It was home to me. More than my apartment or even the cafe where I'd spent most of my life. How did it go? Becca had just finished ringing up a customer when I joined her behind the counter. I shook my head. Not sure. Dad's on it, but I worry. About what? Him, his blood pressure, his heart. He's supposed to be semi-retired, you know? Joe usually handles the bulk of what he used to manage, but he's on his honeymoon. I worry about Dad's reputation around the station, too. He's the old guy, on his way out. He might not command the sort of respect he used to from some of the other officers, the newer ones, you know? Hotshots. I don't want that. I don't want anybody to think he's playing favorites by putting time into this. Do you want to know what I think? Sure. She touched my arm in passing, on her way to fix up a display somebody must have rifled through. I think you're overthinking it. Her soft laughter reached me from where she worked. Was I? Probably. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was right, though. I knew just as well as any of those cops that the odds of catching my attacker were slim to none 2 days after the event. I had washed away any physical evidence. Besides, that would only have mattered if the attacker's DNA was in the database after having already committed a crime. If that crime had never been solved and the DNA hadn't been identified, any evidence would have been useless. If this had been any other attack in which I hadn't been seriously harmed, my statement would sit in a file and that would be the end of it. Word might spread, warnings issued for women to keep their eyes open and to avoid going out alone, though that would hardly do any favors to the tourist trade in town. That new transfer officer had been right, even if he had been a jerk about it. Only because I was the daughter of Detective George Harmon did anybody care much, and he would put the time into looking for someone who would most likely never be found. I knew something else, too, something only a person who knew Dad well would understand. He wouldn't give up. He would never be satisfied, not when it was his daughter involved, which meant I would have to do a little more digging on my own for there to ever be any hope of moving past this. Chapter 10. If I kept this up, I would have to bring the summer temps in earlier than scheduled. I'd given Becca my solemn promise to be back within the hour, and she had sworn she had things under control and that it was okay for a store owner to handle personal business every once in a while. I so rarely had business important enough to get in the way of my work schedule. According to her, I was overdue for a few half-days and long lunch breaks. I only wanted to go to the catering hall where the reception had taken place and find out whether I could get a list of the servers from the wedding. The odds weren't in my favor, but I had to try. The banquet manager's name was Stephanie, and while planning the wedding, we'd worked closely together. Once Emma had made her final decisions of what to serve the guests, I'd dealt in fine details, how many vegetarian dishes we needed, and whether there were any food allergies to take into account. I always found Stephanie to be accommodating to a fault, except I wasn't a customer anymore, although there was no keeping her from hoping I would because when I found her in her office, she welcomed me with open arms. Another wedding? Maybe yours this time? It was almost laughable. No, I'm sorry to say, and I'm sorry to interrupt your day. Not at all. I'm always glad when happy customers stop by. Boy, she was spreading it on thick. As a business owner myself, I knew what it was like to do everything within my power to drum up sales. That said, even I wasn't so corny about it. I'm a happy customer, don't worry. I took a seat in one of the 2 molded plastic chairs in front of her desk. Though I do have a problem, and I thought you deserved a little advanced warning. Yes, it would be easier to handle things this way, to make it sound like I was on her side. Granted, I was, but still, if I started by asking for a list of employees straight off, she would clam up. Her forehead creased as she slid glasses from where they'd been perched on top of her head. They magnified her eyes, made them look a little too large for her face. Something's wrong? What is it? What can I do to make it right? You didn't do anything wrong, trust me. Someone else did, and the police might come around asking questions. I was
attacked here. During the reception. She covered her mouth with both hands. No! It wasn't severe. I managed to play it off, so I guess it couldn't have been too bad. But I had to come clean eventually. Frankly, I might never have said a word if the person who helped me that night hadn't spilled the beans, but that's another story. I just can't believe something like that would happen here. To think we were all inside, unaware. I know, it took me by surprise for sure. Anyway, the person who did it got away. I submitted a report to the police, and while it's unlikely anything will come of it, there's a decent chance someone will pursue the case for at least a little while. She nodded slowly as understanding dawned. Of course, your father's a detective in town, I see. What can I do to help? This was promising. She hadn't thrown me out yet, or denied any involvement before any such thing was suggested. Not that I would ever blame her. This was where things would get tricky. I leaned in a little and put on what I hoped was a fun, let's be girlfriends kind of expression. A conspiratorial wink would have been taking things too far, so I decided against that. Honestly, I'm hoping to help my dad out a little, though it would have to be between us. I don't want him devoting too much time to this. Stephanie's helpful, pleasant smile slipped a degree. I don't understand. He's got enough on his plate, a new baby for one thing, so you can imagine how busy he is, and I know the police department has more important things to handle than this. I wasn't seriously injured, but of course you can't tell that to a protective father. Oh, yes, my father was the same way. Woe to anyone who so much as looked at us in the wrong way. Exactly. You can imagine how easy he made it on us when it was time to start dating. I rolled my eyes and puffed out my cheeks in an exasperated sigh. We shared a little laugh before I continued. I guess my sister was smart, getting married to another detective. Who else would Dad approve of? Still, you're lucky to have him, but I see what you mean. She folded her hands on top of the desk. How can I help? Excellent. This was going so much better than I had hoped. And Emma always acted like it was so hard solving cases. I was better with people than she was. Simple as that. Which was why I smiled with utmost confidence. Could I have a list of names of the server from the wedding? No. So much for my confidence. I blinked hard, staring at her. She didn't flinch. Can I ask why not? Because I'm not at liberty to share the names of my employees. I'm not asking for addresses or anything, if that's what you're worried about. I wouldn't go to their homes or harass them. Just the same, it's a privacy issue. I'm sure the police will ask for it. The police have the authority. You don't. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. I could be open to a lawsuit. I found that hard to believe, but knew better than to keep pushing the issue. It wasn't like they were performing top-secret work here. What was she so uptight about? Besides, I personally vouch for all of our employees. We subject all of them to background checks, drug tests, the works. She lifted a shoulder. If your father comes around asking for names, I'll have no option but to provide them. Otherwise, I'll have to ask whether there's anything else I can do for you before getting back to work. Wow, it hadn't taken long for me to go from being a happy customer to yesterday's leftovers. Imagine that. I wouldn't give up so easily. Wouldn't one of the characters in my favorite books keep pushing until they got answers? Do you have any security cameras here? Footage we could take a look at? She grimaced, shaking her head. Sorry, we don't have a camera mounted to that side of the building. I lifted my brow as my pulse quickened. I didn't tell you where it happened, or whether it happened inside or outside the building. Her breath caught, though she recovered quickly. You didn't? No, I never even described what happened. Leaning in again, I lowered my voice. I don't blame you or the business owners for this, so I'd hate to make things more complicated for any of us. And what does that mean? I had no idea. It was something that came out of my mouth before I was in any way prepared to back it up. Lucky for me, a girl wearing a headset tapped on the door before sticking her head in the room. Steph, the laundry service called and said there's a mix-up with the white and ivory napkins. Stephanie cleared her throat. I have to take this call. I'd appreciate it if you leave while I do. I'm sorry for what happened, but the venue takes no responsibility, which is what I'll tell the police if they stop by. I knew when I'd been thoroughly dismissed. Something told me even Miss Marple would have known better than to stick around after such disdain. That could have gone better. I chastised myself while leaving. What had I thought I was going to be able to do? Get a tearful confession out of the woman? She wasn't the one who'd attacked me. This had been a waste of time. I belonged at the shop, helping people find the books they were looking for. One of my favorite parts of the job was introducing a young customer to a new author by making suggestions based on the books they were already interested in. Aunt Nell had done that for me when I was a kid visiting the library on weekends. It had been magic. That was what I should have been doing. Not running around town this way, making enemies, making a fool of myself. Still, that didn't stop me from taking a left on stepping outside instead of heading straight to my car. I walked along the flagstone path that spanned the front of the building, then around to where the attack took place. The bench wasn't empty this time. A pair of boys sat with their feet on the seat and their butts on the top plank running across the back. They couldn't have been out of their late teens, probably kids working in town over the summer. If I hadn't already grown up in a shore town, I would have taken a summer job at the shore without a doubt. Then again, I always had a summer job at the shore when I was a kid, and a winter job, and an autumn job. I was tentative in my approach. Would they think I was a wannabe cougar on the prowl? There were still quite a few years I had to cover before I earned that designation, but to kids, late 20s might as well have been middle age. "Hi," I gave them both a little wave. They wore the same white shirts and black vests I'd seen at the reception. It made no sense, but I made sure to check out their sleeves anyway. Like if either of them had choked me, they'd still be wearing their torn shirt. Neither of them registered recognition when they looked my way, but it could have been the thick cloud of smoke wafting up from their cigarettes making it tough to see me. I didn't think teens smoked anymore. Wasn't vaping the thing? Regardless, they were smoking old-fashioned cigarettes, and I tried to pretend the smoke didn't choke me a little as I drew nearer. I pointed to one of them. "I think you worked my sister's wedding this past weekend. You all did a great job. Thanks a lot." Wow, could I have come up with a more awkward icebreaker? I wasn't even sure he was one of the servers. Frankly, while I'd thanked everyone I came into contact with, I hadn't committed any of their faces to memory. Turned out being attacked earlier in the evening and having to keep it quiet made a lot of the evening blur around me. The kid nodded anyway. "Oh yeah, a lot of cops at that one." Then he elbowed the boy next to him, smirking in a way only kids in their late teens could manage. "You should have seen Brayson the whole time, like he was scared he'd get busted." The other boy snickered. I, meanwhile, chuckled softly while trying to come up with a way to find out more. I think pretty much everybody was off duty that night. He didn't have anything to worry about, unless he was stealing purses or something. Nah, not then anyway. I had to pretend like this was funny and not at all horrifying. Clearly, the kids didn't care. It was enough to make me reconsider having an event at a venue like this ever again. It took effort to keep my voice light. "I guess that didn't show up in the background check they gave you guys when you took the job, huh?" Both of them stared at me like I'd lapsed into Greek. "What background check?" "It was just something I heard." I shrugged and did my best not to choke on the smoke. I guess it wasn't true. "Aren't they supposed to tell you if they're going to run a check on you?" They glanced at each other, brows raised. "What about the drug testing?" They burst out laughing in unison and shook their heads. "Hell no. I'd never get hired anywhere if—" The first kid appeared downright horrified at his slip of the tongue. "I mean, don't tell anybody I said that." I chuckled. Don't sweat it. It was clear Stephanie had given me a bunch of made-up nonsense back there. It had seemed that way at the time, but now I knew. How far would she go to cover up for one of her employees? Just who was she hiring, and what were they capable of? And why had I not known about any of this when I was vetting possible locations? "Hey, what are you still doing here?" I cringed at the sound of Stephanie's voice behind me. "And what are the two of you doing out here taking a break? The rest of the crew has been looking for you guys. You're supposed to have the silverware wrapped and set out by now." They scurried away while I turned to her. "I was just hanging out, having a smoke." She raked her gaze over me with those strangely magnified eyes of hers. "Yeah, right. You need to go. If I ever catch you harassing my employees again, I'll be the one reaching out to the police." "Got it." I scurried away just like those kids had, this time launching myself into my car and peeling out of the lot before I got myself into deeper trouble. So, Stephanie had lied about testing and completing background checks on people who worked at the venue. I wondered why she felt the need to do that. and why she would cut corners. Just who had been at my sister's wedding reception, and were any of them capable of attacking a stranger? Chapter 11. To use the sort of language my mother frequently used, the bookstore was hopping over the next couple of days after I visited the reception hall. I was glad, and not only because it meant a boost in revenue, it meant having something to do, something to focus my attention on. Besides, being busy helped the days fly by. When I got home, I was too tired to do much else but walk Lola and collapse on the couch. It wasn't until Thursday that I realized why so many more people than usual had been coming into the bookstore. The fact that one of them walked right up to me and asked for details of the attack clued me in. "Excuse me?" Her question knocked the wind right out of my lungs. There I was, straightening up the table where I'd arranged so-called beach reads for the tourist crowd, when I got blindsided. The woman, a stranger, somebody I'd never seen around town before, didn't even flinch at what had to be a hard, sharp tone in my voice. If anything, she looked excited. There was a light in her eyes, color in her cheeks that I didn't think had anything to do with getting too much sun. I said, "Are you the woman who was almost strangled over the weekend? I heard all about it next door when I was having breakfast." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I hope you don't mind, but I just had to come over here." She'd heard about my attack next door. I wasn't psychic and had never claimed to be, but I had a sneaking suspicion there would be another strangulation very soon, and my mother would be the victim. "I would rather not talk about it if you don't mind." I glanced around and noticed a pair of girls in the mystery section, one row over, who seemed to be paying close attention while pretending they weren't, picking up books, putting them down without looking at them. Meanwhile, the woman in front of me didn't seem to get the hint. "I have a true crime podcast, so whenever I hear about things like this, I soak it up. I'm just naturally curious, you know?" I nodded slowly, staring at her. How could she be so downright gleeful? Here I was, still wearing scarves in the middle of June, to cover up what were now ugly, yellowing bruises around my neck, trying to walk the line between wanting to forget and wanting to know who did it, wanting to find them before my dad went to too much trouble, having no idea where to go next. To say I was frustrated wouldn't begin to scratch the surface. I felt helpless, ineffectual. Yet to this stranger, this was all entertainment. Yes, I would have words with my mother. In the present moment, I had to keep myself composed. I was a businesswoman who couldn't afford rumors of being nasty or unwelcoming toward customers, especially when word spread so easily on the internet. Even the simplest misunderstandings could blow up into a scandal, not to mention the way word spread in town. Case in point. There isn't much for me to say, really. I assume my mother was the one talking about it over there. I'm sure she worries the way mothers do, but that's the extent of it. Please, let me know if you need help finding a book. I sidestepped her, smiling as widely as I could manage, intent on retreating. "So you don't care who did it?" My chest started to hurt. I couldn't get enough air, just like I couldn't get enough air when those hands closed around my throat and... "Why don't you back off and learn to take a hint, lady?" I jumped, startled, and turned to find Ethan Crosby standing near the front counter, like he'd come in when I hadn't been paying attention. He stood with his arms folded in front of a chest I now noticed was pretty well developed, thanks to the tight t-shirt he wore, his feet planted shoulder-width apart, like he was ready for a battle. Muscles twitched in his cheek as he sneered at the woman behind me. "Are there any podcasts devoted to developing empathy? Maybe you should listen to them and take notes." On one hand, I couldn't have been more relieved to have him here, not only here but sticking up for me. On the other hand, not so great for business. There were too many people watching, listening. I had to do something. So I held up my hands, palms out, and turned sideways with one of them on either side of me. "Okay, let's not let this get out of control. Suffice it to say, I don't want to talk about it. Now, it's over, right?" "Right." The woman clearly didn't care too much for this. She shot Ethan a filthy look before marching out of the store and closing the door much harder than needed. There were soft snickers and a few whistles of what I assumed was disbelief. I dropped my hands to my sides while turning my full attention to Ethan. His head swung from side to side. "No way. I won't apologize." The thing was, I didn't want him to. Could the situation have been handled better? Certainly. But on the other hand, I'd already asked to be left alone. That hadn't seemed to matter. Some people needed to be told off when they refused to listen the first time. Still, I was at work, and people were milling around, listening. Watching? I tried to sound as disapproving as I could. I won't have my customers harassed. His brow furrowed. Even if they're harassing you. She wasn't even a customer. She was a rubbernecker. I took a quick glance around to make sure nobody could see me before I mouthed the words, I know. His confusion eased along with the creases in his forehead. Is there anything I can help you with? I gestured toward the rows of books around me. A cookbook, maybe? He followed me down the row, then on to the next.
I wanted to check in with you and see if you were doing okay. I spoke to your father earlier this week down at the station.
So he called you in. How did he seem?
Concerned and grateful. He offered a commendation for my service, but I'm afraid I had to turn him down.
When I gasped, he only snickered.
Just kidding.
I wouldn't put it past him, though. That's the thing.
He does seem very protective.
Ethan ran his fingers over a row of spines, glancing at them.
It couldn't have been easy growing up with a detective for a father.
Don't get me started. Between him and the fainting gossip queen next door?
I'm sure she means well.
I lifted an eyebrow. Oh, why does it feel like you're buttering me up?
Maybe you're an intensely distrusting person?
Maybe I am. He cracked a smile, and I couldn't help but notice how much handsomer it made him. Not that he was ugly when he scowled, which seemed to be his preferred expression, but that smile took years off his face and lit up his coffee-colored eyes.
Still, she means well, and gossip does spread in a small town like this. I grew up someplace very similar.
You did?
Sure. My parents ran a bakery farther up in Long Island for years before retiring. I worked there until college and then again during the summers.
You didn't want to take over the business for them when they retired? He shook his head, looking at the books in front of him instead of at me.
There was a fire.
Oh, I'm sorry. I turned to the books, too, putting a few back in their place, keeping my hands busy for a lack of anything better to do.
Anyway, like I said, I know what gossip is like. I honestly wonder why I bothered setting up shop someplace so similar. I must be out of my mind.
It doesn't sound so strange to me. Why did I feel like I had to comfort him? Misdirected maternal instinct or something? It's what you know. It's comfortable, even when it isn't. His smile crept back, at least in part.
That's true. I was going to ask you why you stuck around here when you know how uncomfortable it can be for everybody to know your business, but I think you answered my question.
We wandered into the mystery section. I sighed at the condition of the books. Now I understand why this has been such a popular section the last few days. People are coming over from next door, hoping to hear something about the real-life crime they heard about over coffee and muffins. I tried to swat him away when he picked up a few books left on the floor. No, you don't have to do that.
Why leave them on the floor?
He sounded disgusted. Some people have no respect. I was trying to be lighthearted, but it was obvious he took it seriously.
This was a good one. This one, too.
He slid the books into place. You're a big reader?
No, I'm illiterate.
He caught me scowling and had the sense to appear apologetic.
Sarcasm is my native language.
I had no idea.
So you're fluent, too.
When I giggled, I couldn't help myself. He chuckled.
Yes, I read a lot. My girlfriend bought me one of those e-readers a while back, thinking it would make maintaining my library easier. But I can't turn away from physical books.
Why did my heart sink when he said that? So what if he had a girlfriend? He could have had 5 girlfriends as far as I was concerned. His dating life was none of my business. However, that didn't explain the sinking feeling in my gut, because there was no explaining it. I flapped my hand at my bookstore at large. I guess you can tell how I feel about the e-book versus physical copy debate.
I think it's fairly clear.
He looked around, craning his neck to see over the tops of the bookcases.
You've done well here. It's not a huge space, but you've made the most of it. I like your display in the front window, too. Beach reads. Colorful beach balls, seashells. It's cute.
I wrinkled my nose. Cute? You make that sound like a bad thing.
I didn't mean it that way. I was being sincere.
Then it only sounds funny coming from you. I wouldn't expect you to use the word cute with any sincerity.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it doesn't matter.
He lowered his voice along with his brow, leaning down a little. The smell hanging around him was so familiar it almost hurt. Sugar, chocolate, coffee, the aromas of my childhood, my adolescence, my entire life. I had to make a deliberate effort to pay attention to what he was saying.
I promised your dad I would check in on you. He seemed to be glad to know somebody would. Are you really okay?
There was a quick, easy assurance on the tip of my tongue when my mouth opened. I was ready to dismiss the whole thing, to hand him some empty assertions the way I would have to just about anybody else, my family included. Only I couldn't go through with it. Was it because he was virtually a stranger? I didn't have to soothe his worries, because he didn't mean anything to me. I wasn't concerned about his blood pressure or his heart or whether he would fall into a dead faint. That was likely a big part of it. The rest of it? Easy. He was here. He was the only other person who knew what it was like in that exact moment of being attacked, unable to draw a breath, unable to scream. Everybody else could only imagine what it was all about. I waved my hands around my head. I wish I remembered everything. There's still all this blankness in my memory. I was panicking. I was fighting. I wanted to survive. That was all I knew, all I paid attention to.
That's natural, I'm sure.
But here's the thing. I feel like there's something I saw or heard or felt, but can't remember. I balled out one fist and pressed it against my sternum. I feel it in here. I can't shake it. He tapped his fingers against the closest shelf, pursing his lips like he was considering this.
Ever consider hypnotherapy?
What? I laughed a little, uncomfortable for some reason. No.
I assume you've heard of it.
I don't live under a rock. I searched one of the shelves and came up with a copy of the first book that came to mind when he'd mentioned the word. They use it in this series. The detective goes to a therapist who specializes in hypnotism as a means of delving into witnesses' subconscious minds.
You know about it because you've read about it.
There was laughter in his voice.
I shouldn't have expected otherwise from a bookstore owner.
What am I supposed to say? Do you want me to tell you I've been hypnotized before when I haven't?
Of course not. I was only joking.
I looked him up and down. Have you been hypnotized, I mean?
I have a friend with a practice outside of New York. She works with hypnosis and always tells me how helpful it is in unlocking the subconscious.
He lifted a shoulder.
Maybe that would help.
I couldn't help grimacing at the idea. What if I end up deciding I was Cleopatra in a former life? A smile twitched around the corners of his mouth.
Were you?
How do I know until I'm hypnotized?
Touché.
He backed away slowly.
Give it a little thought. If you're interested, I'd be glad to put you in touch with her.
Thanks. I'll think about it. Though something told me I wouldn't take him up on it. I didn't love the notion of being out of control of my words, my reactions. Or maybe I was wrong, basing my opinions on what I'd seen in movies and books, that sort of thing. Becca blew out a long, low whistle once Ethan was out of the store.
Phew, what a hottie!
You think so? I watched his departure through the window while trying to make it look like I wasn't. He's okay, I guess.
You guess?
She snickered.
Girl, the body language between the two of you was pretty clear. He's into you, and you're not completely disinterested.
You're an amazing asset, Becca, but you need to pay more attention to the displays and less to my body language. I winked to soften what was really an admonishment before heading over to help a man trying to decide between one book on the Civil War and another. If I had my way, he'd buy both. No matter what he decided, at least he was a means of forgetting what Becca had recognized. I wasn't completely disinterested in Ethan Crosby. Not that it mattered. Not really. Especially when he had a girlfriend. Chapter 12. Darcy, it's so good to see you. Brianna Schultz practically bounced over to me when she noticed me entering her yoga studio. It's been ages since you practiced with me. I'm trying to spend some more time on me, you know? Not necessarily the full truth, but it was something I certainly needed to work on. If I couldn't find a way to access my memories, I would at least have to learn to handle the fallout. Meaning, I needed to relax. Relaxation had never been one of my strong suits. The Harmon work ethic was a lot to handle, and I'd never quite learned the trick of letting go, living in the moment rather than picking apart the past and worrying over the future. I was a pro at hiding it, though, telling my sister to lighten up, warning Mom against overworking. It might have been well past time for me to start taking my own advice, which brought me to Brianna's studio on Friday morning. The store wouldn't open for a few hours. I'd chosen the 6 o'clock session on purpose, so I figured I had plenty of time for a workout before heading home, showering, and going in for the day. As someone who'd spent more time than I even wanted to remember obsessing over every detail of my store, I appreciated what Brianna had done with her space. I understood the choices she'd made and why she'd made them. The colors she'd chosen for the walls were neutral, soothing. The plants hanging in baskets, standing in planters, lavender, jasmine, known for their calming properties. A similar blend of fragrances wafted from a diffuser in one corner of the studio. Soft music came from speakers at the front of the room, adding to the overall sense of peace. I unrolled my mat near the back, behind a dozen other women I knew from around town. We exchanged a few murmured pleasantries before the class started. Stretching my body was a pleasure, one I hadn't engaged in for way too long. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been to one of Brianna's classes. My tight joints and muscles were proof enough. I focused on the movement, the breathing, keeping myself in the moment, connecting to my body, getting out of my head, yet another thing I needed practice in. 10 minutes of going through the sequence of poses was helpful in loosening me up, deepening my breathing. There was nothing in the world but me and my breath. Nothing else I had to worry about, nothing else to focus on. No quarterly reports, no inventory, no nosy customers wanting to know if the stories they'd heard at the cafe were true. Stop it. Focus. My thoughts kept wandering. I tried to bring myself back to center, back to my breathing and movement, without chastising myself for being undisciplined. That was a surefire way to lose the flow and basically defeat the purpose of the whole exercise. I was sweating. Was anybody else sweating? Should I have been sweating? Breathe, Darcy. Focus on you. Deepen the stretch, Darcy. Brianna's voice was soft and gentle, just like the hand she placed on my hips when I was in downward dog. I exhaled while she pulled my hips toward her, stretching my back and legs farther as she corrected my form. Well done. By the time class wound down and I was in child's pose, coming back to earth in a way, I felt better than I had in ages. Relaxed, mellow, a little sweaty, but good. I needed to do more of this. I closed my eyes and let myself drift away. There was nothing to worry about, nothing to obsess over. Why did Ethan's face flash across my awareness? I pushed him away, even though I knew I wasn't supposed to. I was supposed to let thoughts drift through without attaching judgment to anyone in particular. That way, they wouldn't stick around. I could go back to focusing on the present moment. Yet, no sooner had I pushed him away than he came back again, and this time he was smiling. Go away. I didn't realize I'd whispered it out loud until I heard a few snickers around me. I squeezed my eyes tightly shut and pushed him away again. The man had a girlfriend and was basically my mother's nemesis. If she even suspected I was thinking about him, she would... I don't know exactly what she'd do, but it would make a fainting spell look like nothing. I relaxed my face muscles, no longer scrunching my eyes shut, and my body loosened up again. I allowed myself to drift a little, to simply exist, to sink further into nothingness. And my eyes snapped open. A ring. A signet ring. The man who attacked me had worn a signet ring. I sat up on my calves, covering my mouth with my hands. Brianna glanced at me from across the room, eyes wide. I didn't have it in me to assure her that I was okay, not with my brain threatening to explode from the force of what I'd just remembered. I gathered my things, thanked her in a whisper so as not to disturb the other women, then took off for home at a full run. I was getting quite a workout this morning. The second I got through the door, I went in search of a paper and pen. I had to draw what I remembered, had to get it down before I lost it again. A gold band, thick, heavy, black enamel in an oval shape, gold letters, S.R. Nobody would ever have made the mistake of calling me an artist, but it didn't matter. I knew for sure that what I'd remembered and roughly sketched was what I had seen in front of me, right under my nose, when the faceless man attacked. S.R. His initials? My brain buzzed with the possibilities this called to life. "What do you think?" I showed my pitiful sketch to Lola, who merely turned her head away. "Like you could do better." I know this is a terrible rendering, but I was wondering if anybody had ordered or purchased a ring like this from your store. I slid my sketch across the display case, hopeful. Oliver, the store's owner, casual friend of Mom's, so we were on a first-name basis, tipped his head to one side, then the other, as he studied what honestly didn't need to be studied, at least not as far as I was concerned. I hadn't exactly included a ton of detail.
"Yes, that would be the person's initials. We would send a blank ring to the engraver and have them personalize it for the customer. I could go through our records and see whether anyone ordered this particular set of initials."
"That would be wonderful, but only if it doesn't take up too much of your time."
"Are you kidding?"
He winked, waving me back to his office.
"You were the one who encouraged me to go entirely electronic with my records. You've saved me countless hours over the years. It's the least I can do."
I hadn't forgotten about that conversation. That was around the time I was opening the bookstore, wasn't it?
"That's right. Oh, your mother was so proud of you. She still brags on you every time we run into each other at the association meetings."
He glanced up at me after sitting down to access the files.
"Will you be at the meeting Sunday evening?"
"Sure." I had forgotten all about the monthly meeting and wondered if Mom still wanted to propose a restaurant week event. Since she hadn't asked me for my help with her presentation, I guessed not. Though it wasn't like she never waited until the last minute to ask for help either. I'd have to prod her just in case she planned on surprising me.
"Here we are. Signet rings. You said it was black enamel?"
Oliver's database was pretty impressive. He'd sorted on the enamel color and then the initials. It didn't come up as a huge surprise that there weren't many on the list. I'd only ever seen older men wearing rings like the one my attacker had worn.
"Sorry, no SR here, at least not in the last 10 years or so. That's as far back as my records go."
I knew it was a long shot, but figured I had to try. "No worries. I appreciate you checking into it."
"I could reach out to the engraver and see how many sets of those initials they've engraved, where the pieces went."
While it was a tempting idea, something told me this could end up being a case of looking for a needle in a haystack. How many jewelers could the engraving business work with? How far away were they? Besides, it would have been one thing for Oliver to have a lead for me. I might have been able to get a name out of him if I explained what this was all about. A favor to a friend who had been instrumental in streamlining his business, that sort of thing. Nobody would give a customer's information to a complete stranger. I wasn't dealing with a shady social media company here. As I was on my way out, my friend Heather came in. I'd last seen her the day Emma had bought my locket as a gift from her antique shop. Her mouth fell open when we ran into each other. "Hey, you! I've been meaning to stop by to see you, girl." I waved her off. "No matter what you heard from my mom, I'm absolutely fine." No, nothing to do with that." I groaned. "But you did hear about it." "I did. I think most people have by now, you poor thing." She patted my arm, a little awkward. What could I expect? A greeting card with the words, "Sorry you were almost strangled," written across the front? She looked over my shoulder, waving to Oliver. "I came in to talk about some appraisals of some new pieces I just picked up. But I want to talk to you too. Were you on your way to the store?" When I nodded, she suggested stopping by once her business at the jeweler's was finished. "What's it all about, though, so I'm not obsessing the whole time until you get there?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Somebody came in last week asking about your locket." So much for not obsessing. Chapter 13. I hope you don't mind meeting me over here. I pulled up a chair for Heather in what I used as an office but could more accurately be referred to as a cubbyhole. My desk, a filing cabinet, and 2 chairs took up virtually all of the space in the room. "No worries. I can understand why you wouldn't want to have this discussion at the café."
Too many ears over there. She shot me a worried glance. Sorry, no offense. Are you kidding? None taken. So tell me about this guy who came in asking about me. Not about you. She sipped the coffee she must have just picked up from next door before heading in to see me. About your locket. He was very interested in it. I touched it where it rested against my chest. It had already become a part of me, a constant weight around my neck that I welcomed. How so? For one thing, he described it to a T. Silver filigree, tiny sapphires clustered together to look like flower petals, oval-shaped, roughly 4 inches long. I mean, come on, that's it. That is it. My fingers closed around it. I loved my locket. It meant the world to me because it was a gift from Emma and a reminder of how hard we'd worked together to make her wedding something special. I had so wanted her day to be perfect, just as perfect as it could be, and we'd succeeded in making it spectacular, warm, sentimental, beautiful. And she'd been so happy, glowing. I didn't want to ever forget the feeling of witnessing her joy. Nobody deserved it more. Heather sat back in her chair, rotating the coffee cup between her hands. I told him I had acquired a locket like that maybe 3 months ago, and that I'd sold it recently. He wasn't happy. She even shuddered slightly, telling me her choice of words had been an understatement. Meanwhile, the hair on the back of my neck stood at attention. This was it. This was the key. I could feel it in my bones, even if I wasn't sure of the specifics just yet, or how this man came into play. What did he say? First, he wanted to know who bought it. I clearly couldn't give him that information, and I told him so. He didn't want to hear it, gave me a big, long story about how much the locket meant to his family, and how it had never been intended to be taken away with the rest of his relatives' possessions. Whose possessions were they? That's another funny thing. He wouldn't say. He didn't even mention who the locket's owner was to him, you know, how they were related. Only that it had to do with his family, and if I had a heart and had ever been part of a family, I would understand. She rolled her eyes. I mean, was I just born yesterday? Huh, that's weird. I know. He never used a name or anything. I mean, he could have been literally anybody who knew somebody once owned a silver locket and recently passed away. I couldn't help but disagree slightly. You said he described it in detail, though. That makes me think he knew the owner well, or at least he'd seen the locket enough times to remember it. Good point. I tented my fingers under my chin, thinking. Did anything else happen? He offered money if I tell him who bought it. $1,000. What? I covered my mouth after pretty much shrieking at her. Emma hadn't paid close to half that amount for the locket. I know. When I turned him down again, that was when he got really angry. It didn't matter that I had a receipt from the auction where I won it, that I had every right to sell it at the shop. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Meanwhile, I pulled out a notepad. Can you describe him? Mid to late 40s, I think. Dark hair, a little thin in the front. He wore a nice suit, nice shoes, polished, but not flashy, you know? There's a difference. Absolutely. Tall? Short? Average height? Slim build. I tapped the pen against my chin. Was he wearing a ring? A signet ring with initials? She sipped her coffee, brow creased in thought. We'd been friends for years, having graduated high school together, so I knew better than to push her before she was ready to speak. Heather Hayes had never been quick to come up with a snarky remark or a quip, but when she did finally say something, it was usually the funniest or most devastating remark of anybody's, worth waiting for. Finally, she shrugged. I'm sorry, I don't remember. It was a long shot anyway. Don't worry about it. Anyway, when I heard about what had happened to you, I couldn't help but remember that man. It's strange, right? He came in maybe 3 or 4 days before the wedding, and then you're attacked that night? Yeah, weird. I played with the locket, moving it back and forth along the silver chain. Did you ever manage to get it open? The clasp was broken or jammed or something. I'd known about it when Emma bought it, but by then we were both so in love with it, neither of us cared very much. I shook my head. No, I don't want to scratch it up or break it or anything. It's perfect the way it is. That's how I felt about it.
It looks so nice around your neck, too. I was telling your dad about Emma buying your gift in my shop, and he raved over how nice it was. My dad? When did you see him? I thought he was on baby duty pretty much all the time right now. She frowned deeply and seemed to almost retreat into her shell, her gaze turned downward toward what was left of her coffee. We had an attempted break-in last week. Heather, how did I not know about that? I tried to keep it under my hat. I didn't want anybody freaking out and thinking their business was in danger, especially when nothing was stolen. They didn't even get past the alarm on the door. Once they broke the glass, I guess to unlock it, the alarm went wild. I got an alert on my phone instantly and was there within a couple of minutes, along with the police. They figured it was a random vandal throwing a rock through the door. The rock was on the floor inside. I went down to the station to file a report and then told them about the guy who came in looking for the locket, too. You think it's all connected. Well, I didn't think it would hurt to mention it. In all the years I've run the shop and all the years I've helped my grandpa run it, we never had anybody like him come in. Do you know how many auctions I've been to? Never once did somebody come in demanding I hand over something I won. I snapped my fingers. Whose was it? The locket, I mean. Whose estate was up for auction that day? She slid down a little in her seat like she was embarrassed. I'm sorry, it was a huge auction with lots from so many different places. When you go to an auction house, they have records, all that sort of thing, but this wasn't nearly as well organized. I got it for a steal because I thought it looked like the real deal, even though it was all tarnished at the time. But the people putting it up for auction didn't have the first clue about it. Somebody had sold it to them as part of a large group of personal effects, and they didn't have any records. It all seemed very spotty at best, but hey, I figured I'd scored a huge deal and was too glad to care very much. Oliver had it appraised for me, and the appraiser confirmed it was pure silver, real sapphires. At least we hadn't been ripped off, though that was cold comfort just then. I could get in touch with the folks who put it up for auction, see if I could learn anything else. I shook my head even though I had every intention of doing it myself. Do you remember the name? Sure. I looked it up after the guy left. It was J.R. Richardson and Company, based out of Paradise City. I could give them a call. I jotted the name down, still shaking my head. No, don't worry about it. I'm concerned for you, though. I don't want to see anybody breaking in or smashing your windows again. Oh, I'm fine. Just glad I have a good alarm system. I only wish there'd been a camera outside. I have somebody coming in to install one over the weekend. Good thinking. On my notepad, I scribbled, cameras across the street? Next door? There had to be some record of this guy going in and out, or of him approaching the shop and breaking the glass door, if that had been him. What about cameras inside? Did you get the guy who harassed you on camera? Only from behind. He never looked up. I didn't even get his profile. Of course. Why would anything go right? She leaned back a little, craning her neck like she wanted to be sure there wasn't anybody near the office before asking the question on her mind. What do you think? I can tell something's brewing in your head. I think it's pretty obvious. The man who attacked me wasn't trying to strangle me or anything else. I held the locket away from my skin, its chain still hanging from the clasp at the back of my neck. I think he was trying to get this. Chapter 14. My mother would kill me if she knew I was doing this. First she would scream, then she would faint, then would come more screaming, and then she would kill me. Never would I have a chance to explain myself naturally. That would mean getting her to listen, and how could she listen when she was busy either fainting or screaming? As it was, I had to sneak around like a thief, like I was doing something terrible, something unforgivable. Looking over my shoulder the entire way there, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses in the most pitiful last-minute disguise ever. If anybody recognized me, word would get back to her in no time. I couldn't help it. I was impatient. Waiting until Ethan's cafe was closed for the day had already been sheer torture, and I had no idea of his personal schedule. How long it took him to close up, where he went after work. I didn't even have his cell number. The only alternative was going directly to him, since I couldn't wait another minute to share everything that had happened today. I wouldn't need to be hypnotized after all. and I wasn't exactly unhappy about it since I was only half kidding when I'd made the Cleopatra joke. I wasn't sure I wanted to know everything swimming around in my deep subconscious. The only thing that creeped me out worse was knowing somebody else would hear all about it too. A total stranger at that. According to Ethan's very fancy and somewhat enviable website, he closed at 6. It was a few minutes shy when I approached from the other side of the street, my heart in my throat and Lola at the end of her leash. What was wrong with me? I was a grown woman, well past the age when I had reason to be afraid of my mother and being punished. And honestly, I didn't expect punishment per se. I did, however, expect a lot of guilt and hurt feelings. I didn't want that. Especially when I knew how the story would be blown all out of proportion by the time it reached her. A simple visit to a capo business would turn into a torrid love affair. We'd be halfway to the altar by the time Mom got word. Or worse, speculation would brew. What reason did I have to visit Mom's competitor? Was I feeding him information about her? Had I defected to the other side? Gasp! The horror! With that in mind, I lowered the brim of my cap before darting across the street and tapping on the front window to Good Tastes, which I guessed was a decent enough name for a café. Ethan was in the process of wiping down the counter and looked up at the sound. I pointed to the alley running between his building and the clock store beside it. He met me at the rear door, then stared down in horror at Lola.
"You're not planning to bring her in here, are you?"
"Why not? She doesn't walk on counters unless you put her up there."
"It's unsanitary."
"Should I take off my shoes then, since I've been walking on things outside and I'll track them into your kitchen?" When he rolled his eyes, I added, "She's hypoallergenic, doesn't shed, and she's well behaved." He grimaced, although he did so while stepping aside to let me into the kitchen.
"What's with the hat and sunglasses? Are you on a secret mission?"
It took me a moment to answer. I was too busy staring in frank amazement at the gleaming, brand-new appliances all around me, the fancy ovens, the giant mixers. "How big is that walk-in?" I pointed to the metal door that looked twice as wide as the door to the walk-in at Mom's.
"You want to take a peek? Maybe thinking about updating the equipment at Sweet Nothings?"
Every ounce of admiration I might have harbored flew out the window thanks to his little quip. I stiffened my spine. No, I was only curious. He leaned against a prep table, spotless like it had been freshly washed down. As he was the only person left in the building as far as I could tell, I assumed he was the one who'd done the cleaning, and he'd said my mother needed more help.
"Don't get pissy."
"Ew, you haven't earned the right to talk to me like that."
"Haven't I?"
He lifted an eyebrow.
"What else do I have to do? Throw myself in front of you and take a bullet?"
This was fun for him. He was enjoying himself, even grinning. Meanwhile, I fought to find the right thing to say, the perfect cutting remark. The best I could come up with was, "Don't do me any favors. I would hate to hear the way you'd speak to me after that."
"Fair enough. So, what does bring you here in your glasses and hat? Who are you hiding from?"
Just like that, I was embarrassed by my disguise. I took off the hat and ran a hand through my hair. "I'm not hiding from anyone."
"Which is why you had to come in through the back? Come on, we both know why you snuck in like this. Sorry to tease you when it bothers you so much."
The impulse to tell him he was wrong, that I had a very robust sense of humor and enjoyed joking around, threatened to overwhelm me. I had to rein myself in before we got even further off track. "I had to tell you what happened today. Honestly, I don't know exactly why I felt like I needed to come here. I guess because you offered to put me in touch with your hypnotist friend."
"Hypnotherapist."
"Sure, that's what I meant." I stopped short of waving a dismissive hand, but only just. "I don't think I'll need her. I remembered the ring the man wore. Did you happen to notice it?" I showed him the sketch which I'd folded up and stuck in my pocket. He frowned at it, tilting his head to the side.
"Not exactly a detailed drawing."
"Does it need to be? Did you see it or not?"
"It was too dark, Darcy. But if you saw it, that's enough for me."
He held out the sketch. What had I expected? "Are you sure you didn't see anything? His face? Any of it?"
"All I saw was a shape."
"But that shape was roughly average height? Thin build?"
"I just don't know." He lifted his shoulders. "I wish I had seen him, but it all happened so fast."
What good was he? Oh, right, he had stopped the attack. Then now I had to wonder whether my life was ever in danger. I explained what I'd learned from Heather, watching his facial expression shift slightly as I did. The furrowing of his brow, the narrowed eyes, his full mouth set in a thin line by the time I finished, and his jaw twitched.
So that's what this is about, you think? The locket.
It's as good a guess as any. Now that I think about it, step by step, second by second, it seems like he was fighting to rip the locket off my neck, not to strangle me. He fumbled it, though, maybe because I squirmed and tried to fight back.
But why there? Why at the reception of all places?
I honestly don't know, but I can't imagine why anybody would attack anybody. Why would he choose an event where there were so many people just inside? Anybody could have come out and caught him. Why take the risk? Ethan rubbed the back of his neck, his mouth twisting in a ghost of a smirk.
Sounds like a desperate man to me. Someone who isn't thinking clearly.
Over this? I studied the locket for the 100th time since talking with Heather. It was beautiful. It was precious to me. Was it worth attacking someone? Was it worth trying to steal it?
You might be surprised by the lengths people are willing to go for something they feel is important. And everything's relative, right? What might seem like not such a big deal to you could mean the world to someone else.
You're right, though it doesn't make me feel much better.
I didn't think it would. So, what's next? What will you do now, if anything?
I toyed with the locket while chewing my lip. Just what was I gonna do now, if anything? Was there anything to be done? I'm not sure. There's a big part of me that wants to know why this is so important, of course. I mean, I think I have a right to know.
Yes, I agree.
Though, does it make a difference? Am I stirring the hornet nest for no reason? I mean, all's well that ends well, right?
Are you asking me or telling me? Because it seems from where I'm standing, like you're trying to convince yourself. Is that what you're trying to do?
I looked down at Lola, who had finished her investigation and was now sitting near my feet. Could you bite him, maybe?
Ethan snorted. There's my answer. You're trying to convince yourself.
What do you want me to say? Yes, it would be nice if this was all over. If I could get back to all the many other things there are to care about. My business, my family, my life. He absorbed my frustration without complaint.
Of course that's what you want. It's totally understandable. But does it feel right? When you imagine letting it go and getting back to your life, what feelings does it stir up in your gut?
I didn't have to think hard about that since his question led to a very real physical reaction, a tightening in my chest, in my stomach, and the rushing of blood in my ears. I don't like it.
No, I didn't think you would. Between a detective father and a sleuthing sister, and a mother who seems, with all due respect, like something of a busybody.
Watch it.
With all due respect, like I said, I wouldn't think anyone in your family would be good at letting things go, even if you wanted to.
Would you let it go? He seemed to give this real thought, which I appreciated. He seemed like a thoughtful person.
No, I don't think I would. Honestly, I'd like to know who did it too. It's not every day I interrupt an attack or an attempted robbery or whatever it was. And between the two of us and the dog, I don't like knowing they got away from me.
Heaven help a man with an ego. I guess I could go to my dad and ask why he didn't bother telling me he knows there was a man willing to pay $1,000 to learn who bought the locket.
If you think you'll get a worthy answer, by all means.
He folded his arms with a wry grin.
Though I think we both know what any protective father would say.
He wanted to keep me safe. I held up my hand, opening and closing it like a duckbill. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, be glad you have parents who care that much.
He turned away then, reaching for a bottle of cleaning solution.
Now, if you don't mind, I have to wipe everything down the dog licked before I can close up for the night.
What had I said? It felt like the temperature in the room had dropped below freezing. Okay, thanks for listening. I clipped Lila's leash to her collar and took her to the door. See you Sunday at the meeting? He peered over his shoulder, crouched in front of a row of cabinets.
Oh, right. The business association. You might see me there, but I think we both know better than to acknowledge each other, unless you plan on stirring up a scandal.
Lucky him being able to joke about it. Did I offend you somehow? Why couldn't I leave the place? Why did it matter? Here I was, the consummate people-pleaser, worried I'd hurt his feelings. The man wasn't my friend. I wasn't supposed to be there. But I couldn't leave. My feet may as well have been glued to the floor. He paused in his near-frantic wiping of the stainless cabinet door and started to turn toward me, but my phone ringing cut him off.
I rolled my eyes, sliding a hand into my pocket. I knew who it would be without checking the screen. Honestly, I was surprised it had taken her this long. "Darcy?" Mom sounded anxious. "I have a bone to pick with you." Chapter 15. This is the bone you had to pick with me? I was more than a little fed up as I looked from Mom's laptop to her fretful face. "Are you serious? You said you would help me with the presentation." I rubbed my temples to ward off an impending headache. "No, I didn't. You never told me for sure whether you were actually working on a presentation or whether it was an idea that seemed good at the time but lost its luster. It wouldn't be the first time you've been excited about an idea before dropping it because something newer and shinier came along." Harsh? Yes. Warranted? I sure felt like it was at this moment. She blinked rapidly, a little taken aback. "Oh, I thought I told you I was compiling ideas and notes from other restaurant owners." "You did not." I couldn't help myself while taking a seat on the floral print sofa in what used to be my living room, our living room. "I'm surprised you had the time to talk about anything but my misadventure at the wedding." "Who said I was—" "Stop, please. Just stop." I really was starting to get a headache, and none of this was helping. "I know what you're going to say, and you might as well save yourself the effort. I'm tired." I closed my eyes, tipping my head back to rest it against a cushion. Now that I had admitted out loud just how tired I felt, it was like my body accepted this as an invitation to give in to fatigue. Suddenly my arms and legs were like lead weights. My head weighed a ton. It was too much effort to keep my eyes open. I felt the shift of added weight on the other side of the sofa as Mom sat down. "I'm sorry. I admit I wasn't as discreet as I could have been." Considering the source, this was as close to an admission of guilt as I would ever get. Mom normally had every excuse in the book for being a bit of a gossip hound, and there was no gossip better than the kind which involved her daughters. She'd been driving Emma and me out of our skulls for years. "I guess I should thank you." I lifted one heavy lid, glancing her way out of the corner of my eye. "You've helped business over at the store, though I don't love being stared at like a sideshow attraction, to tell you the truth." "I'm sorry, sweetheart. Truly, I won't breathe a word of it to anyone else." It was a little late for that since there wasn't anybody else to tell, but I knew she meant well and accepted her apology without pushing things any further. It was a waste of time. "So you want to go through with a restaurant week event, for sure? It's going to take a lot of planning." "Like you said, we need something to plan, something to turn our attention to." "We. Our. Who's we? I mean, I don't own a restaurant." Her silence spoke volumes. "Fine then, I'll handle it on my own. You don't have to lift a finger." "I'm just saying." "I'm sure you would rather help your new friend promote his café." And there it was. I opened my eyes and sat up straighter. "You were just waiting to spring that on me, weren't you?" She sat up straighter too. I knew the look on her face too well to mistake it for anything but what it was. The woman was ready for a fight. "Why did you go to him?" "Could you not sound so accusatory? I didn't break any laws." "Why were you there, at his café?" "Who told you they saw me go in?" "What difference does it make?" When I got up to go to the kitchen for water, she followed. "Well, tell me." "It doesn't matter why I went over there, Mom. It wasn't to sabotage you or to make friends with the enemy. Perfectly innocent." I poured a glass from the pitcher in the fridge and took my time drinking it. "What was it then? Are you seeing him? Because I don't think we can trust him." "Seeing him? No, I'm not seeing him." "Good. I wouldn't put it past him to use you." "Enough, please." While gazing at the wall, I placed the glass on the counter with a thud. I had stared at that wallpaper, white, printed with little apples and bunches of grapes, more times than I could count. Years and years of meals and homework and daydreaming. And arguing. "I'm only looking out for you, Darcy." "Are you?" I turned to her and didn't bother blinking back my tears. "Are you sure? I mean, what would be so strange about a man wanting to be involved with me? Why would it necessarily have anything to do with you or your business? Why is that the first explanation your mind jumps to? Do you understand how insulting that is?" Her eyes widened. Oh,
Oh, sweetheart, I didn't. And as for the restaurant week idea, I think it's a good one, but your life and your interests can't always be mine. I can't. I ran both my hands through my hair, too overwhelmed to speak. What was happening? I'd never intended to get emotional and had no idea where this was coming from. But now that it was here, at the forefront, I couldn't hold back. I didn't think I wanted to either. I can't live my life for everybody else. You have Bob, Emma has Joe, Dad has Holly and Georgie, and I'm happy for all of you. I want you all to be happy and be taken care of and comfortable and all that. But I can't live through you or for you. Not everything I do is done with you guys in mind. It can't be. Come, sit down. She guided me to a chair at the table in front of the window, looking out over the yard. I sat, wrapping my arms around me and staring out at where Emma and I used to play. Mom poured more water. She'd left the glass in front of me before sitting down. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I won't pretend you're wrong. You're right. I've taken far too much for granted for too long. You've always been so dependable, reliable, always there, ready to lend a hand, smart, mature, grounded. I've heaped too much on your plate, but you've always handled it so well. I don't know what I'd do without you. And somehow that can't be quite right. A flash of guilt blazed its way through me. I took a breath, ready to disagree. She gave me a firm headshake while closing a hand over mine. No, I know it's true. I've been unfair and I'm sorry. I'll be more considerate of you from now on, I promise. Once I took a sip of water and a few deep breaths, I was able to express myself without feeling like there was a 10-pound block on my chest. I didn't mean to get emotional. You have every right to be emotional. Sweetheart, there's nothing wrong with that. I should know. I'm one of the most emotional people I know. I didn't have the heart to tell her that wasn't exactly a glowing endorsement. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I can't put all my time and energy behind the Restaurant Week project, though I'll back you up at the meeting, of course. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll handle it. I'm sure Nell and Trixie would be willing to help out if I need more hands. I might wrangle Bob into it, too. What's the use of having a boyfriend if you can't make him help you with things? That made me laugh. Honestly, it's been so long since I've had one, I couldn't tell you. We should do something about that. One thing at a time. And she didn't have to be involved. I most certainly didn't want her to be involved. It didn't seem like the right thing to say just then, though, so I chose not to. And for the record, Ethan Crosby isn't even on my radar, not when it comes to that sort of thing. He'd offered to connect me with a friend of his, somebody to help me dig up my memories of the attack. I wanted to remember, that was all. But I did remember something today. I wanted to tell him about it. That's all my visit was about. Nothing to do with you or business or anything like that, okay? Okay. She rubbed my hand, sliding her fingers between mine. What did you remember, or do you not want to talk about it? I filled her in on the high points, which of course left her gasping. It was a robbery. I should have known. Nobody would intentionally hurt you. But now it's more important than ever the police find this man. What if he comes back? What if he finds you someplace else? At the store, maybe? My pulse picked up speed. As usual, she jumped to the worst-case scenario before I had. It must have been something all mothers excelled at, instantly imagining the worst possible outcome. You shouldn't wear it anymore. You should keep it someplace safe, granted. But I don't want you to wear that locket out in public, in case whoever this is sees you and decides to take it. I clutched the locket, defensive, like I was afraid she would take it then and there. I hate that idea. I mean, isn't that the same thing as letting him win? Why should I let this guy dictate what I do? I understand, really I do. Where do you think your stubborn streak comes from? I don't appreciate people telling me what to do either. Just the same, I won't have you cutting off your nose to spite your face. Take precautions now. The police will find this man, and you'll be able to wear your locket again. I hated doing it, but Mom had made a good point. This guy had found me once. He could easily find me again. Once the locket was tucked inside my purse, she continued, I'll make sure to keep an eye out for anyone matching that description Heather gave you, too. Don't get involved, please. I don't want you approaching him or letting him know you recognize him from his description. She sniffed, clearly insulted. "I know how to handle myself, Darcy. I've been handling myself since long before you were born." Yes, and sometimes I wondered how she'd managed to make it as long as she had. Penny was on the front porch when I arrived at the house, working like mad on a drawing. She barely lifted her head when Lola and I reached her. "Hey, I think you had a visitor earlier. I heard knocking at the inside door." As opposed to the private entrance outside. I never took Lola up that way since the steps were a little steep and she had a hard time climbing them being so small. "Did you see anybody?" Penny shook her head. "No, they were gone by the time I went out in the hall." Visitors could go inside the house when the front door was unlocked, which it normally was during the day. It was like any other apartment building, with our individual doors providing protection. Funny, but until this moment, I hadn't thought twice about the lock on my door. It was perfectly serviceable. I left it locked during the day when I wasn't at home, but often forgot to lock up once I was in for the night. Cape Hope was generally a very safe place, especially in the residential area where tourists seldom ventured. They tended to spend their time in the commercial district, at the little motels along the beach, on the boardwalk. Now, walking behind Lola up the stairs, my heart was in my throat, and I wasn't sure I wanted to go inside. The door hadn't been tampered with. There were no scratches or anything, no signs of the lock being forced. I'm being silly, aren't I? Lola only wagged her tiny tail, eager to be inside, probably hoping for a treat once we got there. I was in the act of pushing the unlocked door open when I looked down and noticed the slip of paper just barely sticking out from underneath, like somebody had slid it under. Lola ran right past it. Some guard dog she was. I crouched, picking it up at one corner with the very tips of my fingers. Upside down, I could make out the big, uneven letters someone had scrawled. "You have something that belongs to me, and I want it back." Chapter 16. "Thank you for coming over. I didn't want to upset my dad with this." Pete slid the note into a plastic baggie, wearing gloves when he did.
"No problem. Besides, he's not at the station anyway, but he is gonna find out. You know that, right?"
I drew my feet up under me on the couch, watching him seal the bag. "Yeah, I know. And he'll be mad when he finds out I didn't tell him directly."
"You called the station. I came out to take care of things. He'll hear about it the next time he pops in for an update."
He went to the outside entry door, which sat at the transition between the living room and the kitchen.
"I don't know about these locks. You might want to call in a locksmith to get newer ones installed."
"You think I'm—" He looked at me over his shoulder.
"I'm not saying you're in danger, but I know your father would have my guts for garters if he heard I didn't at least suggest you upgrade your security."
"He probably would." Pete chuckled, unrolling his shirt sleeves over forearms I couldn't help noticing with approval. What was it about a well-developed pair of forearms? They were maybe the least sexy part of the human body. They shouldn't have been so appealing, but I couldn't take my eyes off them until he covered them.
That's the thing about small towns. People tend to get complacent about their safety. Bad things happen everywhere.
His eyes met mine and he winced.
"Sorry. Didn't mean to make you feel any worse."
"You aren't making me feel worse. You're actually helping me feel better." He gestured to the armchair positioned beside the couch, and I nodded. "Please, I should have already offered you something to drink, but my head is all over the place."
"No worries. Besides, I'm fine. Do you want something? I could fix tea, maybe?"
I would never have imagined laughing so soon after finding out my stalker, that was the only word I could come up with, knew where I lived. "No, that's okay. Thanks." He sat down, leaning in with his elbows on his knees.
"So, you know what we learned after the vandalism at Heather's shop. I know you would have rather had someone come to you and tell you about it, but it seemed like a pretty thin connection. Your dad didn't want you to get worked up without cause when we had no idea whether the incidents were connected. He's very concerned for you. Doesn't want to upset you if he can avoid it."
I get it, though I don't like it. How am I supposed to protect myself if I don't know the full story?
"That's his job. At least that's how he sees it. His job and ours. In a way, I agree with him. It's not usually a great idea for civilians to take matters into their own hands."
Geez, I'm not going vigilante if that's what he's concerned about. He barely stifled a laugh.
"I don't think he's worried you'll go quite that far. Take it easy on him when you talk to him next, okay? His heart's in the right place.
It wasn't the place his heart was in that worried me. It was the condition of his heart. Somebody had to get to the bottom of this before things unraveled any further. He's going to be pretty upset when he finds out about the note.
I think he will, yes. I know I would be if I were in his place.
I chewed my lip as an idea came to me. He would hate it. I knew he would. Just like I hated it when he felt the need to protect me. Is there any way to, avoid telling him about this right away? Pete lowered his brow.
You're serious?
As a heart attack. Oof, poor choice of words, considering who I was talking about. But it was too late to take them back. Just for a few days? Could we maybe keep this between ourselves?
To what end? When can I tell him about it?
He held up the baggie, and I wished he hadn't, since it meant being able to see the message my stalker had left. My stalker. I had a stalker. What bizarre alternative timeline had I fallen into? Me, Darcy Harmon, unassuming bookstore owner who'd never said boo to a ghost. Somebody was stalking me. Give me till Monday. I want to do some research first.
What kind of research?
Please, just let me do what I need to do. He cringed as though in pain, which I guessed he was in a way.
Your father will kill me if he learns I kept this from him. Not to mention my guilty conscience. I don't love the idea of knowing you're doing research and maybe getting yourself into trouble. No offense, but I've already seen what Emma's detective work has done to him in the past.
This means a lot to me.
I'm sure it does.
When I didn't blink or avert my gaze, he sighed.
Do me a favor. Promise me you won't go anywhere or speak to anyone alone. Take backup. Call me if you have to.
He reached into his front pocket and pulled out a card which he left on the end table between us. I promise. He still appeared pained as he stood.
Why do I fear I'll end up regretting this?
I don't know, but you won't. I swear. I followed him to the door, where he turned suddenly rather than stepping into the hall.
Let the others in the building know about this. That's all I ask. It's times like this when we all need to look out for each other. If they see someone shady or hear something they can't explain, they should call the station. Can you spread the word?
I will. I hated the thought, hated it down to my fingertips, but I'd spread the word. Nobody wanted to imagine themselves facing something like this alone. I watched him walk down the stairs and heard his voice out on the porch, like he was already spreading the word for me. Sure enough, it wasn't 30 seconds before Penny came bounding up the stairs and knocked frantically on the door. Darce! Oh my God, are you still in there? I wanted to ask where she thought I could possibly have gotten to in the time it took her to come up, but it would have been rude, so all I did was open the door and accept the hug she offered. Well, it was more like she threw herself at me. Are you okay? She squeezed tight before holding me at arm's length, studying me. I'm fine. It was just a note. Just a note that made you call the police? I figured it was a personal visit, that cop. Since he didn't have his siren on, And what with your sister marrying a cop, I thought... She shrugged. I get it, but no, that was definitely not a social visit. My stomach growled, which seemed bizarre at a time like this. I shouldn't have been hungry with so many things to worry about. Do you want something to eat? I'm starved. No, thanks, but I'll keep you company if you don't mind. Mind? I'd welcome it right now. I didn't have it in me to cook more than pasta and jarred sauce, so I set the water on to boil before pouring some wine in hopes of easing my anxiety a little. When I held the bottle up, Penny shook her head. I feel so bad. I wish I'd seen who was here, knocking. No way, it's not your fault. I poured out food for Lola, who'd waited patiently until I went to the kitchen. Once she knew any sort of food was in the mix, all bets were off. I told the cop about the guy who drove by the other day, the one I mentioned to you. I slapped my forehead. How did I forget about him? I guess he was checking the place out, though how he figured out where I live is a mystery. She shrugged. Word gets around, and everybody wants to be friendly to everybody else. He could have asked where you live, or if he knew your name, he could have looked it up. Or he might have followed me here. I gave my arms a brisk rub to calm the goosebumps that had popped up. Oh gosh, I don't even want to think about it. You don't want to think about it.
I gulped down more wine and wished it would work a little faster on my nerves. My hands were shaking, my heart fluttering. Strange the things you take for granted in a safe little town. And all of this for what? Why? I'd left my purse on the table. The locket was still inside. I took it out and handed it over. This, evidently, at least it's the only thing anybody can come up with. Your locket? Her mouth fell open. He was trying to yank it off you. As far as anybody can tell, yeah. I stirred spaghetti into the boiling water, then put sauce in the microwave to heat up. My sister would flay me alive for such a faux pas. Her homemade sauce was the stuff of legend, but desperate times called for convenience. Would you give it to him if you saw him? Like if he came back? That was a good question. Good enough it stopped me in my tracks. Only the microwave's beep got me moving again. Would I give it to him? I mean, honestly, I'd like to know why he thinks he deserves it and I don't. I turned to Penny, who'd gotten up and was standing in the kitchen doorway with the locket dangling from her hand. I guess I'd understand if it was a matter of sentimental value, that sort of thing. The last thing he had to remember his mom or grandmother by, you know? She scowled. You're too nice of a person. Oh? So what would you do? I'd tell him to screw off. I burst out laughing before turning back to the bubbling pot. That's not exactly my style. Maybe it needs to be. I'm serious. She held up the locket, letting it spin from its chain. Sentimental value is a big deal, I get that. And that's when a man approaches a woman like a grown-up, like an adult, and explains the mix-up. The locket accidentally made its way into Grandma's stuff that was going to be sold, whatever. It happens. He could offer money to make up for it, and maybe squeeze out a few tears. She closed her fist around the locket, then slammed her fist against the counter hard enough to make me jump. What he doesn't do is storm up to the woman from behind, put a hand over her mouth, and choke her in the process of trying to rip the darn thing from her neck. That's what he doesn't do. Anybody who acts that way doesn't deserve the opportunity to explain himself, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Her face was flushed, her eyes shining. Neither of us said anything for a long moment. Finally, I blew out a sigh. Wow, tell me how you really feel. A giggle bubbled up and out of her, followed by one from me. Before long, we were both in hysterics, leaning on each other to stay on our feet and crying with laughter while a very excited Lola ran around in circles. Eventually, Penny wiped her eyes. Sorry, I shouldn't have blown up. No, I needed that. Little bursts of laughter kept erupting like aftershocks as I splashed my tear-stained cheeks with water from the sink. And I needed to hear it, too. You're right. That guy, whoever he is, forfeited any right he had to kindness and consideration when he snuck up on me like that. And put his hands on you. And put his hands on me. My lip curled in a sneer when I said it. He doesn't deserve your kindness. He deserves to be arrested. If I had it my way, he would be. First, I had to find him before he found me again. Chapter 17. This is weird. I looked at Lola, who was happy as a clam, rubbing her back on the throw rug like she wanted to get her scent all over it. I'm glad you're excited to be home. It was Penny's idea, and frankly, I didn't know why I hadn't thought about it, spending the night at Emma's apartment in case my stalker decided to come back for another visit. Even with perfectly good locks on the door. Locks which I would still replace as per Pete's recommendation. I would sleep much better if I knew I wasn't going to hear knocking in the middle of the night. Or worse. Something told me Emma wouldn't mind. According to her social media feed, she was living it up in the sun, lounging on a beach whose sand was a lot whiter than anything we had in New Jersey. The two of them had even managed to develop deep tans over the course of the week, and I had to say Joe appeared calm and relaxed. I'd never seen him like that. It was almost enough to make me reconsider taking a vacation, though something told me it wouldn't be quite the same. There was a vacation, and then there was a honeymoon, being with that one special person, just the two of us together. That wasn't happening any time soon. There was a reason why I'd pulled out my laptop in the first place, wasn't there? Right, I wanted to do a little digging into the people who'd auctioned off the locket. There wasn't much information about them online, though, just a static web page with no links or anything. Considering they hadn't provided Heather with any information about the locket or where it had come from, I had to wonder how professional they were. But then, what did I know? That could have been the way things were normally done. Heather said it had been around 3 months since she'd acquired the piece. It was part of an estate auction, which meant the owner had passed away when? It made sense to scan through the Paradise City obituaries. The locket's owner had probably lived near there, if that's where the locket had come from. I had a couple of assumptions to make before I could start searching. The deceased was likely a woman, likely an older woman at that. The locket itself was old. Heather had told us when we were looking for my bridesmaid gift, the appraiser had estimated at least 100 years, that it had been created around the turn of the 20th century based on the toolwork. So it was an heirloom. That pointed to sentimental value, all right, though I kept Penny's little outburst playing in the back of my mind on a loop. It didn't matter how much sentimental value the locket held. There was no excuse for attacking me physically. Boy, there were a lot of people dying in Paradise City. Lola didn't care. She was blissfully unaware of anything but being home, finally. At least she was somebody to talk to. It was wild, the impulse to call Ethan. I didn't have his number, which was more than likely for the best. It was Friday night. He'd probably be out with his girlfriend. How was it still only Friday? I was at Brianna's yoga class this morning. 100 years had passed since then. I wished Emma would come home. She'd know how to help me with this. She probably would have already found the guy by now, knowing her. Wouldn't she be surprised when she got home and found out there'd been a mystery and she'd missed out on it? First, she would tear me a new one for not speaking out about the attack at the reception, but I was used to that by now. That was the least of my worries. So many obituaries. Almost too many to go through, but I did. I kept looking, even though I didn't know what I was looking for. Until it hit me. Why hadn't I thought about it before? The initials on the ring, S.R. Yes, the deceased woman might have a different last name, but I could at least go through all the last names starting with R. I jumped when my phone rang, the sound cutting through the otherwise quiet apartment. It was Mom. I took a deep breath before answering. She'd be worried if she heard me sounding breathless. "Hi, Mom." "You sound upset." I couldn't win. "I'm fine. I just decided to spend the night at Emma's, though. Might as well get it out of the way." "Why?" "Why, indeed. Josh, the guy who lives downstairs, he had a bunch of people over and they were being pretty loud. It was making Lola nervous and antsy and driving me up the wall." "You could have come here. I hate having these empty bedrooms." This again. She had tried like all get out to convince me to move into my old room when I'd announced I wanted to look for a new place. "It'll be so much fun, the two of us living together. We could stay up watching movies, have spa nights, and do facials and pedicures." Yes, when we weren't too exhausted from driving each other to distraction. "I didn't want to bug you. Don't you and Bob normally have plans on Friday nights?" "That doesn't mean I don't have time for you, and we're already back from dinner." I had to bite my tongue or risk blurting out something I shouldn't, such as questioning where Bob wanted the night to end. I knew better than to even crack that particular door open, since Mom never knew when to leave well enough alone, and I'd just as likely end up having to hear about their private life. No, thank you. I'd been traumatized enough today. "I wondered if you were paying any attention to the news. They say there's a big storm developing southeast of the Bahamas." "Oh, no. I hadn't seen anything about that." I'd been sort of distracted. Pulling up a new tab on the browser, I checked out the weather, and sure enough there was a story about a tropical storm with the potential to become a hurricane. It was barely the start of hurricane season, and here we were. Just Emma's luck. Here's hoping it turns out to be nothing. I didn't quite believe myself, though. Joe's level-headed enough to know when it's time to bow out early. "I certainly hope so. I can't get a hold of either of them." "I'll try, okay? You enjoy your night and try not to worry too much." That earned me a snicker. "Try having children and then tell me if it's possible not to worry. I have you to worry about and now your sister. It'll be okay. It always is in the end." Meanwhile, the hand I wasn't using to hold my phone clenched and unclenched,
a little tighter every time. I was lying, deliberately withholding the truth. While it was for the best, that didn't make me feel very proud of myself. Who would it help, though, if I poured out the latest bit of drama? She would never let it go. I'd end up with the police at the door, my father at the head of the line. She'd call him, no doubt. Not much else in the world could convince her to do it, but she would surely do it in this case. And then they'd drag me off to my childhood bedroom and lock the door. I'd rather avoid that, needless to say. I tried calling Emma next, but I didn't get an answer either. "Hey, it's me. I heard about the storm coming and wondered if you two were going to head back early. I hope you do, though obviously you're the ones there and you know better what's happening. I'm babbling. Sorry. Give me a call or text to let me know you're okay." Very smooth. I rolled my eyes at myself before going back to my search. There were roughly a dozen older women whose last names fit the bill, all of them having passed away in the last year. I opened their obituaries in separate browser tabs and cracked my knuckles before diving in. I was getting closer. I could feel it. Although I knew in the back of my mind this was not the ideal way to spend a Friday night, reading through obituaries like a ghoul. School teacher. That didn't seem like a vocation that would lend itself to owning a locket like mine. No offense, Mrs. Roberts. I closed that tab. Mrs. Rollins was a homemaker who'd retired to Miami with her husband years ago. They had 5 children and 10 grandchildren. Good for you two. It had seemed like they lived a good life. I left that tab as it was, since there was at least a chance of Mrs. Rollins being the locket's owner. I went through another 3 obituaries before closing my eyes and letting my head fall back against the pillows I used to prop myself up in bed. This was pointless, a fool's errand. "Have I lost it, Lola?" I looked at her, snuggled in at the foot of the bed. "I think the fact that I even asked you is answer enough. This was based entirely on speculation, assumptions. Who knew whether my stalker's initials had anything to do with the locket's original owner? At least only Penny knew I was doing this. I could trust her to keep it to herself. Otherwise, I'd be horribly embarrassed if anybody knew I was poring through obituaries, hoping to find a lead. I resolved to go through the rest of the tabs I'd opened and then call it a night. Morning came early, and I'd have to open the store as always, while Becca trained the pair of summer employees I'd hired the week before the wedding. Maybe I'd get a day off sometime soon. A girl could dream. Next, I clicked on the next tab and scrolled down until a large black and white image caught my eye. Diana Raines had been a beautiful woman, statuesque, and in this particular photo, her hair was arranged in one of those old-fashioned beehive hairdos. I wondered if she'd managed to get through a doorway without ducking. Then I saw it. Holy crap, Lola! Oh my God! With trembling fingers, I enlarged the image, leaning in until my nose nearly touched the screen. She was wearing a locket. The locket. Diana Raines, thank you. I threw my arms into the air and thanked whoever was on my side up there in the heavens. Thank you, thank you. I haven't completely lost it, thank you. Once I'd finished celebrating, I read the obituary. Diana was the daughter of a real estate developer who'd built some of the grand old hotels back when Paradise City was a summer retreat for the wealthy. Her mother was an heiress, too, so Diana had been raised in luxury. Only 2 kids from husband number 3. I scanned the rest of the article for names. Vincent Raines and Anna Raines Barlow, both of whom predeceased her. She's survived by Vincent's sons, Kenneth and Stephen. Stephen Raines, S.R. It was the weirdest feeling, typing his name in the search bar, being this close to finding him, putting a name to someone who'd only been a shadowy figure up to this point. The sound of footsteps outside made my head snap up. I'd turned out all the lights and couldn't see anything out in the living room. Lola stood, growling softly, before jumping off the bed and launching herself out of the room. No, no, no! I scrambled out of bed, tangled up in the blankets and almost dropping the laptop on the floor in my panic. There was definitely somebody out there. Lola ran to the door and barked loudly, incessantly. I couldn't see her and didn't dare turn on the light. I didn't even have a weapon. I had nothing to defend myself with. I felt my way along the wall until I reached the kitchen, which sat just inside the front door. There were pans hanging from hooks on the walls. I grabbed one, a heavy cast-iron skillet, and raised it to shoulder height. The door started to open, light from the hall pouring into the apartment and blinding me. I screamed as loud and hard as I could. "Get out of here! Go away!" There was another scream, then a firm, deep shout.
"Freeze! Police!"
Then, a moment before the lights went on, a familiar voice. "Seriously, Joe? You don't even have your gun." I was face to face with my sister and her husband. Chapter 18. "Honestly, I'm proud of you." Joe shot Emma a look I'd seen many times.
"You would be."
"Well, I am. What can I say? Look what she managed to find out. The locket belonged to Diana Raines, and her grandson Stephen wants it. Considering she just found out about him harassing Heather like yesterday morning, that's first-class work." Still, my sister scowled at me. "I don't forgive you for not telling us about it at the reception." "I really don't have it in me to get into this argument right now. Or ever, for that matter." Joe hit me with one of his steely detective gazes.
"Your dad is going to be furious when he finds out about the note under your door."
"I'll deal with that when the time comes. Pete was nice enough to give me the weekend to find out when I can."
"Yeah, well, I'll have a few words with him when I get back to work. Trust me on that."
He was even grumpier than usual, though I guessed having a honeymoon cut short thanks to Mother Nature would do that to a man. "Please don't. It's not his fault. I think he's trying to look out for Dad, too, like I am." I held his gaze in sort of a weird staring contest until he shifted his gaze away.
"You Harmon girls have very strange ideas about what looking out for people involves."
He got up and went to the kitchen.
"I'm hungry."
Emma and I exchanged a glance.
"We've had a very long day. I didn't think we'd ever get home. It seems like everybody had the same bright idea we had. Trying to change their flights so they could leave early and avoid the hurricane."
"And then you came home to a screaming girl threatening you with a cast-iron skillet."
"I recognized your scream, no problem. As soon as I heard Lola barking, I knew you must have spent the night."
"Sorry about that."
"Don't be." She gave me a gentle shove. "I'm glad you came here rather than staying at your place. You can stay here as long as you want, until this is all cleared up, you know?"
Joe was visible in the open kitchen, slapping a thick layer of peanut butter on a slice of bread.
"Absolutely. I know I'll sleep better knowing you're safe. We'll make up the sofa bed."
Emotion swept over me in a sudden wave that left me tearing up. "I can't do that. You two, you just got married. You don't need a guest. You should spend this time alone." Emma reached over and stroked my hair, which just then was maybe the best thing she could have done. What tension was left in my body melted away.
"Darcy, Joe's been living here with me for 6 months. It's sort of been done, you know what I mean?"
She gazed up at him as he joined us again.
"No offense." "None taken. And even if that wasn't true, Darce, we'd want you here with us. Somehow that guy found out where you live. He sounds like a piece of work. I don't want you home alone with him wandering around town."
"Oh, no." Emma held her tanned face in her tanned hands. I wasn't used to seeing her so glowy and healthy. "What?"
"The bookstore. What if he comes to the store?"
"Mom already thought about that." I faced Joe. "No way I'm missing time at the store. I won't let this guy dictate everything I do." He chewed his sandwich slowly, so slowly I started to wonder whether he was deliberately taking his time so he wouldn't have to say anything.
"Thanks, honey." Emma gave him a sour look. "I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to fill in for you at the bookstore."
"What? No way."
"Yes, way. How many times have I backed you up over there? I could do it with my eyes closed."
"You're supposed to be on your honeymoon." I glanced from her to Joe. "Both of you. Just because you had to come home early doesn't mean you have to pull a shift at the store. If anything, that's exactly why you shouldn't."
"Yeah, well, here we are. You have a stalker and he's already attacked you. I wouldn't put anything past a person like that."
She folded her arms and pursed her lips until they almost disappeared.
"Besides, you already sacrificed to keep the reception running smoothly. This is the least I can do." "She's right. We owe you this much." "We?" Emma snickered to her husband. "I don't remember you saying you would do anything." "Thank you, dear. By the way, I'm very glad we're married."
Though the expression in his eyes told me he meant it, no matter how much sarcasm he managed to convey in his voice.
I plan to find this Stephen Raines and ask him a thing or two, such as how many antique stores he's visited lately, whether he has a thing for throwing rocks through windows, how many bridesmaids he's choked lately.
Can I come with you? The look he gave me, like I'd suddenly grown a second head.
Why would you even ask me that? No, don't answer. It's in your DNA. I should know better by now.
Listen, Detective, I've had it up to here this week. I held my flattened hand up around my forehead. If I have to sit here by myself with nothing to do but worry and obsess and wonder how things are going with you two, I might just explode. You don't want that to happen. Just let her come with you. She'll stay in the car, won't you? Emma winked at me. Joe threw his hands into the air.
I saw that. You didn't even bother trying to hide it.
Why would I bother trying to hide it? She stood and stretched. Come on, let's get the sofa bed set up. We all have a long day ahead of us. Once again, I had to fight to keep myself from bursting into tears. Sorry, I ran a hand under my eyes. It's been a long week. My sister wrapped me in a tight hug. I'm so sorry you went through this. There we were, having a fantastic time, while you were dealing with so much.
It really was amazing.
Joe sighed as he carried the bags into the bedroom.
Thanks, Hurricane.
No, it all happened the way it was supposed to. Emma removed pillows from the sofa, stacking them by the window while I pulled out the bed. We came home early, exactly when Darcy needed us. Just think, she would have gone to work tomorrow like an idiot, and who knows what would have happened. Thanks? Don't take it personally. I called you an idiot, but I said it with love, you idiot. She shoved me on her way past. Always thinking you have to handle things on your own. Putting cover up on your neck to hide the marks. I mean, come on. I sat on the bed. It seemed like the right thing at the time. And you had a great night, right? It was worth it. She pulled a face on her way back into the room, holding pillows and sheets. You're worth more than a wedding reception. I only have one sister. I can always have another reception. Joe's voice floated our way through the open door.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Obviously, I meant it would be our reception, together. Meanwhile, she shook her head at me. I bit back a laugh. She didn't mean it, of course. This was all her way of cheering me up, taking my mind off things. At least I hoped it was. Otherwise, she was a week into married life and already reconsidering. I set my hands on my hips. I'm not planning the next wedding. Just saying, you have to find another sucker to do that for you. Nobody could do as good a job as you did, and I'm not just saying that. She surprised me with an impulsive hug. And here I was trying to give you a gift that would show you how grateful I was, and all it's done is bring you all this drama and fear. It hasn't been all terrible, and I look forward to wearing the locket for years. Once she let me go, I nudged her toward the bedroom where Joe was straightening out the bedding. He left my laptop on the table in the dining area before saying goodnight. You're sure you're okay out here? Emma hesitated before closing the door between us. Just fine. Now I'm not here alone, so I'll be able to get to sleep much easier. Go, rest up. I blew her a kiss and managed to keep my smile fixed in place until the door closed. It wasn't that I was lying, per se. I did feel relief and a greater sense of calm knowing they were there, even if sleeping in the living room made me feel sort of awkward, like the third wheel. What if I snored? What if Joe snored? I'd never spent the night with him in the mix before. I turned on a white noise app for the sake of sound masking, just in case, and left it running on my phone before opening my laptop again. I had to see him. They had come home just before I was about to look up Stephen Raines. Could this have waited till the morning? Of course, so many things could. But he would linger in my subconscious as a shadow, lurking in my dreams and turning them into nightmares. I wouldn't let that happen. If I couldn't face this man in person, I'd do it virtually for now. He couldn't hurt me, and I wasn't alone. So I clicked enter on the search bar, and a series of photos popped up, along with links to social media profiles. There was the man Heather had described. Tall, thin build, dark hair thinning a little at the front. He had pouty lips, a nose that might have been broken at one point, sort of squashed, slightly crooked. So why hadn't my friend mentioned that when she described him? There was no missing it. Maybe I wasn't the first woman he'd ever attacked. Maybe one of us had managed an elbow to the nose. Whoever had hit him, I was glad they'd done it and wished they'd done it some more. He was still too handsome, too haughty. I was going to click on the first profile that came up on the list, but stopped when something strange caught my eye. The second photo that had come up under the search bar. I realized the first image was only a cropped version of the full-sized picture. There were two of him. Two men with his face, with the same slightly thinning hair, the same full lips, the same wickedly sharp jaw and square chin. Only the noses were different. The second one wasn't squashed or crooked at all. I clicked on it, opening the original image. When I hovered the pointer over the man with the crooked nose, the name Kenneth Rains appeared over his face, not Stephen. Over the other, the name was Stephen Rains. Whoever had posted the picture had tagged their social media accounts. Kenneth and Stephen Rains were twins. Chapter 19.
Which one of them did you meet that day?
Joe slid the photo across the glass case. We'd printed it this morning back at the apartment, and while the quality wasn't so great, the image was clear enough that the difference between the two men was plain. Heather bent down to peer at it and then tapped Stephen's face. His nose didn't look like it had ever been broken. Otherwise, they could be the same person, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could.
Joe and I exchanged a glance.
You're sure Kenneth is the one with the broken nose?
That's what comes up when I check out his social media. I still had him pulled up in my phone, and I handed it over to my brother-in-law so he could take a look. This is Kenneth. He works in construction up in Monmouth County. The other one is Stephen. He works for an investment company in New York.
And you're absolutely sure you saw an S and an R on the ring?
When he glanced up at me from the phone, the expression on his face told me what the look on my face must have been, a reflection of my disdain for his question.
Sorry, that was stupid.
Not stupid. Yes, stupid. I'm sure of what I saw. It was right there over my mouth. S.R.
I guess he's the one we're searching for, then.
He peered down at Kenneth one more time before handing the phone back.
Though honestly, I would peg this one for the attacker. Call me jaded, but you don't usually see the investment banker guy doing the attacking.
I thought only bookworms like me fell for stereotypes like that. I shook my head at him. Come on, detective. Open your mind a little. We said our goodbyes and promised to keep Heather updated before stepping outside, where there was a technician installing a security camera out in front, just like Heather had said there would be. I was glad to see her beefing up the system. It wasn't easy to be a female business owner, even in a small, relatively quiet town, and I didn't carry valuable items in my store the way she did. If I were her, I'd have cameras everywhere. What do you think, detective? What's next? We strolled down the street together, where many businesses were opening up for the day. Tourists rode rented bikes, shouting to each other as they explored the town. There was a line for Jillian's, a popular brunch spot specializing in outrageous pancakes and towers of French toast. The aroma wafted out toward us and made my mouth water.
I'm hungry.
Joe looked my way.
Want to stop someplace for breakfast?
Did you have a place in mind? I winked, and he laughed.
No offense to your mom, who I love dearly, but Emma already texted me roughly 100 times to tell me about the morning she's had with Sylvia. I guess we should have warned everybody we were coming back early.
You were in a hurry. Things were up in the air.
You're right, and thank you for seeing things from our perspective.
Mom doesn't, I'm guessing?
Suffice it to say, I don't have it in me to handle 1,000 questions this morning. Not just from her, either. Everybody in the cafe will want to hear about the honeymoon. I'm sure by now our abrupt return has been blown all out of proportion.
Like a pair of spies getting on the last flight out before their cover was blown.
Exactly. So not the cafe, if you don't mind.
Gee, why wouldn't I want to go someplace where my mother will demand to know why I didn't go to work today and forced my sister to cover for me? I groaned at the very thought. Bad enough I would have to field a bunch of questions when I saw Mom again. The idea of fielding them in front of whoever happened to be in the cafe at the moment made me feel all sweaty and gross.
Good point.
He nodded to the storefront across the street as we continued down the sidewalk.
I guess that's out.
Ethan's cafe. I looked at the ground. Yeah, no, not a good idea.
Obviously. I was kidding.
He nudged me with his elbow.
I thought you said he wasn't as bad as you thought.
I did. He's not.
Honestly, I lifted a shoulder and wished we'd gone down any other street. But that doesn't mean being seen in his shop would be a good idea. He was quiet until we reached the corner, where we stopped to wait for the light to turn green.
You sound down. Is everything okay?
I blinked hard when I lifted my gaze to his. Joe was a great guy, and undoubtedly the best match for my infuriating and endearing sister. But he was also a man, and men could sometimes be a little slow on the uptake, at least in my experience. Aside from somebody stalking me, everything's awesome. Why do you ask? He snickered, shaking his head.
I can't win with you women.
I looked over my shoulder toward Ethan's. I love Cape Hope. You know I do. It's my home. But danged if it doesn't feel sort of limiting sometimes. I went to see Ethan last night, just to tell him what I remembered about the signet ring, and my mother knew about it in no time. I can't get away with anything around here. You'd think I was 13 and trying to break curfew.
I'm sorry. That's got to be tough. Maybe it's time to say, screw it. I'm going to do what I want.
I laughed softly at the thought as we crossed the street. Easier said than done.
Maybe. Maybe not. Sometime you have to take the first step and set your boundaries and let everybody else deal with it as they will. You're a tough businesswoman. I think you could handle that.
I didn't feel so tough. I felt scared and confused, and frankly annoyed that I had to upend my routine because of some weirdo twin brothers with a thing for lockets. I was about to say so, too, when Joe grabbed my wrist and held me still halfway across the street. What's wrong? I followed the direction of his gaze and found myself gazing at one of the Rains brothers standing on the corner ahead of us. This particular brother had a straight, perfect nose. Everything went still around me, still and oh so quiet. The only sound I could make out was the rush of blood in my ears. No traffic noise, no people talking or ringing the bells on their rented bikes. All that existed was the man in front of me, staring at me the way I stared at him. It only lasted a moment, that feeling.
Stephen?
Joe took a step forward, letting go of my wrist.
Stephen Rains?
He took off, and heaven help me, I took off after him.
Darcy, wait!
But there was no waiting. I wasn't about to stand around and wait while this cretin walked around, probably looking for me. I had run track and cross country back in high school. Granted, it had been a long time since my last race, but my body reacted like somebody had fired the starter's pistol. Stephen dodged between groups on the sidewalk, pushing people out of his way before cutting across the street with me on his heels. No way was I about to let him get away from me. Not when he'd driven me out of my apartment, when he had hurt me, when he'd put his hands on me when he had no right to do that. My feet had wings. I was closing in on him, gaining inches with every stride, legs pumping, arms pumping, lungs burning for air, but it didn't matter because I was going to catch him. I was going to win. Until I saw who we were running toward. The big, heavily adorned hat caught my attention first. Mrs. Merriweather strolled slowly down the sidewalk, pulling a collapsible shopping cart behind her. Today's hat was draped in yellow tulle and bluebells. She glanced up, her eyes going wide in surprise as Stephen Rains sprinted straight at her. No way could she get out of the way in time. She wasn't that fast. I managed to suck in enough air to scream, "Stop! Stop!" He had no intention of stopping. The whole thing unfolded in my brain before it happened in reality. He would slam into her, knock her down, and she'd end up breaking something, or a lot of somethings. And of course I would lose him because I would help her. I wasn't about to run away from an elderly injured woman I'd known my entire life. Sometimes life was surprising. Sometimes people were too. Mrs. Merriweather reacted with a speed I never would have expected from a woman her age. She swung the empty shopping cart out in front of her and shoved it in Stephen's direction. He couldn't stop himself. Man and cart collided, and the cart won. He went tumbling over it, ending up on his back in the middle of the sidewalk. Joe reached us moments later, and I let him take care of Stephen while I doubled over with my hands on my knees. It was one thing to run like all get out for the first time in a decade. It was very much another thing to recover from it in the moments after, once the blazing rush of excitement had passed, and a girl in her late 20s
who hadn't run competitively in years, had to face her lack of conditioning. "Are you all right, dear?" Mrs. Merriweather patted my shoulder while I sucked in all the air I could get. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on me. "I'm fine. Just glad you're okay." Meanwhile, Joe hauled Stephen to his feet.
Been to any weddings lately, bud?
Stephen shook his head, gasping for air even harder than I was.
No. Mistake. No.
That was all he could manage.
Yeah, I'm sure this is nothing but a mistake.
Joe pulled out his phone.
And I'm sure we can get it all worked out once we're down at the station.
Stephen shook his head, eyes wide, sweat rolling down his face.
No, you don't understand. My brother. Yeah, your brother. We know about him, too.
Joe muttered something into his phone. I imagined he was talking to somebody at the station and heard him say something about a patrol car before explaining where to find us. I inched closer to Stephen, who shot me a look I could only describe as pleading.
Honestly, it was Ken. We only want the key, but he's desperate.
The key? What key?
He went to your store, looking for you. He told me he was going to get the key this morning. I wanted to warn you.
The store. I clutched Joe's arm while tears sprang to my eyes. Joe barked into the phone.
Send a car to First Edition immediately. Reason to believe there could be trouble there.
I watched and listened, my heart in my throat. Joe's eyes met mine.
There was already a call. A car's on the way.
It wasn't just a single car in front of my store when I arrived. There were 3 cars and cops milling around, yellow tape blocking pedestrians from getting too close. I ducked under the tape and dashed inside, calling Emma's name. She was in my office and jumped up from her chair when she heard me. "I'm fine. We're all fine. Everything's okay." Everything was okay. The store was trashed. Books everywhere, shelves knocked over. Becca sat in the other chair in front of the desk, arms wrapped around her, red curls hanging in front of her face. When I touched her shoulder, she flinched, then flashed an apologetic grimace. "Sorry. It's okay, really. I'm just a little shook up. I'm sorry you had to go through this." I turned from her to Emma. "What happened?" Squashed nose happened. I hadn't seen her like this in a long time. She was beyond furious and ready to spit nails, snarling, eyes like 2 slits. He came strolling in. The few customers who were wandering around ran out while he started demanding to see you. I told him you weren't here and he needed to leave. "I ran in here and called the police." Becca's voice was barely a whisper, shaky and close to tears. Good thinking. Poor thing. She would need a break after this. I'd be lucky if she didn't quit. Not that I would blame her if she did. Emma gestured to the store at large. "I take partial blame for this." "Why?" "Because I called him by his name. I called him Kenneth. He had a crooked nose, so I took a risk. That was when he really flipped, screaming something about a key while he threw books around. I managed to get back here and lock the door while he threw his fit. By the time the car got here, he was gone." I wrapped my arms around her and squeezed hard. "I'm so sorry, but I'm so glad you're okay." "I've been through worse." She appeared more concerned over the condition of the store than anything else, bending down to pick up a couple of books once I let her go. Joe burst into the store, head on a swivel.
"Em?"
"Back here. We're fine." Joe enveloped her in a hug and stayed that way, wrapped around her for a long time. I turned my back on them to give them a modicum of privacy, going back to poor, trembling Becca. "I'm so sorry about this. I should have closed the store or something. It never occurred to me." "It's not your fault. I don't blame you." Though she wouldn't look at me. Wonderful. I'd helped scar this girl for life, all because I didn't think things through. Why did I think Emma's presence would magically make things better? Like one of the Rains brothers would come in, find me out for the day, and shrug it off. Anybody capable of attacking me the way he had, with over 100 people just inside the reception hall, was capable of throwing a fit when he didn't get his way. Or worse. It was a miracle things had only gone as far as they did. "Oh no!" My heart sank as another concern worked its way through the fog of confusion, despair, and guilt. What about Mom? Is she sedated someplace? I don't appreciate that. Mom hustled past me with a paper cup in her hand, steam coming from it. I made Becca some tea, but I have to get back right away. It seems all this excitement has made people crave coffee and muffins. She exchanged a few quiet words with Becca before hurrying out through the rear door. Joe had finally let go of Emma, though he followed her every move as she picked more books up off the floor. I waved a hand to get his attention. Where's Stephen?
At the station. They're holding him there until I go in to question him.
He blew out a long sigh.
Now I'm wondering if we have the right one down there or what. I figured he was lying when he blamed his brother, of course.
Well, we know he didn't do this.
That's true.
A wry smile peeked through his scowl.
He was too busy getting chased down by you.
Emma gaped at me. What? I've still got it. She didn't need to know how long it had taken me to catch my breath, not to mention how sore I knew my legs would be by the end of the day. A long soak in a hot bath was in order. But not yet. There was a lot left to deal with, an overwhelming amount of work, enough that I was tempted to lock the doors and leave them that way for a day or two. Just walk away, put my head in the sand, and pretend there wasn't a massive wreck waiting for me. That wasn't realistic. Joe helped me set one of the bookshelves upright.
We have eyes on the street, searching for him. If he so much as sticks a toe outside, they'll grab him and bring him in.
I'm sure they will. My voice sounded robotic, flat, probably because I was only saying what I knew I had to say, what he needed to hear. Something Stephen had said came to mind. He mentioned a key. They want the key. What the heck does that mean, do you think?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I don't have the first idea. I thought this was all about a locket, not a key. How could a locket be the key to anything? I gathered an armful of books and slid them into place.
Excuse me, I only want to get through. Is she in there? Darcy Harmon?
I went to the door where a pair of officers blocked Ethan from getting in. He stared past them, found me, and his shoulders fell from up around his ears. It's fine, he can come in. He shot them dirty glares because of course he did. It was his nature. Once he was inside, he came straight to me and took me by the arms.
I came as soon as I heard. Did he hurt you? Are you okay?
His eyes darted over my face. I wasn't even here at the time. My sister was. Yes, my sister whose cold, appraising stare I could feel boring its way into the back of my skull. Everybody's safe. He threw a tantrum but didn't hurt anybody. At least, not physically.
Who is this guy? What's his problem?
Ethan glanced around like he wanted answers nobody had.
That's what we'd like to know.
Emma appeared next to me as if by magic and draped an arm over my shoulders.
It seems I've missed a lot this past week. Plenty of details were skipped.
Her arm tightened around me, and I knew what she was getting at, not like she was working too hard to hide her meaning. I freed myself. Down, girl. Everybody's cool. We're all friends here. Ethan scoffed, which was probably the wrong move.
Clearly we aren't. I'll get out of here since my presence isn't welcome.
No, wait! I managed to grab his hand before he got away. He peered down at our joined hands. So did I. I dropped it like he was on fire. Sorry, I was going to say please don't leave. I'm glad you came. Really. Thank you. He shot a look at Emma, which I could only imagine she shot right back.
No problem.
Meanwhile, my sister made a noise that sounded like something between a snicker and a groan.
Hey, wife, you want to help me with this set of shelves over here?
Joe pulled Emma away without waiting for an answer.
Come on, I need to get back to the station soon, but I want to help get this place in order, too.
I'll go with you when you head over.
So wait, you have him in custody? The guy who did this? Who hurt her?
Ethan jerked his thumb in my direction.
Not exactly.
Joe grunted from the effort of lifting the shelves virtually by himself while Emma did her best to help. When Ethan jumped in to assist, she rolled her eyes. I glared at her, and finally she glanced my way. The slight shake of my head made her roll her eyes again. No matter how annoyed she got with our mother, and she did, and it was warranted, the girl would never look at her own behavior and see how similar they were. It was enough to make me want to scream sometimes.
Not exactly. What's that mean?
It means the guy who attacked me has a twin brother, and they're both after a key. Some sort of key. I don't know what the locket has to do with it. One of them went to Heather's antique shop. The other one is who attacked me. The same one who made this mess when he found out I wasn't here today.
2 of them. This gets better and better. Here, let me help with that.
He set the heavy display table in place in front of the window like it didn't weigh a thing. I could only watch, impressed. Emma caught my eye and lifted a brow. I shook my head. This was not the time for her to get any ideas.
We have the other one in custody. He ran when we saw him on the street. Not the sort of thing an innocent man does.
Joe brushed the dust from his hands and jeans.
But of course he swore up and down he never tried to hurt Darcy, that it was all his evil twin brother.
That kind of thing doesn't happen outside of books. I picked up a stack and arranged them in front of the window while trying with all my might to ignore the people still peering inside, trying to find out what happened earlier. They were certainly getting their fill of gossip this week. I wondered if I should take a bow.
It does sound a little too convenient, doesn't it?
Ethan exchanged a look with Joe.
You're the professional. What do you think?
I could tell Joe appreciated hearing that.
I think I want to talk to this Stephen guy and find out why, if he wasn't the one who attacked Darcy, the person who did the attacking wore a ring with his initials.
I slapped my forehead. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you were so busy trying to catch your breath after chasing him down?
Joe shrugged, smirking.
Granted, I would have preferred you hadn't done that, but it was sort of fun to see, especially when Mrs. Merriweather knocked him on his...
She did what? Emma's jaw practically hit the floor. I swear, I miss all the fun. When I lowered my brow, she winced. Sorry, bad choice of words. Becca came out from the office, appearing stronger. Sorry, I sort of lost it. You don't have to apologize, I gave her a hug. You're human, and you have every right to come to work and expect not to deal with a maniac running amok in the store. I'm closing for the rest of the weekend. You are? Emma's eyes went round. This is a first. Yeah, well, it's the first time I've ever been the one in the middle of one of these situations, and I'm not about to put anybody else in harm's way. I'm only glad the new girls weren't scheduled to come until later this morning. Talk about a surefire way to lose employees. Becca offered to reach out to them. I'll have them come in first thing Monday. Good, and let them know they won't lose the weekend's pay for this, too. When Ethan gawped in surprise, I felt like I had to defend myself. They might have been counting on the money. They're just college kids trying to make a buck.
You don't have to explain it to me. I thought it was a nice thing to do is all.
You can't believe I would do a nice thing?
Okay, I'm not trying to get into a war of words with you. Not when you're feeling scrappy and ready to fight.
He glanced to where Emma and Becca were chatting. Seems like that runs in the family. Don't pretend to be surprised.
I'm not.
He picked up another few books.
Come on. The sooner we put things in order, the sooner you can deal with the idiot who's been doing all this. I, for one, can't wait to see him get what he deserves.
That made 2 of us. Chapter 20. Pete met us at the door to one of the interrogation rooms.
He hasn't asked for a lawyer. I can't tell you how many times he's offered to fully cooperate. That's fine, so long as he's telling the truth when he cooperates.
Joe was in full cop mode, with an edge to his voice I'd never heard before. It was downright intimidating. Note to self, don't get on his bad side. Has he said anything? Did he mention the note? Joe turned to Pete, folding his arms.
Oh, right. The note you agreed not to tell anybody about. That was very smart and professional of you. Hey, I'm between a rock and a hard place here.
Pete glanced around like he wanted to be sure nobody was listening in. I'm sorry I put you in this position, and that wasn't fair. Joe looked at the ceiling.
Great. I can't even go away for a week without running the risk of a Harmon thinking she can boss the police department around.
I wasn't trying to boss anybody around. I was trying to... I clamped my mouth shut before I said too much. It was one thing for Dad's coworkers to think he was off base for putting manpower behind such a simple, low-stakes case. I wouldn't be the reason for them thinking he was weak.
All right, let's not get too far into why this happened. or why it's not a good idea for civilians to do detective work on their own.
Joe stared at me. I'm sorry, but if it wasn't for the detective work I did, we wouldn't have known it was Stephen Raines out on the street, right? We would have walked right past him on the way to breakfast. I groaned, holding my stomach. We never got breakfast.
There's bagels in the kitchen. Want one?
Pete was already on his way down the hall before I had time to answer. Almost like a man who didn't care whether I wanted a bagel or not, he wanted to get away from a very angry Joe. I wonder if I'll ever get that bagel. I turned toward the one-way glass between us and the man at the metal table, the man with the thin build and dark hair and straight nose. He's not wearing a ring, I elbowed Joe, pointing. No ring.
Okay, relax.
He shook himself.
I swear I almost called you Emma. Things could have gotten uncomfortable there. You two are too much alike.
No comment, though honestly, considering you married her.
Okay.
He held up his hands, turning toward the window.
No ring. I'll have to find a way to ask him about it without leading him into anything.
Ask him how they found me, and how they knew to go to the wedding, and how they...
I think I know how to question a suspect. This isn't the first time I've ever had to do something like this.
Got it.
It's my job, after all.
I said I got it. I backed away. By all means, ask all the questions you want. You're the expert. When he started for the door, though, I stopped him. What happens if there's something I think of for you to ask? Is there, like, a speaker I can talk through? His eyelids fluttered.
What was that you were saying earlier about things only happening in books?
Fine. What if I text you, though? He groaned. Hey, think about it. You just got back into town last night. You're not as familiar with the situation as I am. I get that I can't go in there with you, but as he answers questions, I might come up with new questions. He already knows I'm not a cop, so...
You're right. Good thinking.
I waited for more. When nothing else came, I ventured a tiny smile. Yeah? I'm right?
I only want to get in there, so yes, I'll say whatever it takes to get through this conversation.
He opened the door and stepped into the room with Stephen. Good thing he couldn't hear what I was muttering to myself while he was in there. Pete joined me moments later, holding a napkin-wrapped bagel in each hand.
I didn't know whether you'd want cinnamon raisin or jalapeno cheddar.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. I took both because I was half-starved, and all this excitement must have torched my metabolism or something. I'm going to text Joe with any questions Stephen brings to mind.
Good thinking. I guess you'll need a free hand, huh?
He eyed the bagels. Also good thinking. I decided on the cinnamon raisin, handing him the other before fishing my phone out of my pocket. We watched as Joe took a seat across from Stephen, who I noticed sat up straighter once he wasn't alone anymore.
Mr. Raines, I hope you caught your breath and are ready to talk to me about what's been going on this past week.
I'll tell you everything you want to know. This is all my brother's fault. He's the one who... Joe cleared his throat.
First things first, Mr. Raines.
Please call me Stephen. Sincerity rang from the man's voice. Was he completely full of it?
Stephen, I'm Detective Sullivan. According to the information you've already provided, you live in northern New Jersey.
That's right.
What brings you down here?
He leaned back in his chair, eyes following Stephen's every movement, probably reading his body language just like I was. Though admittedly, he was likely much better at it than me. It was his job, after all.
My grandmother passed away 4 months ago. She lived outside Paradise City. My brother and I came down to help go through her things, but somebody had already done it. She didn't have any other living relatives, so we could only guess her staff took care of it. It took you 4 months to make a 2-hour drive. There was confusion surrounding her will. You did come down for the funeral, though. Of course. When her lawyer informed us of the trouble with the will, we came back when he contacted us. Did you get anything?
Stephen hesitated. I whispered to Pete. They didn't, I bet. He shushed me, which I tried not to take personally. We both received a portion of her estate. It was modest, depressingly so considering her net worth at the time of her death. The bulk of it went to her staff, the rest to charity. Ooh, I looked up at Pete. Grandma wasn't a fan of the boys. I don't blame her. He shushed me again, but this time I didn't care. I stood by my comment. The both of them seemed like real pieces of work.
So you didn't get anything you felt you deserved from Grandma's estate. How did you handle that? better than my brother did.
Stephen stared down at his folded hands.
There were a few standout possessions of my grandmother's which concerned us. I decided to find out where those pieces went. My brother, Ken, isn't the researcher, putting it mildly. He's more like a bull in a china shop.
I snickered. I wonder how he ended up with a broken nose back in the day. At least Pete chuckled at that one, though he didn't say anything more.
I tracked down my grandmother's nurse, who admitted to having sold several pieces of jewelry she had no use for. When I reached out to the people in question at J.R. Richardson, they had already sold grandmother's items at auction. It was an odyssey.
I rolled my eyes and gagged a little. Poor babies.
So you found out at least one of the pieces got picked up by an antique dealer here in town.
Right. Joe raised his eyebrows.
And what happened next?
Stephen took a deep breath.
I could have handled it better, I admit it. After spending weeks searching for the dealer, I didn't have much patience left. She wouldn't give me the name of the person who'd bought the locket. Obviously, not many store owners would. Customers expect a level of professionalism and safety when they do business. I offered money, a lot of money. All I wanted was the locket. I don't see why this is such a problem. I even suggested the girl call the person who bought the piece and have them come in so I could speak to them myself. And when she turned you down, you threw a rock through her door. No, that was Ken. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I wanted to do more research. Ken wanted to break into the store and take the owner's computer. I told him it was a terrible idea, but he went ahead with it anyway, the idiot. Ran when the alarm went off, as if an antique shop wouldn't have had a security system.
He fell back in his chair with a heavy sigh. Joe leaned in.
Where does Darcy Harmon come into this? You must have pulled off a miracle finding a needle in the haystack the way you did.
I elbowed Pete. He's buttering him up. Pete grunted.
Lowering his defenses, yes.
Stephen nodded.
It wasn't even that difficult, to be honest. I visited several businesses around town, since it seemed unlikely someone would buy a locket in Cape Hope when they didn't live in Cape Hope. They could have been a tourist, a visitor. I was prepared to accept that, but it wasn't the case, was it? You'd be surprised how helpful some of the people in this town are, especially when you're well-dressed and articulate. Yet another area in which Ken doesn't measure up. What did you ask people? If anyone in town owned a silver locket inlaid with sapphires, that it had belonged to my grandmother, and it meant a lot to her, that I wanted one last chance to see it since it had gotten lost when she died. It was a real tearjerker.
Pete growled.
What a dick.
I had to agree. I also had to hand it to the guy. He certainly had the number of just about everybody in town. While most of them drove me crazy, even on a good day, I had to admit they were a helpful, trusting, sweet group on the whole. People like Mom and her friends, and the folks who called the cafe home, were friendly and honest, and had a hard time remembering that not everybody in the world was like them. They would have imagined they were being helpful, giving Stephen my name. I'd worn the locket all over the place in the week between the purchase and the wedding, and plenty of people had asked questions about it. And of course, I was glad to share, because I was just as bad as my neighbors.
I discovered the name of the girl who bought it and the girl she'd bought it for. Her sister, right?
Joe's jaw tightened before he nodded.
Mm-hmm.
Pete's breath caught.
He doesn't know who he's talking to, that Joe's your brother-in-law.
No, it doesn't seem like he does. My hands tightened into fists I wished I could drive into Stephen's smug face. He would be identical to his brother by the time I finished with him.
And I found out the girl was getting married last weekend. Ken's original idea was to...
He looked down at his hands again.
I don't think I should continue with that part.
Easy. He was going to find out where I live and break in and search for the locket. I waved a hand, scoffing. A baby could come up with that idea. Joe glanced toward the window before asking,
What stopped you?
Stephen stared at him.
It's a crime. It would be a crime. Besides, what were the odds of getting away with it? Everyone knows everyone's business around here. We were bound to be found out. And there was the other problem. What if she was wearing the thing to the wedding? Which, as it turned out, was the case. We drove past the church where the ceremony took place, and sure enough, she came out wearing a bridesmaid dress and my grandmother's locket.
Pete patted my shoulder.
You shouldn't be listening to this.
No, it's okay. I peered up at him when his hand didn't move from my shoulder. Really, I'm fine. even if the whole thing made me want to throw up what little I'd eaten of my bagel. Knowing somebody had been watching me that day, planning to steal from me. Here I was, thinking I had more sense and street smarts than most of my neighbors. And why? Because I'd read a bunch of books and had a detective for a father? Joe prompted Stephen.
What did you do after that? I drove us back to the hotel room I'd booked for the weekend, right here in town. My idea was to approach her at the store the following day. I knew what she looked like and knew she owned the locket, which meant she owned the key.
What key is he talking about? I started texting Joe, but he was too quick.
What key? This is the first we've heard about a key. I thought this was about a locket.
Stephen blinked rapidly, his face blank.
The key. Inside the locket. That was where Grandmother kept it. She told us years ago when we were kids. She even broke the clasp holding it shut, so it would be harder for anyone to open it and take the key out. I assumed she'd forgotten telling us about it years ago, or she assumed we forgot. But we didn't.
Chapter 21. Pete nudged me.
Do you know anything about this?
My mouth wouldn't work. Meanwhile, Stephen burst out laughing like some cartoon villain.
I don't care about a locket. I care about what's inside the thing. The key to my grandmother's safe deposit box. It wasn't listed in the will, and even her lawyer had no knowledge of it. Do you think I'd wear a piece of jewelry?
Joe was a much better person than me, that was for sure. I would have jumped across the table and beaten that smug, lying, thieving, heartless... He was also faster on his feet than I was, for sure, because while I stood there fuming, imagining somebody beating somebody to a bloody pulp, Joe pointed to Stephen's hand.
I understand you normally wear a signet ring, though. Where is it?
Stephen went silent. Yeah, not so smart now, are you? I whispered. He looked at his hand.
How did you know about that? I lost it. I haven't seen it in a week. So you weren't wearing it last weekend, when you attacked Darcy Harmon outside the wedding reception. That wasn't me. This is what I've been trying to get through to you and the other cops who came in here before you. I didn't do that. I never went to the reception. I didn't even leave the hotel. Oh, really? So what did you do that night? We got back to the hotel. I took a shower and planned to go down to the restaurant for dinner. When I finished showering, I found Ken's adjoining room empty. He'd taken my car. When he came back later that night, he refused to tell me where he went. It didn't take long for me to put everything together once I heard words spreading around town the next morning. He admitted to what he did when I confronted him. He snickered, shaking his head, his usual way of handling things, and he couldn't even get it right. I guess if I were to check on your alibi, I had dinner at the restaurant that night. I'm sure my credit card's on file there, along with the time the transaction was processed. I had nothing to do with the attack on that girl, and since last Sunday afternoon, I haven't spoken to or seen my brother. I've been driving back and forth all week hoping I might find him. I even drove past that girl's house in case there were signs of him there.
So that was him. I felt sick to my stomach, knowing this creep had been driving around looking for me, watching Penny. Pete showed me to a chair.
You've been through a lot today. No, this week.
No kidding. Joe joined us after a few minutes.
You should never have watched that. It was wrong of me to let you.
You didn't let me do anything. I did what I wanted.
Yeah, and I should have known better.
Pete patted my shoulder again, which was nice, but not exactly enough to cheer me up. It would take a lot more than that after what I'd just heard. What do you think, then? He sounded like he was telling the truth.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if I buy the story about the ring, though. Seems a little convenient.
I lifted my head. When you think about it, though, what Ken did at the bookstore is right in line with how Stephen described him. Destructive. Same with the rock through the window. He's not a thinker. He charges through life.
That's a nice way of saying he's a violent, short-tempered child with no concept of impulse control.
Joe frowned down at me.
You should go home, get some things together, and go to our place the way we talked about. Until we find this Ken, I don't want you to be alone.
For once, I wasn't about to argue.
I'll drive her.
Pete exchanged a glance with Joe, who nodded.
That's a good idea, and don't let her go inside alone.
Hi, I'm right here. Please don't talk over my head like I can't hear you. I stood on shaky legs, but managed to stay upright. Just make me a promise, okay? Don't get my dad all worked up over this. Tell him I'm fine, and the store's fine, and everything's fine.
Will do, but why wouldn't you want to do that yourself?
Joe walked us to the front of the building and stopped at the door. Because I won't sound like I mean it, and he'll never believe me. I had to grin at the understanding dawning on Joe's face. You don't grow up with George Harmon as your father without figuring how much you can get away with.
Excuse me, what are you trying to get away with?
I closed my eyes and covered my face with my hands at the sound of my father's voice. Somebody must have called him. He had just come in, and, this was just a guess on my part, he wasn't happy. Everything's fine, Dad. I don't want you to get upset. I dropped my hands and faced him and thought about little Georgie and how he deserved to have Dad around for a long time.
Don't baby me, young lady. You sound like Holly and Emma.
He was wearing a polo and khakis like he'd been in the middle of doing anything other than planning on coming into the station today.
My daughter's store was ransacked, and the man she chased across town earlier today is here for questioning. You think I would stay home once I heard about that?
For the record, I chased him for a block. I should have known that wouldn't go over well. His expression changed from disbelief to a cross between disappointment and anger.
You chased him in the first place. None of us knows what he's capable of, or this brother of his who you didn't feel it was important to tell me about.
Everything's happening so fast. My eyes filled with tears, which I quickly brushed away. The last thing I wanted to do was cry, especially in public like we were. He softened, pulling me in for a hug and kissing the top of my head.
All right, you need some rest. I understand you're staying with your sister. That's a good idea. Take a hot bath, sleep, read a book. Let us take care of this now.
He pulled back and took my chin in his hand.
You've taken care of everybody else long enough. It's our turn, okay?
Okay.
You promise?
Dad.
Fine, go on and behave yourself.
As if I was the one causing chaos all over town. I gritted my teeth in a smile and knew I was glad to get off so easy.
Don't be too hard on him.
Pete opened the passenger door to his car to let me in.
And try not to worry about him too much. Guys like your dad don't deal well with retirement, even partial. He likes having something to do.
I thought about that as Pete walked around to the front of the car and slid behind the wheel. You're right. He needs work the way other people need oxygen.
Exactly. I know he's not happy about taking a step back, even though it means spending time with the baby and not missing out on those big moments. It chafes him. Know what I mean?
Are you kidding? The idea of closing the store for the rest of the weekend is just about boiling my blood. That doesn't mean I'm thrilled to know he's got work to do thanks to me.
Not thanks to you. None of this is your fault. You bought a piece of jewelry. You had no way of knowing where it would get you. And it shouldn't have gotten you anywhere. A couple of spoiled trust fund kids decided they deserved it more than you, just like they deserved Grandma's money more than the people who took care of her.
I looked him up and down, curious. You have pretty strong opinions about them, and you don't even know them.
I don't have to know them. Stephen Raines told the entire story. I read between the lines. Entitled, thinking they could throw some money at a store owner to get what they wanted. If Raines was willing to hand over as much money as Heather said he offered when he went to the store, it means there's a lot more than that in the safe deposit box.
My heart skipped a beat. I wonder what it could be.
Maybe Grandma told the kids what was in there back when she told them about the key. Or maybe she was senile and there was never a key in the first place. You know how grown-ups tell kids all sorts of stories to keep them interested and make them behave themselves.
Boy, wouldn't it be awful if that was true? And all this was for nothing? I shivered a little.
Hey, you're gonna be okay. And those two are gonna get what's coming to them, trust me. No matter how cooperative Stephen wants to be, he should have gone to the police when he found out his brother attacked you. And that's saying he's even telling the truth, that it was Kenneth at the reception. We have to find him first, see whether their stories match up.
He pulled over in front of the house and put the car in park.
I'll go in with you.
You don't have to. I'll run up.
No chance. I'm going in with you, and then I'm depositing you at Joe's and listening as you lock the door behind you. Got it?
Got it. Honestly, it wasn't so bad being babied a little,
being taken care of, looked after. As Kenneth had already proven that day, he was a loose cannon. I didn't particularly want to run the risk of being alone with him. I was only on the 3rd or 4th stair leading up to my apartment with Pete behind me when there was a thud from the 2nd floor. I gasped. My body went stiff, frozen. There was another thud, and this time, Pete hissed close to my ear before pushing past me. "Outside. Go outside, now." Only I couldn't move. I wanted to. I didn't want to be in this building. No way. Not when there was somebody in my apartment, and it wouldn't take 3 guesses to figure out who it was. No, I wanted to run screaming. I wanted to keep running, far away. Except my feet wouldn't take me there. My heart raced out of control, and my lungs couldn't seem to take in enough air, but the rest of me stayed completely still. Pete withdrew his weapon, taking the remaining stairs 2 at a time. I watched with my heart in my throat as he reached the door. "Police!" No sound from inside. No more thuds. No more anything. He pushed the door open with his foot. It had already been ajar, and he held the gun in front of him. He stepped inside the apartment, and I only managed to keep myself upright by gripping the banister with all my might. Terror just about threatened to tear me apart, and still I couldn't move. A few moments passed, moments that seemed to stretch out into eternity, moments punctuated by footfalls and the pounding of my heart. "All clear." Pete appeared at the landing. "You'd better get up here. She's hurt." She? That got me moving, finally. I ran up the stairs and gasped when I reached the doorway. It wasn't the wrecked apartment that made me react that way. It was Penny, lying on the living room floor, curled up in the fetal position and unconscious. Chapter 22. "I'm sorry. I tried to stop him." Penny looked up at me from over the rim of her mug, where tea sent fragrant steam unfurling into the air. "Sweetie, you shouldn't have done anything at all." I winced at the sight of the lump on her forehead. Had it gotten bigger, or was it my imagination? Guilt, most likely, feeling responsible for her getting hurt. "I didn't want to let him get away this time. It was bad enough he left that note and nobody saw him do it. When I heard him tearing things up," she shook her head with a sigh, "that should have been when I called the police and made sure my door was locked up tight. I reacted instead. I ran out and saw him opening drawers and tossing things around, and I screamed at him to leave. It was so stupid. What did I think I was going to be able to do?" "I know how you feel. I chased one of them down earlier today. I don't know what I would have done if I'd caught him. It's not like I could have fought him off. But in the moment, out on the street, when I saw him, forget it. My body took over for my brain." I rubbed her shoulder. "I'm just glad all you got was a bump on the head, though I wish you hadn't gotten that. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? I know I'd feel a lot better if you had a scan or something, just in case." She shook her head slowly. "No, I'm okay. I mean, I'm not okay, but I'm not bad enough to need to go to a hospital. The bump hurts, but the rest of my head feels okay." We looked up when Joe entered the apartment. We were across the hall in Penny's living room, door open so I could see and hear what was going on at my place.
"He made a real mess in there."
Joe jerked his thumb toward my apartment.
"I don't think we have to guess what he was searching for."
He didn't get it, though. I reached into my purse and pulled out the locket, holding it out for him to see.
"You were carrying that around with you? I thought you left it at home."
He hung his head, hands on his hips.
"Here I was afraid to tell you we couldn't find the damn thing."
"Sorry. Honestly, I might have left it at home, but I was afraid something like this would happen. Mom had already convinced me not to wear it. I didn't know what else to do with it, so I put it in my purse last night before I went over to your place."
"Unreal."
He surprised me by laughing. It even sounded genuine.
"He's gonna be pretty mad when we track him down. If it hadn't been for that other door leading outside, Pete would have caught him. He's too quick."
He was too quick for Ethan, too. His luck is bound to run out eventually. Joe crouched beside Penny.
"You're sure it was the man whose photo we showed you?"
"Absolutely. He looked right at me, right in my eyes." Penny shuddered. He was so mad. His face was red. He was sweating and snarling.
"He's at the end of his rope, more frustrated all the time. Every failure only ups the anger. You're lucky to have gotten away with just a bump on the head from being pushed."
I made a strangled sort of noise. Joe didn't seem the least bit sorry.
It's the truth. She got lucky, just like you got lucky today. So did Mrs. Merriweather, for that matter.
I couldn't help but cringe. He was right. If Stephen had crashed into her and knocked her over, I would never have been able to get over the guilt. He stood, staring down at the two of us the way my dad used to at Emma and me. If they ever had children, those kids would be in for it.
Penny, I hate to think of you being alone. Do you have friends or family you can stay with for the night?
She nodded. My parents are already on their way over. I'll spend a couple of days with them. I'm a little creeped out right now.
For the record, we'll have a car outside at all times until we have both Raines brothers in custody. I'll talk with the other tenants in the building, so they know they're being watched out for.
Joe turned to me next.
Do you want to get your things together like you were supposed to? I can drop you off.
Yeah, okay. I hugged Penny and apologized again. She promised to keep me updated on how she was feeling. And you'll be the first to know when we're all clear, I promise. I gave her a little wave before crossing the hall to my seriously messy home.
I'm sure we could help you get everything back in order, the way it's supposed to be.
Joe's voice was heavy with sympathy and concern. It needed a good cleaning anyway, and I've been meaning to get rid of a few things I don't need anymore, too. Joe followed me into my room, waiting in the doorway while I pulled out a bag.
You don't always have to keep your chin up. It's okay to admit when you're feeling shaky.
I'm definitely feeling shaky. I peered at him over my shoulder while pulling the underwear from my dresser as discreetly as I could, then stopped when I realized Kenneth had probably been through it. Wasn't a dresser one of the first places an intruder would go through? I sank to my bed and clasped my hands to keep them from shaking. I think I want new underwear. I think I want to burn everything in that drawer.
I'll be the first person to help you when you decide to do it.
He helped me up, put an arm around my shoulders.
Maybe Emma can grab a few things for you in town. Let's get you out of here.
My sanctuary. My safe place. It wasn't so safe anymore. Anything else I can pick up for you before I head home? I shook my head, then remembered my sister was on the phone and wouldn't be able to see me as I stood there in her apartment, gazing down at the street from her front window. No, that's it. Some undies, just the basic kind. Tees and shorts. Enough to get me through a couple of days. I can't wait until I feel safe walking around my own town. I know, babe. I feel the same way for you. Things have finally died down here at the cafe, but I'll have to convince Mom it's okay for me to leave. Why wouldn't it be okay for you to leave? She'd been helping out in the aftermath of Ken's tirade at the store since the town was buzzing with gossip, and everybody knew Sweet Nothings was the place to get both a caffeine and gossip fix. Because one of Mom's daughters is in danger, which means we both might be in danger. Welcome to the mind of Sylvia Harmon. She chuckled, but it didn't last long. She's worried. I don't blame her. Don't you start up with the nerves now. I can only handle 2 of my 3 immediate family members getting worked up at once. I need you to keep a clear head. My head's clear. Just the same, I'll feel a lot better once I'm home with you. With Joe, too, though he'll be working for a while. Some homecoming, huh? It's worth it. You're worth it. Hang tight and I'll be home in no time. Kiss Lola for me. I found myself smiling when I ended the call, but that warm feeling didn't last long once silence settled in around me. Only the gentle tapping of Lola's nails against the floor broke the otherwise crushing sense of loneliness. For the first time in a long time, I saw the drawback of being on my own so much of the time. Always too busy to spend time tending to friendships, to finding somebody special, keeping myself occupied with my business, Mom's business, Dad's health, Emma's being Emma. Where did that leave me at a time like this? Yes, they loved me and wanted to keep me safe. I appreciated them. They meant the world to me. They weren't the same as having somebody special to wrap me up in their arms and make me feel protected. Somebody whose shoulder I could lean against and maybe cry on. That was what I craved more than anything as I paced the apartment, wishing there was something I could do to feel useful. I was in the middle of considering getting a pizza from the shop downstairs. The aroma was just about killing me, and I hadn't eaten anything but a tiny bit of bagel earlier at the station, when my phone rang. I was ready to field a call from one of my parents, even plastering on a smile so my voice would sound more cheerful. Maybe I did think too much about protecting the people around me. As it turned out, I didn't need to make the effort. I'd pretty much forgotten exchanging numbers with Ethan at the store earlier. Why would he be calling? He didn't make me wait long.
I couldn't stop thinking about what we were talking about at your store. Something about a key.
Right, it's to a safe deposit box.
Which is exactly what I thought it might be. It's the only sort of key that would be small enough to fit inside your locket. So I did a little digging around. Can I come by to talk to you?
He lowered his voice to practically a whisper.
Turns out there are plenty of people around my place who want to know the details too. Not just your mom's.
I'm at Emma's place right now. There was a break-in.
I heard about that too. I'm sorry.
Wow, it's better than turning on the news. My laugh had a bitter tinge to it, but I figured if anybody was entitled, it was me. I was going to order a pizza downstairs at Angelo's. Interested?
Sure, and now I know where to find you. Call down and I'll grab it before coming up.
It almost felt normal, ordering a pizza, waiting for Ethan to come over and share it. Whatever he had to tell me was a result of having gone out of his way, and that wasn't lost on me, as I made sure to wash my face and freshen up a little after crying my eyes out over my apartment not feeling like my own anymore. I'd get over it in time. I knew I would. We Harmon girls were a resilient bunch. That didn't mean I couldn't resent the fact that I had to get over anything in the first place. Lola barked with excitement when there was a knock on the door. Coming! Coming! I hope you don't mind, I didn't order any toppings. Ethan stood in the hall, holding the pizza box. It smelled terrific, and under other circumstances would have made my mouth water. If only Ethan had been alone. I stumbled backward when the box hit my chest, followed by Ethan as he stumbled into the room after being pushed inside by Kenneth Raines, who held a gun on us. Now, he glared at me, kicking the door shut and ignoring Lola's angry barks and snarls. You and I have business to take care of. Chapter 23.
I'm sorry.
Ethan left the pizza on the counter and placed himself between Kenneth and me.
He must have followed me here. Yeah, I followed you.
Kenneth's voice was a little stuffy, like he had a cold. I realized even in my state of absolute shock that his nose must not have healed right. It sounded like there were cotton balls shoved up his nostrils.
I've been following you all for days, back and forth. You visited her. She visited you.
And you ransacked my apartment after tearing up my store. I tried to step around Ethan to get a good look at Kenneth, to shove him like he'd shoved Penny, but Ethan wasn't having it.
Yeah, because you have something of mine, and I want it back. Now.
He pointed the gun at Lola, who kept trying to nip at his pant legs.
Want me to shoot her?
God, no. I held my hands out. Please don't do that.
What about him?
He leveled the gun at Ethan's chest, and to my horror, he was laughing, like this was all a game.
How about I put a bullet in him? Because that's where I am right now. That's what this is doing to me. I only want what's mine.
I shook my head, never moving my gaze away from him, from the gun. No, don't shoot anybody or anything. It's not worth it.
To you. Not worth it to you.
Okay, fine, not worth it to me, I get it.
You don't get anything.
He burst out laughing.
I mean, you ever spend your whole life thinking you're going to get something, then find out you're not getting a tenth of it? You ever have dreams, things you want to do, and then you can't because somebody stole what is supposed to belong to you?
I assumed he meant the money he thought he deserved from his grandmother, and wondered what he thought he was going to be able to do with it. Yes, I've had dreams. Ethan snorted softly, but I touched his back, hoping he would pick up on a signal for once and keep his thoughts to himself. I had to keep Kenneth calm. For all I knew, he'd shoot us both for the fun of it the second I handed him the locket. Kenneth nodded. He was harder than his brother, a man who used his body to make his living. Harder inside, too, like stone, if stone could behave irrationally. I was deliberately gentle. I have my own shop, as you know.
Right, he sneered. Must be nice. Some of us don't get things handed to us. I should know. Nobody handed anything to her.
There was fierce, hot anger in Ethan's voice. He ignored another touch against his back.
She worked for everything she has, just like her entire family. She didn't wait around for her grandma to kick the bucket so she could score some
Kenneth moved like lightning. His arm shot out, the butt of the gun making contact with Ethan's face. He hit the floor and didn't move. I dropped to one knee and turned him over. There was a gash on his cheek, but nothing worse than that. He wasn't even unconscious, just a little dazed.
"You son of a—" "Shut up!"
Kenneth kicked him, making Lola burst into a fresh round of barks as she fretted over me and Ethan and the intruder. I gathered her in my arms in case our visitor felt like kicking her too. This was falling apart all around me. I had to make it stop somehow, whatever it took. There was no telling when hitting and kicking wouldn't be enough anymore, when he'd start shooting. "I'll give you the locket, okay? You can have it. Just don't do anything else. No kicking or hitting or shooting, please."
"Get it."
He waved the gun,
"Wherever it is. It won't do you any good."
Ethan sat up and was actually snickering when he did.
"It won't get you anywhere. Did you even think to do any research?"
"Ethan, don't." I found my purse and fumbled around inside for the locket. "Don't make it worse."
"But he's already gone through so much, right? Done so much? He could have killed you." "I wasn't trying to kill her."
He actually said it with disdain, like the idea was unthinkable, like he was above that.
"So what were you trying to do?" "Get what was mine. What my brother didn't have the balls to do. He never has." "And you screwed that up, huh?" "Shut up."
Kenneth leveled the gun at him. I couldn't help remembering those hands of his, on my mouth, on my throat. "You wore your brother's ring, right? And you wore his clothes? If there were witnesses, you wanted them to think he was the one who attacked me." That surprised him enough to shake him free of his anger, at least for the moment.
"You're smart."
Like it shocked him or something. "Sometimes, yes." I held the locket out. "Here, take it." Then I slid it across the floor to him. I didn't want to come close enough for him to do anything to me.
"Darcy."
Ethan sounded so disappointed as he stood, like it meant something to him, me giving up my locket. It didn't matter. Not now. Kenneth kept the gun trained on Ethan as he crouched to pick the locket up. Ethan saw his chance, the chance I had set up for him. He waited until Kenneth was looking down at the floor to where the locket sat, and he kicked out at the gun. It went clattering across the floor. I ran for it, picked it up while Ethan landed a solid kick to Kenneth's ribs that made him curl up in a ball. Ethan held out his hand and I gave him the gun. I sure didn't want to hold it. He was grinning as he trained it on Kenneth.
"Now, you want to hear why you're an idiot for ever seeking out this stupid locket? The safe deposit was emptied years ago."
Kenneth and I both gasped at him with probably identical expressions. "What are you talking about?" I could barely whisper it.
"You have to keep paying for a safe deposit box. They aren't free, you know. Grandma must have forgotten it ever existed. Maybe there was never anything in it to begin with." "No, there was. It was there. She told us what was inside."
Kenneth's teeth were gritted, the words spitting their way out.
"All the jewelry she didn't wear except for special occasions. The fancy stuff. She used to store it at the bank and take it out when she had someplace special to go. I guess she didn't have anywhere special to go anymore, or she really did forget about it and let the payments lapse. It's what happens when a person's alone and their relatives don't take care of them, when they wait for them to die instead of helping them live."
I stood next to Ethan, looking down at the man on the floor who clearly didn't know whether he could or should believe what he was hearing. He didn't want to believe it. Who would? But should he? Ethan glanced at me from the corner of his eye.
"No wonder they didn't get anything in the will. They were terrible grandsons who probably never even visited." "You don't know."
Ethan ignored him, still focused on me.
"That's what I was coming over to tell you. I called around to the banks near where the Rains mansion sat. I figured she wouldn't want her things too far from where she lived. And I found the bank where she used to have a box. The contents went to the state, the unclaimed property office."
Kenneth's face was deep red.
"You're lying, like I won't break this damn thing to get the key out." "It won't get you anywhere. I'm only trying to spare you the embarrassment of going to the bank and giving them the key and having them tell you what a waste of time this was."
Ethan smirked my way.
"All this research, all the stalking and creeping around, and they couldn't be bothered to call the bank and see if the box still held all this supposed jewelry.
It was maybe the saddest, most pathetic thing I'd ever heard. All that effort, all that hurt and fear and pain and the grief those two had caused. For nothing. Footsteps on the stairs made me run to the door. "Emma, don't come in! Call Joe!" "Darcy?" She pounded up the last few stairs. "What's wrong?" "Just call Joe and have a car come out. I have Kenneth in here." I stared down at him. "He can join his brother down at the station."
Got himself arrested?
Kenneth closed his eyes and rested his head on the floor.
Of course he did. Thinking he was so smart.
Ethan leaned against the counter and looked down at the pizza box.
You still hungry? I know I am.
I wanted to laugh. Instead, I cried, holding Lola a little closer and soaking her fur while she delighted in licking my salty cheeks. All that emotion, all that tension had to come out somehow. Ethan put an arm around us and kept us close while making sure Kenneth couldn't get away.
It wasn't in her will, the safe deposit box. She clearly forgot about it. The lawyer said she'd never mentioned it to him, and he took care of her for 15 years or so. By then she was already a little forgetful, he said, but her staff was faithful. They loved her. Some of them grew up right there in the house.
Joe leaned over to grab another piece of pizza, then settled back.
The guy was very forthcoming. I think the combination of me being a detective and him knowing enough about those two boys to know what they were all about was what made it so easy to get the information from him. On a Saturday and everything.
Lola was in my lap, the way she had been all night. She normally wasn't the cuddly type, but honestly, we'd both been through some trauma today. I stroked her fur repetitively, and it calmed me. It seemed to do the same for her. Emma rubbed my leg, which I'd stretched across her lap.
They'll get what's coming to them, those two. A couple of idiots if I ever saw any. Blaming everything on each other.
Ethan snorted.
Ken thought maybe he could frame Stephen and take everything in the box for himself. I mean, how many cartoons does that moron watch?
Keep icing that cheek. I pointed to the bag of frozen peas, which he seemed only slightly interested in touching to his bruised face.
You both got lucky.
Joe glanced from one of us to the other.
Very lucky.
Ethan shrugged.
He was easy to overpower. Bullies usually are.
The man sounded like he knew what he was talking about. Pete came in and looked around.
No more pepperoni?
Sorry. Emma held up her crust. I took the last one. He settled for a plain slice and sat on the floor in front of the coffee table.
I just called the station. Those two are beyond classic. Like they never progressed past the age of 12, just dying to tattle on each other.
I'm almost insulted they managed to track me down and ruin my week. I managed a shaky laugh.
Idiots can cause the most wreckage.
Another thing it sounded like Ethan was an expert in. The man had hidden depths. Maybe I would get the opportunity to learn about them, since he had earned his way into my family's good graces. Now that he'd saved my life not once, but twice, according to Emma and Mom anyway, he was officially a good guy. Decent. Brave. Misguided when it came to the location of where he opened his business, but that could be forgiven when he'd saved me from a gunman.
We'll get you a new gift. Something different. Something brand new.
Emma squeezed my calf, smiling firmly.
Something that isn't tied up in family drama like this.
No way! I love my locket. If anything, it's even more special to me now. I could tell from the looks on the faces of everyone around me that they wanted an explanation. But I couldn't find the words. I was stronger and braver than I'd given myself credit for. The locket wasn't only a symbol of Emma's happiness, her special day, and the work we put into it. Not anymore. I decided to go home for the night, back to my actual apartment, where I belonged. I'd feel safe there, knowing the bad guys were where they belonged. Everything was in its place. Dad had even called a locksmith as soon as he got word of the break-in. According to a text I received from Holly, there were new locks on the doors, and Josh had promised to hold the keys for me downstairs until I got home. I felt very lucky as I left Emma's. Lucky and not lonely, as I'd thought just before Kenneth had shown up. There were good people in my life, willing to watch out for me, ready to go out of their way, willing to drive me home. Pete walked out with me and headed for his car.
You want a ride? I could drop you off.
Yeah, thanks. I was about to follow him, too, but Ethan's voice murmuring my name brought me up short. I'll be right there. Pete continued to his car, giving Ethan a little salute before turning away.
Looks like I earned myself a little respect today.
Ethan slid his hands into his pockets.
All it took was getting my cheek cut open, stealing a guy's gun, and holding it on him.
You saved me. I led him to you. Like he wouldn't have found me without your help. For a moron, he was very good at locating people. I gazed up at the front window, where a shadow shaped a lot like my sister stood watching us. You were brave, and you were smart to check out those banks.
The police would have done it without me.
Hey, I nudged him. Take the win. You earned it. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to sleep soundly tonight. Maybe not even at all.
Well, it was worth it then.
He smiled, then gingerly touched fingers to his cheek.
Damn. Guess smiling's out for a day or two.
Good thing you do it so rarely. I lifted a shoulder and gave in to gnawing curiosity. I'm sure your girlfriend will take care of you, you big hero.
Girlfriend?
He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, you know, the one who bought you the e-reader. Understanding dawned, lighting up his eyes.
Something tells me she wouldn't care even if I ended up in traction. We broke up like a year ago.
Oh, okay. Why, oh why did that make me feel so much brighter, lighter, happier?
I'm as single as they get, Darcy.
He backed away, smirking.
In case you were wondering.
I wasn't wondering.
Sure.
He strolled away, calling out over his shoulder.
See you around.
Yes, he would. At the Business Association meeting. He glanced back again.
Right. There too.
I didn't know what to make of that, or how I felt about it.
Darcy, you ready?
I peered over my shoulder and found Pete waiting a few cars down, leaning against the passenger's side door and following Ethan's progress. Was he watching him that way because he suspected him of something? I'm ready for this night to be over. I can't wait to put this behind me. Pete opened the door for me, lingering while I slid into the car.
You'll see. I have a feeling good things are around the corner. They have to be, right? That's how life balances out.
He was right. Life did balance out. And I had to wonder when he held my gaze a beat longer than necessary before closing the door, just how my life would end up balancing out. For the first time in a long time, things were looking up. End of Book 7. This has been Mayhem and Matrimony, K-Pope Mysteries, Book 7. Written by Winnie Reed. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2016 to 2022 by Winnie Reed. Production copyright by Winnie Reed.